A legend is told in the martial arts world about a master who understood the truth of the world, and was close to reaching the summit. The master is said to have looked for someone to finish the great task they had left behind and helped guide them to the top. A man once thought this was just a silly story, but now he believes it. He is on the battlefield, surrounded by tens of martial artists. He smiles, and without hesitation, slices down the first person in his path and walks forward. He is none other than Baek-jan, the next leader of the Fire Dragon sect. One of the martial artists, Dan-mayan, the 12th generation master known as the Ghost Sword, is frozen in fear. He tries to shout something, but in an instant, Baek-jan cuts down both his sword and his head with a single swing. Baek-jan says that he believes the story of the master, because the spirit from the ancient legend has chosen him. He then readies his blade as a red aura surrounds him. He adds, "We stand at the top of this world." But, that's what he thought would happen. He questions, "But why has it stopped guiding me?" Time passes, and Baek-jan's hands are now wrinkled. He is an old man, and the leader of the Fire Dragon sect and the Blood Demon sect. Sitting on his throne, he wonders why the spirit stopped guiding him. A young man, full of excitement, calls out to him. He tells Baek-jan that they have finally succeeded. He holds up a potion, and shows a deformed boy kneeling on the ground. The boy's face is horribly deformed and ugly. The young man explains that this boy is the first survivor of their experiment to create an immortal body. However, the boy shouts that his family was ruined, and that he will never forgive the man for what he's done. The young man angrily grabs the boy by the collar and yells at him, asking who gave him the right to speak and calling him an outsider. The young man then turns to Baek-jan, excitedly explaining that unlike the other test subjects, this boy can even talk. He says they injected a serum into the boy, and now he can survive for weeks without food or water. That's enough, Baek-jan says, explaining that he has endured for years to achieve a result, but all he has created is a twisted monster. He adds, "Indeed, fools like you can never reach the true summit." Baek-jan starts walking toward the young man, who begins begging for more time. The man promises that he will complete the immortal body. However, as Baek-jan walks past him, he suddenly starts coughing. At the same time, the young man's hands tremble, and he begins to uncork the mysterious vial in his hand, wondering what's happening to him as his body seems to move on its own. Without warning, he starts drinking the potion. The potion spills, and the young man's body begins to mutate. He begs Baek-jan to spare him, but it's already too late. His transformation has begun, and his screams fill the air as he feels his body changing. Meanwhile, the deformed boy continues to stare at the broken shards of glass. The fumes from the spilled potion start swirling around him as if they're drawn to him, ready to play their part in his twisted fate. Baek-jan, sitting weakly, clutches the wall for support. Coughing up blood, he looks at his hand and wonders why the spirit isn't answering him anymore. His eyes turn to the moon as he pleads, asking the spirit to reveal the secret of immortality. He believes he needs the immortal body technique. Suddenly, the spirit calls him foolish. It says that the immortal body technique is already complete. Just then, Baek-jan senses a presence behind him. He turns to find the boy leaping toward him in a surprise attack. Baek-jan manages to catch the boy just in time, stopping him with his powerful aura. Looking at the boy, he couldn't believe it. He asks the spirit if, instead of him, it has chosen this boy as its vessel. Meanwhile, the boy keeps shouting, promising to curse all of them, even in hell. Baek-jan asks the Great Spirit how, after everything he has done, including accomplishing the great task in its place, the spirit still dares to betray him. The spirit interrupts, asking what he means by the great task is accomplished when he hasn't even seen the truth of the world yet. The spirit calls him pitiful but says it will let him see the truth. Suddenly, Baek-jan's vision changes. Inside his eyes, he witnesses something that cannot be truly understood in this world. It shatters through dimensions, something godlike. Baek-jan's reality seems to crack, and he is forced to confront what lies beyond. He falls to the floor, screaming in disbelief. He wonders if this is truly the truth of the world, questioning whether his strength amounts to so little after seeing the huge gap in their power. While he is lost in thought, blood flies through the air. The young boy is desperately stabbing at his throat, again and again. The spirit speaks, asking if the boy hates the world for ruining his family. Red mist begins pouring out of the boy's head, and the spirit says it will take care of everything. The soldiers on guard look up. They find Baek-jan's corpse lying on the floor beneath a giant red cloud. They wonder what's happening. Meanwhile, the red fog continues to shoot out from the boy's head. The soldiers realize they must act quickly. They raise their weapons, determined to deal with the intruder, and rush in. The spirit tells the boy that in order to gain its help, he must crush every stronghold in this world and take their power. The boy smiles, turning toward the soldiers. The spirit urges him to let nothing and no one stand above him. A little later, the battlefield is silent. The soldiers lie dead on the ground, and the boy's face, though still scarred, has started to heal. It seems he got his revenge and a small skincare treatment on the side. The spirit tells the boy that one day, they will rise to the summit. The boy walks away from the massacre, ignoring the chaos around him. His body is still pierced with multiple swords, but he doesn't seem to care. He radiates a powerful mix of red and black aura, and an evil smile spreads across his face. He's the very definition of don't mess with me. Years later, an old man tells his family that he will leave for a while but will come back later. His son reminds him to take care of himself. The old man walks into the woods, moving slowly under the moonlight. He climbs mountains and keeps walking until he reaches a hidden stronghold, far away from everyone else. This place is the castle of the fire dragon. He pushes the doors open, and walks inside where a group of people is waiting for him. He greets them and mentions how long it has been since they last met. One of them, the Fist King Yakbai, agrees with the old man. However, the Northern Empress Jinny looks surprised that they have called the old man here. Ayan, the monk from the Shaolin Temple, does not speak but shows respect by joining his hands. Next to him is Baek Gureng, the leader of the Fire Dragon sect, and a descendant of Baek Jaein. Baek Gureng greets the old man, who is known as the Sword Emperor, and asks how he has been. The old man becomes serious and says he is tired of useless talk. He points out that he noticed spies following him ever since he left the martial world. He demands that they quickly explain why they have called him here. Baek Gureng decides to skip the formalities and focuses on the main issue. He explains that many famous sects, including Wudin, Zhen, and Hashin, have all been destroyed by a single person. This master remains a mystery, as no one knows his motive or identity. Those who have encountered him describe him as a demon obsessed with fighting, and they call him the Mad Demon. Meanwhile, footsteps echo outside the castle. A young man is approaching, heading toward the same place. This young man is the deformed boy who was once chosen by the Great Spirit, but now he has grown into a much stronger figure. Inside, Baek Gureng continues, saying that today they will stop the Mad Demon once and for all. Suddenly, the door bursts open. The young man enters, declaring that after chasing a powerful energy, he has arrived at this familiar place. Seeing the gathering of great leaders, he concludes that they must have been waiting for this moment. The leaders begin to wonder if he might be the one they are talking about. The Sword Emperor observes the boy carefully and acknowledges that the title of Mad Demon is no exaggeration. He feels the boy's overwhelming presence as though he is standing before the god of death. Deciding that this is reason enough, the old man unsheathes his sword, radiating a deadly aura. He declares, "This is why I must wield my sword once more." The boy is momentarily surprised, distracted by the sudden turn of events. Taking advantage of this moment, the old man dashes forward with incredible speed, using a technique called the Sword of Celestial Grace. He instantly closes the gap between them and swings his sword toward the boy's head. Without pause, he follows up with another move, the Heavenly Sword First Strike. The attack is devastating, completely destroying the boy's body. His limbs are scattered into the air as the old man delivers the final blow. Calmly, the old man sheaths his sword and exhales deeply. Everyone else in the room stands frozen, silently witnessing the shocking scene. Yakbai urges the old man to take it easy. He finds it too boring for the fight to end so quickly, and reminds everyone that he had warned them. The talk about the Mad Demon was nonsense. However, he notices that the others have different expressions on their faces. Confused by their reactions, he looks around, trying to understand what is happening. Suddenly, the boy speaks, his tone filled with amusement. He laughs evilly. Yakbai immediately becomes alarmed and stares in disbelief. To his shock, the boy's body begins to regenerate, pulling itself back together piece by piece. Sweat forms on Yakbai's face as he nervously wonders if he is dreaming. Baek Gureng wonders if the boy is using the legendary martial art known as the immortal body technique. This technique is rumored to grant its user the ability to regenerate and achieve immortality, something his family has long sought after. Once the boy's body has completely healed, he compliments the old man's attack, calling it impressive. He then announces that it is now his turn to fight. Yakbai panics and yells at the old man, urging him to get away from the boy. However, the old man remains still. The boy calmly tells Yakbai that he should not worry, as the Sword Emperor has already had his fun. The old man collapses, coughing up large amounts of blood. His entire front side is deeply cut, and he keels from the pain before falling into a pool of his own blood. The boy then begins walking forward, asking, "Who will face me next?" Baek Gureng is seething with anger, but Jenny urges him to remain calm. She asks if he knows anything about this situation, as the leader of the Fire Dragon sect. Baek Gureng mentions that he has read about this ability in ancient books, but he is not entirely sure of its origins. Meanwhile, Yakbai stares at the unconscious Sword Emperor, struggling to process what has just happened. A mix of rage and fear takes over him. Baek Gureng notices that Yakbai is losing his temper, but before he can stop him, Yakbai shatters the floor beneath him with sheer force and dashes forward. Baek Gureng tries to call him back, but it is too late. Yakbai charges directly at the boy, determined to avenge the old man. The boy immediately recognizes Yakbai as the Fist King. As he braces for the attack, Yakbai unleashes a powerful technique called explosive fist gale, striking the boy directly in the face. The sheer force of the attack begins to disintegrate the boy's skin. Even on the receiving end, the boy expresses admiration, acknowledging that the power of the Fist King is worthy of his title. The magnitude of the attack is so great that it leads to a massive explosion, followed by a beam of energy that breaks the sound barrier several times, even outside the fire dragon. Sex Temple. Batgirl watches and comments on the incredible power of Yakbai's martial art, but believes it is not enough to defeat the boy. Meanwhile, the boy has already regenerated. Yakbai is stunned and wonders how the boy is still alive after taking such a powerful hit. What Yakbai does not realize is that the boy has actually blocked his fist. With each passing second, the boy is getting stronger. He acknowledges that Yakbai's martial art is magnificent. He taps Yakbai's chest lightly and promises to make sure he receives it properly. Yakbai realizes too late what is happening. As the boy turns his own attack back on him, the explosive fist gale hits Yakbai, and he stumbles in shock. He can hardly believe he has been struck by his own technique. Abbot Han suddenly steps forward, using his arms to block the attack and absorb the blow. He cries tears of blood from the effort. The boy calls out to Abbot Han, telling him that it is not his turn to fight yet. Abbot Han retorts, calling the boy a fool, and telling him to stop being so arrogant. The boy laughs, noticing that despite his words, Abbot Han is struggling to stay standing, clearly exhausted from taking the hit. Feeling guilty, Yakbai apologizes to Abbot Han, but the monk refuses to accept it. He insists that if he had not stepped in, Yakbai would have been the one to fall. The monk tells them that they need to focus on dealing with the boy before worrying about such small matters. Amused by Abbot Han's strength, the boy asks if his body is strong enough to withstand the Fist King's martial art, claiming it must be indestructible. He then leaps forward, eager to consume Abbot Han's martial art. However, before he can move further, Jenny intervenes. She tells him to stop messing around. With a swift motion, she imbues her sword with ice and strikes the boy in the back. The boy freezes instantly, his hands just barely missing Abbot Han's face. He realizes that this must be the martial art of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, something he has only heard about in legends. Jenny tells him to stay quiet. The boy laughs, admitting that it is incredibly cold, freezing even his bones. He then acknowledges that the 5 masters of the martial world truly live up to their names, as each possesses martial arts that have reached the highest levels. He expresses admiration for their power. Batgirl steps forward, pleased that the boy appreciates their martial arts. He tells him that he will now witness the power of the fire dragon sect. Just then, the wind begins to swirl around Batgirl as he swings his sword forward, slicing through the boy. The boy looks down, confused, as he sees no real damage. He wonders if that was really all there was to it, feeling that the attack was ineffective. Batgirl, however, informs him that he will now be trapped in darkness forever. Before the boy can react, multiple talismans appear, wrapping around him tightly. He realizes that his body is being confined. Panicking, he starts to scream, demanding to know what is happening and what they have done to him. The talismans continue to wrap around him, tightening like a mummy's bindings as his strength fades. The boy struggles, feeling his energy drain. His cries grow louder, but the talisman's hold remains firm. Jeannie watches him with a mixture of fear and uncertainty, but her expression changes to one of relief as the boy is completely mummified, his body now immobilized and powerless. Abbot Han looks confused and asks what kind of martial art this is, as he has never heard of it before. Batgirl explains that it is the Eclipsing Blade, a powerful treasure passed down to the leaders of the Fire Dragon sect. Anyone struck by this sword is said to be trapped in darkness for eternity. However, since there are no records of it ever being used, no one knows how long the effect lasts, so they must always be prepared. An eternity later, the boy is now trapped behind a glass wall. It has been 3,000 years, and he is being transported as cargo on a sci-fi spaceship. The year is 2600, and the boy finds himself on planet Geese, specifically in Zone 3. A man named Mark from the Earth promotion team introduces himself to the crew. He tells them to be careful with the exhibits, as they are fragile. One of the men asks if Mark is the only one from the advanced team, and Mark responds that there is another person with him. He points her out. She reveals that she is also part of their team. Looking at her, Mark wonders where she is going alone. The lady walks toward a giant gate. She removes her glasses, and comments that she has finally arrived on this planet. She is introduced as Lena, the team leader. Mark tries to call out to her while waving, but Lena asks if he is here just for fun. Mark explains that until the main team arrives, there isn't much to do, so this feels like a vacation. Lena sighs, calling him bold for thinking so. Mark remarks that he didn't expect Lena to volunteer for the GIS team. She asks what he means by that, and he explains that it's surprising for someone like her, who usually avoids aliens, to suddenly choose to go to a place where aliens from all over the universe gather. As they walk through a crowd of aliens, Mark points out that there are species here that can't even be found on Earth. Lena tells him to stop fooling around, mentioning that it is still dangerous. Mark insists that things are much different now, and during the tournament, everyone's on equal footing. Lena looks up at some of the aliens around them and wonders if they feel the same way. She begins to think about how complacent they might be when she suddenly notices that Mark has already bought a bunch of items from street vendors. She turns around, clearly disappointed, and tells him he should just stay in the exhibition hall. Mark asks why, and Lena questions if he really wants to be around so many creepy aliens. Mark responds that comments like hers can be dangerous, even if everyone is on equal footing. Lena tells him that the danger comes from the fact that they are not truly equal. She sighs, shaking her head, and tells him that he wouldn't understand since he is still a newbie. Mark disagrees, saying it's not about whether they are aliens or not. He explains that calling anyone disgusting will make them angry, no matter who they are. Before he can say more, Lena interrupts him. She tells him that they have now arrived at a place where they can truly rise to an equal position with the other beings around them. It is the GIS tournament arena, where a man begins to shout loudly, welcoming everyone from across the universe. He announces that this is the greatest cosmic festival, held once every 100 years. It is a place of opportunity where civilizations can instantly raise their level of advancement. He welcomes all the participants to the GIS fighting tournament. Mark turns to Lena and asks if she actually came here to watch the tournament or if she only said that she came to visit. Lena explains that her real reason for coming is to find the weaknesses of their enemies. Mark is confused, not understanding what she means. Meanwhile, the commentator announces the two participants of the match that is about to begin. One, named Agni, comes from the Eretz civilization, ranked 972 in the civilization rankings. His opponent is a man named Panan from the Paglo civilization, ranked 9630. The announcer's voice rings out, trying to excite the crowd as he announces the beginning of the preliminaries for Group 6. Back at the Zone 3's District Planet Promotional Hall, one of the workers walks past the mummified Mad Damon. He suddenly hears a strange sound and stops, looking around, confused. His boss, who is nearby, tells him to hurry up and finish his work. The worker asks if his boss didn't hear the noise. The boss dismisses him, saying the only sound he hears is him acting foolish. Meanwhile, the mummified Mad Demon's eye cracks open. Slowly, the eye begins to move, watching everything around him. An in-depth explanation is given about planet Geese. It is located 500,000 light-years from Earth. The planet holds a combat tournament once every 100 years, featuring civilizations from all over the universe. The civilization that wins the tournament is said to achieve the truth of things and be liberated from all negative effects like disease, hunger, and war. The Unified Earth Government has officially qualified to participate in this tournament, and their contestant, known as the strongest on Earth, is expected to easily reach the finals and possibly win the championship. Back in the tournament arena, the announcer praises the Eretz civilization, saying, "Indeed, they live up to the name of the living flame species." As soon as Agni's restraints were released, the entire arena was engulfed in intense flames. Mark and Lena, watching from the sidelines, see Panan struggling to keep up. The flames are overwhelming, proving Agni's power. Agni charges forward, determined to burn Panan to a crisp. The battle is on, and Agni has gotten much larger and more powerful than before. The crowd chants in excitement, and one spectator comments that they have bet everything on Agni to win. The announcer praises the excitement of the crowd, comparing it to the intensity of Agni's flames. Agni is clearly very popular, and his power has drawn attention from everyone. Panan, hearing the chants from the crowd, looks to his side. Agni, furious, demands that Panan focus on him instead of looking away. Panan, surprised, turns back, not expecting the gap between them to close so quickly, but it might already be too late. Agni releases a breath of fire, hitting Panan directly. The announcer explains that Agni's fiery breath is known to melt even the toughest ships. Panan struggles to endure the attack. Mark looks grossed out, and Lena stands silently, lost in thought. Agni laughs, proudly showing off his power and mocking his opponent. Mark, confused and frustrated, wonders how they're supposed to fight such a monster. Lena thinks deeply about the situation before replying. She acknowledges that searching for a weakness might not change much, but it's not just about that. She has noticed something important. None of the aliens from Tier 3 or higher seem to be focused on this match. Lena realizes that since the tournament could change the fate of entire civilizations, she thought the reactions would be different. It seems, however, that a Tier 1 civilization like theirs is insignificant in the eyes of the other participants. This arrogance, Lena thinks, will become their weapon in the fight. She asks Mark if he now understands why they need to keep searching for weaknesses, and come up with a solid plan. Mark clarifies that he didn't mean that, he's just confused why, as the promotion team, they have to be right there with the fighters. Meanwhile, a little girl in the crowd screams, urging Panan not to lose. Mark notices that no one other than this girl is cheering for Panan. He realizes the girl is another member of the Paglo species. Panic, The girl starts to cry. Mark feels sorry for her, knowing that their civilization had bad luck in the matchups. Hanon's opponent, Agni, is one of the top, ranked fighters from a Tier 3 civilization, making it nearly impossible for Hanon to win. The aftermath of the attack is clear. Hanon has vanished, and it's obvious he's been overwhelmed. A bald kid nearby mocks the fight, telling the announcer to call it over. He's probably reduced to ash by now, he says. Mark feels a wave of unease. He knows things can escalate quickly in such an environment, and it's best to avoid getting involved. He urges Lena to move away with him. Meanwhile, the little girl from the Piglo species steps forward, confronting the bald kid. She angrily tells him not to talk about Hanon when he has no understanding of who he is. The bald kid, annoyed, drinks from his bottle and insults the girl. This little one has no manners at all, as expected of a lowly species. The girl retaliates, calling him a brat. You're a little one, too, she taunts. Mark, realizing that tensions are rising, quickly suggests to Lena that they leave before they get caught up in something dangerous. The situation between the two children intensifies. The bald kid's head veins bulge violently as he challenges the little girl, his anger building. His body begins to swell, and he announces that he is considered quite normal on his planet. The girl's face turns to horror as she realizes the extent of his transformation. Mark senses the escalating danger and urgently warns Lena that they need to leave. Watching the kid transform into a monster is getting on his nerves. Meanwhile, the bald kid taunts the little girl, saying that even someone like him could easily turn their planet's representative into a bloody mess in seconds. The kid is a representative from the Pixie cult civilization, ranked 1300, and his name is Mr. Pixie. Surprisingly, he is an engineer. Lena, unfazed, questions whether it's really impressive to boast about strength in front of a child. Mr. Pixie directs his attention toward her, irritated by her comments. Lena dismisses him, saying his boasting is just a cover for his insecurities, calling him a loser. His irritation boiling over, Mr. Pixie snaps at Lena and Mark, loudly accusing them of taking some sort of drug together. He demands to know why they are all making him so angry. Mark nervously asks if he's included in the insults. Lena, unfazed by the outburst, continues her taunting. She challenges him, asking what he can even do now that he's this angry, and calls him a loser once again, pushing his buttons further. Mr. Pixie steps forward, vowing to make Lena regret her words. Mark, sensing the rising danger, warns Lena to back off. He tries to reason with Mr. Pixie, explaining that he has completely misunderstood the situation. Lena, however, refuses to retreat and teases Mark, asking if he's planning to abandon his team leader. But before they can react, Mr. Pixie closes the distance quickly, preparing to strike. Mark's life flashes before his eyes, and he urgently tells Mr. Pixie to stop. Just as his fist is about to land, a drone appears behind him. The kid hesitates, sweating nervously, wondering why the drone had to interrupt him. Lena calmly explains that the drone is part of the stadium's security system, and with so many drones patrolling, no one can get away with anything inside the arena. The drone asks if Mr. Pixie has harmed them in any way. Lena laughs. He hasn't directly harmed anyone, she tells the drone, but that idiot suddenly started showing off his muscles. Maybe he's drunk. She adds that because of it, she has suffered so much that she has lost her appetite, but it's all right. The drone turns to Mr. Pixie, asking if Lena's words are true. Lena takes the opportunity to mock him openly. Isn't that right? He was merely showing off his rugged physique to a Tier 1 civilization like ours. She sarcastically suggests, hey, try the same stunt with the drone. Enraged, Mr. Pixie grits his teeth, furious at being humiliated. Mark, now visibly anxious, asks Lena why she's taunting him so aggressively, noting how close Mr. Pixie is to exploding. Lena calmly explains that before that guy actually harms anyone, speaking the truth will conclude this with him being released without any real consequences. This, she believes, is her way of punishing him by forcing him to face the embarrassment of his own behavior. Just let him go and stop provoking him, Mark tells Lena. Enraged and embarrassed, Mr. Pixie notices the name tag on Mark's chest, showing where he's from. The drone, still observing the situation, sarcastically asks if Mr. Pixie really just wanted to show off his muscles. Mr. Pixie grins, acknowledging that he did indeed just want to show off a little, and immediately shrinks back down to his smaller form. He raises his hands in the air, claiming that this means he hasn't done anything wrong. He waves them off, dismissing them as pests as he prepares to leave. Before walking away, he assures them, we'll meet again later. Mark, visibly relieved that the confrontation is over, mutters to himself that he hopes he never sees that freak again. He turns to Lena, asking if she had expected this kind of behavior. Lena casually replies that of course she did, questioning if Mark thought she was crazy enough to mess with such a monster without a plan. She admits that her phobia of aliens flared up again when dealing with Mr. Pixie. As they talk, the little girl from earlier tugs on Lena's sleeve, thanking her for helping. Lena's expression hardens, clearly irritated. She brushes the child off, telling her to get lost as she's distracting her. Mark watches, shaking his head, thinking that Lena must have just suddenly lost her temper. He pats the little girl's head and suggests she go back to her family. The girl pushes his hand away, calling him a coward and telling him not to touch her. She bows to Lena again before leaving, and Mark can't help but wonder why she acts so mean towards him. Lena repeats the girl's insult, telling Mark to shut up and calling him a coward as well. Meanwhile, the crowd of aliens continues getting louder. They keep shouting for Panon, asking him to show himself. They want the fight to continue. The announcer, feeling the energy from the crowd, declares the fight isn't over yet. Agni laughs, enjoying the game of hide and seek. He has been waiting for this moment, and now he's ready for more. Lena feels discouraged. She watches Agni and thinks about how much stronger he is compared to them. He comes from a Tier 3 civilization, and Earth is far behind. She wonders if there's any way for humans to stand a chance against such a powerful opponent. As Lena is lost in thought, memories from her childhood flood her mind. She remembers seeing people suffering from a terrible disease. She was just a little girl at the time and had to wear a hazmat suit to protect herself. She cried as she saw the pain around her. Quickly, she shakes off these memories, reminding herself not to be weak anymore. She must stay strong. Mark notices that Lena is shaking and asks if she's okay. He sees that she is trembling and looks worried, but Lena tells him it's nothing and that she doesn't want him to worry about her. She tries to stay calm, but inside she feels the weight of the situation. The announcer suddenly shouts that the fight is still going on. Panon, who had been hiding, finally appears. He jumps out of the flames, taking Agni by surprise. Half of Panon's face is badly burned, but he doesn't hesitate. With all his strength, he attacks Agni from behind and, in a single strike, knocks him down to the ground. Lena watches in shock. She isn't sure if Panon's attack worked, but the announcer soon confirms that Agni is not getting up. He is down, and the fight is taking a turn. Lena is unsure of what to think, while Mark, distracted by his phone, doesn't seem as concerned. He calls Lena over, but she seems focused on the fight. He tells her that something is wrong with the exhibit they brought and that she needs to check it out right away. Lena, still anxious, agrees to go with him. She had already told him to double-check everything, but now she knows something must have gone wrong. She feels uneasy as they head back to check on the problem. It's strange though, Mark says, I'm pretty sure I checked them. I knew something would go wrong the moment you started talking about a vacation, Lena says. Meanwhile, Mr. Pixie is hiding behind a corner, watching them closely. This is really strange. There shouldn't have been any issues, Mark says. But Lena doesn't seem worried. She says she's already seen everything she wanted to see. She asks Mark if he has seen it too, as if she can hardly believe what she just witnessed. Panon, against all odds, managed to win against Agni, the powerful opponent from the Tier 3 civilization. She knows it's a rare victory, but it also makes her realize that not all opponents are unbeatable. However, just as Lena is thinking this, the situation takes a sudden turn. Mark is suddenly knocked out by one of the Pixies. The blow hits him so fast that Lena barely has time to react. When she turns around, she feels a rush of wind, and before she can do anything, Mr. Pixie grabs her by the back of her head. She hears a loud thud, and everything goes black. Lena slowly begins to wake up. Her head is pounding with a terrible headache. As her vision clears, she sees Mark unconscious and being dragged away by a Pixie. At first, she doesn't understand what happened. Everything occurred too quickly for her to process. She feels a surge of panic and shouts for Mark to wake up, hoping he's okay. Mr. Pixie, who is still holding her by her hair, laughs, pleased that she's finally awake. His friend asks if she's talking about him as he dangles Mark in the air like a rag doll. Mr. Pixie assures her that Mark is still alive and hasn't been killed. But that doesn't comfort Lena at all. Desperate and angry, Lena demands that Mr. Pixie let her go. She asks if he's really this upset over a little teasing, but he just smirks. Don't you understand? She asks him. She reminds him that they are on the Gis planet, and the security team will be deployed soon. Mr. Pixie mocks her, saying that a lowly member of a Tier 1 civilization has no right to talk to them like that. He explains that most of the security devices on the planet are based on their own civilization's technology. He has already dealt with the security systems in this building, meaning they are free to do whatever they want for now. Mr. Pixie, clearly enjoying the moment, begins poking Lena's forehead, mocking her. He smirks, saying that now she finally understands. He goes on to tell her that the Galactic Federation isn't what it used to be. He insists that they shouldn't accept weak, incompetent fools like her or her civilization anymore. Lena, furious and feeling a surge of anger, snaps back at him. What do you mean by accepting? She asks, her voice shaking with emotion. She yells at him to shut up, making it clear that Earth never wanted to join the Federation in the first place. She says that they were forced into it when the Federation barged onto their planet like some kind of god and made a contract with Earth's president. She explains that because of the Federation's interference, Earth has suffered greatly. An infectious disease brought by the Federation has spread across the planet. Billions of people are dying in agony as their bodies slowly destroy themselves from the inside out. She accuses the Federation of doing nothing to help, even though they claim to protect the balance between civilizations. Despite their promises, they have shown no real support for Earth, leaving the planet to suffer. Mr. Pixie and his friend remain silent for a moment, caught off guard by Lena's words. Then they both burst into laughter, mocking her. They make fun of her, calling her naive and asking if she really understands what she's saying. He tells her that by admitting how bad things are for Earth, she's basically admitting that her entire civilization is doomed. He mocks her further, suggesting that Lena must think the Galactic Federation is some kind of charity that will come to Earth's rescue. Mr. Pixie continues to ridicule her, wondering aloud if there's really a primitive civilization still struggling with diseases and infections. I thought species like yours were only found in museums by now, he says. Mr. Pixie and his friend drag Lena and Mark into the exhibit room. There, noticing something amiss, Mr. Pixie's friend looks around, asking, who else is in the room? A voice suddenly responds, I wonder which sect dared to bring me here. It is none other than the Mad Demon. He guesses that the Shaolin Temple is responsible and comments, don't you think the interior has changed drastically? It looks so extravagant now that it almost seems like a private room. Lena immediately recognizes his language. Her eyes widen as she realizes the speaker is an Earthling. Mr. Pixie's friend starts walking toward the Mad Demon, telling him to use the common language. However, Lena soon realizes they can't understand each other. The Mad Demon, confused by the request, asks what he means. It's not just the interior decoration that has changed, he reflects. Lena, understanding the situation, realizes that this person from Earth cannot speak the common language. She thinks that it might be better this way since they won't be able to communicate easily. However, desperate, she yells at the Mad Demon, go and report to the security team. She warns him that Mr. Pixie and his friend are trying to break the Federation's rules, but before she can finish, Mr. Pixie slams her head into the floor. Do you want to die already? He demands. The Mad Demon begins to laugh, clearly amused by the situation. I understand now, he states. Not everything has changed. With a swift motion, he stretches out his hand and touches Mr. Pixie's friend. The friend is confused, unsure of what is happening. Before he can react, the Mad Demon follows up. With a sudden and powerful move, the Vortex Wind Fist. The attack leaves the Pixie completely destroyed, his body torn apart. The force of the attack is so powerful that even though Mr. Pixie is standing just behind his friend, he is also completely devastated. Lena is shocked and unable to believe what she has just seen. She can hardly understand what happened. The Mad Demon laughs wildly. Don't get so flustered, he tells her. Do you understand my words clearly? Lena, still confused, nods in response. I have many questions, the Mad Demon tells her. If you try to run away without a reason, I will kill you instantly. You have a lot of questions for me. Lena asks, still trying to grasp the situation. The Mad Demon looks at her, puzzled. Is your mind empty? He wonders. She continues to ask how he was able to do what he just did, but he taps his forehead and says, if you value your life, you should speak clearly. Lena recalls that he doesn't speak the common language. First, explain where we are, the Mad Demon orders. We are in a promotional building in Street C, Lena answers. The Mad Demon looks confused. Is this really not the Shaolin Temple? Lena glances down. It's definitely not, she answers. Still unsure, the Mad Demon reflects, the energy here sure feels different from the Shaolin Temple. The atmosphere is far too noisy for a place like that. Lena looks up at the Mad Demon, trying to figure out who he is. She wonders about his identity, but he is still struggling to understand his surroundings. Based on the language he speaks and his appearance, he must be human, Lena thinks. I don't see any special devices on him, so what caused that explosion earlier? Are you crazy? The Mad Demon asks angrily, accusing her of constantly touching his body. Lena quickly brushes his hand away. I'm only asking about your identity, she insists. Tell me who you are and what your affiliation is. The Mad Demon is surprised by her question. Why don't you already know who I am? I have no idea who you are, Lena replies. How am I supposed to know? She then jokingly asks if he's some kind of celebrity, but before he can answer, something catches her attention. Turn around, Lena suddenly yells. She spots Mr. Pixie, who is alive and looking extremely angry. How has a creature from a low race done this? He fumes. The Mad Demon looks at the Pixie, clearly amused that the big creature is able to stand up again. Just then, the Pixie rushes in, throwing a punch straight at the Mad Demon. The Mad Demon raises his hand and effortlessly deflects the attack, surprising the Pixie. You're all just brutes who don't know how to use your bodies properly, he mocks. He then hits the Pixie hard in the gut. Aren't you training your internal energy? He asks. Then, with a sudden burst of power, he blasts the Pixie with overwhelming force, sending him flying through the air. The Pixie struggles to stay conscious, clearly overwhelmed by the attack. Lena, still trying to understand what just happened, asks how the Mad Demon managed to block the Pixie's punch with just one hand. The Mad Demon repeats his question, asking her once more, "Do you really not know who I am?" Still confused, Lena wonders if perhaps he is famous on Earth. With his strength, she thinks it would be strange for people not to know about him. "I'm sorry," she says, "I don't know much about Earth because I spend most of my time on other planets." Not understanding, the Mad Demon asks her to explain what she means by Earth and other planets. He demands that she clarify her words. "I don't have much time to spend on Earth because of my work," Lena answers simply. Just then, Mark, who had been unconscious, finally wakes up. "Lena," he calls out, "what's going on?" Annoyed, the Mad Demon asks, "Where do these weaklings keep coming from?" Mark, not impressed by the Mad Demon, asks Lena who he is. Lena, equally confused, replies that she doesn't know either. "Is he supposed to be someone famous?" Mark asks. "It doesn't seem like it," Lena says. "Explain what happened," Mark says to her. Lena, still trying to make sense of things, thanks the Mad Demon for saving her but says, "It's going to be difficult to cooperate with you unless you reveal your identity." The Mad Demon laughs in response, mocking her for daring to threaten him. However, he decides to introduce himself properly. "I am the great demon Majin Wool," he announces, "the one who destroyed 4 great sects." Both Lena and Mark stare at him, confused. They wonder why he's acting so strange, especially after hearing his name. Mark can't help but think that this guy sounds childish with his choice of name. He tells Lena, "I don't think this person is in his right mind." Lena admits that she doesn't really understand the meaning behind his name, but it does sound important. She thinks this might be a good opportunity to learn more. Mark, however, can't believe that Lena is buying into this. Meanwhile, the Pixie, still struggling to recover from the earlier attack, finally crawls his way back. He slams his hand into the ground in frustration, cursing as he wonders how he could have lost to someone from this low race. Seeing the Pixie getting up, Mark goes on high alert. He wonders if these Pixies are here because of what happened earlier. The Pixie grits his teeth in anger and mutters, "If only I wasn't wearing this stupid suppressor, things might be different." Noticing the Pixie's anger, Mark tells Lena that it looks like he might explode any second. Lena, still focused on Majin Wool, asks if he really thinks he can defeat the Pixie in his current state. "What are you talking about?" Mark asks, puzzled. "We need to run away before things get worse." Surprised, Majin Wool says, "So that means the bald one wasn't using his full power just now." "That's right," Lena agrees. "He didn't even use half of his strength." This makes Majin Wool even more intrigued. He starts walking toward the Pixie, eager to find out if he was really going easy on him during their fight. Concerned, Lena tries to stop him. She tells Mark, "We should get more information from that guy." Mark, growing more agitated, yells at Lena, warning her that she must know better than anyone the consequences of letting her guard down. He insists that they should leave, but Lena refuses, wanting to watch the fight. Despite her protests, Mark turns to leave, shaking his head and calling her crazy. He's clearly frustrated and doesn't care about what happens anymore. Lena, standing there nervously biting her lip, admits to herself that Mark might be right. But she also recognizes that there's something unique about Majin Wool. He has already shown her the potential of a tier 1 civilization human from Earth, even in the presence of such an unreasonable monster. Since he's from Earth, she believes that their civilization might still have a chance, despite the big gap in technology and power. Meanwhile, the Pixie begins to grow in size once again. Lena's heart races as she sees the suppressor break, and the Pixie's power starts to surge. The Pixie, now much larger, yells out in fury, announcing that he's done with the restrictions and will kill Majin Wool. He will kill him with his own hands. Lena starts to sweat, recognizing the Pixie for what he truly is, a member of a cosmos species capable of freely manipulating metal. Without the suppressor, he's far more dangerous, and this fight is no longer something to be taken lightly. His power surges, electricity crackles around him, and a blue aura surrounds him. He's clearly ready to unleash everything he has. But Majin Wool, instead of backing down, looks excited, clearly intrigued by what's happening. He thinks to himself that this battle might be more interesting than he initially expected. The Pixie clenches his fists, and metal begins to fly toward Majin Wool at incredible speed. "You need to experience the huge difference between our civilizations," the Pixie says, "and then die." The metal moves like a swarm and falls on Majin Wool, who gets buried under the piles of metal, bloodied. However, an evil smile spreads across his face. He is feeling a rush of excitement and seems unfazed by the attack. Then, suddenly, with a burst of energy, he explodes the debris around him. The stunned Pixie can't believe his eyes as Majin Wool emerges from the explosion, completely healed and unharmed. Majin Wool calls out to the Pixie and declares, "I want your power all for myself." The Pixie, still in shock, tries to process what just happened. He realizes that Majin Wool broke through his attack with nothing but pure force, which means the mad demon is stronger than he thought, even without his suppressor. The Pixie starts to sweat nervously, feeling the pressure, but he refuses to back down. He inhales deeply, preparing for another attack, telling himself that Majin Wool's strength can't be real. There's no way the human is stronger than him. Determined, the Pixie launches another wave of metal at Majin Wool, this time compressing it even further. The air grows tense as the metal hurtles toward him. For a brief moment, everything goes silent. Then the Pixie laughs, thinking that this time it's over. He's convinced that he's finally won. Suddenly, Majin Wool appears on his shoulders. "How could trash like you possibly think you're above me?" he asks, mocking the Pixie. "What have you been babbling about?" The Pixie tries to grab Majin Wool, but in an instant, Majin Wool leaps backward through the air, creating distance between them. Mr. Pixie begins using the metal around him again. He curses Majin Wool, wondering what kind of tricks this petty human is using. Just as the metal flies toward him, a grin spreads across Majin Wool's face. He has figured out how the Pixie is controlling the metal, and in an instant, he raises his own hand. The metal chunks start rising into the air, just as the Pixie had done. "Is this how it's done?" he asks mockingly. A yellow stripe appears down Majin Wool's face, and electricity crackles around his fist, charging with energy. The Pixie, now realizing what's happening, breaks out in a cold sweat. He sees that Majin Wool is using his very own technique against him, something he didn't expect at all. In frustration, the Pixie launches another attack, and an explosion erupts where Majin Wool had been standing. A shock wave shakes the area. Lena, still watching from the sidelines, is completely stunned. She can hardly believe her eyes. The Pixie, still shocked and confused, asks, "How is this trash able to use my own civilization's cosmos force?" Majin Wool steps out from the wreckage, completely untouched, and responds with a smirk. He's pleased that the Pixie finally understands. "So it is called the cosmos force," he says. "I'm going to enjoy using it. And as a form of gratitude, I promise to show you my own technique." The Pixie, now furious, starts to prepare a much bigger attack. "How dare you imitate me?" he questions. But Majin Wool, not even fazed, responds, "This is more than just an imitation. I have robbed you." Without wasting any time, he dashes forward. Before the Pixie can even finish his monologue, Majin Wool lands a devastating blow to his gut, knocking the wind out of him. The force of the punch is so powerful that the Pixie's eyes water, and his back bulges painfully from the impact. Majin Wool laughs, revealing that the technique he just used is called the Fierce Tiger Palm. Lena stands there, still in disbelief. Majin Wool has defeated a being from a Tier 3 civilization using cosmos force. It seems almost impossible. Unbelievable, she mutters to herself. Majin Wool, however, doesn't seem bothered by the enormity of his victory. He walks toward her with a relaxed expression. "This martial art is quite interesting," he comments, "and it's exhilarating to use." He then calls out to Lena, asking her to lead him to where the bald monks are. Lena, now more determined than ever, grabs onto his hand, her eyes filled with hope. She realizes that Majin Wool must have come here for a reason, to prove his strength. "It makes sense now," she tells him. "You must have sneaked onto this planet with the goal of testing yourself against stronger opponents." Confused by her sudden enthusiasm, Majin Wool asks what she means. But Lena, now brimming with hope, explains that she will take him to a place where much stronger people are, and she believes he should become Earth's representative in the GISP tournament. Her words are filled with excitement as she envisions the possibilities of his strength in the competition. She believes that if he becomes Earth's representative, Earth might actually stand a chance. Meanwhile, Mark, standing off to the side, looks at the wreckage from the battle, still trying to process everything he's seen. He can't believe what just happened. Alongside him is a large, transformer-like man named Verdis, a judge from planet Gaze. He comments that the situation seems to have changed a lot from what he had heard. Looking at the chaos, Verdis asks if the Pixie resident had gotten out of control. Mark suddenly realizes he may have made a big mistake by bringing Verdis here. Verdis, examining the situation, concludes that a third party must have intervened. He speculates that if even a Tier 3 civilization like the Pixies had been defeated, the attacker must come from a higher civilization. Mark, still confused, says that logically, it's hard to believe a human could have done all this. He thinks that this might work in his favor, giving him enough time to contact Lena. Verdis notices Mark's unease and asks what he's so worried about. Mark tries to downplay it, but Verdis is quick to read his face. Mark laughs nervously, admitting that he's just concerned about the other human he was with. They won't be safe, Verdis tells him, adding that based on the scene, the suspect appears to be a heinous criminal. Verdis gestures to the crime scene. "Don't worry too much. The best investigators on planet Gisp are already on the case." Mark watches as drones begin reconstructing the scene using a technology known as the memory spectre, which recreates past events. Suddenly, rubble begins to fall from above. Mark mutters to himself, realizing that staying here was a mistake. Verdis, sensing his concern, tells him not to be discouraged. With a determined look, Verdis clenches his fist, and it starts to glow with a yellow aura. He releases a powerful beam of light that shatters the falling rubble and the ceiling above them, shooting straight into the sky. Mark watches in awe. As the judge of justice, Verdis declares, "I will surely take revenge for my kin." Mark stands there, completely terrified, realizing that things have taken a very bad turn. He starts to understand Lena's fear of aliens more than ever. A flashback takes us 30 minutes earlier. Majin Wool, having just come to his senses, starts observing the strange place. He tells Lena his story. She ponders it, feeling like everything he has narrated is straight out of a novel. She thinks to herself that this explains how he was able to speak language he couldn't before. It must have been the influence of absorbing the Pixies' power. She's never heard of a cosmos power that can absorb the power of others, but if that's not the case, nothing else makes sense. Just then, Majin Wool begins to walk away. Lena, confused, asks where he's going. He responds that after thinking about it, he doesn't need her help anymore. She yells at him to wait, reminding him of her promise, but he just keeps walking, saying he can find it on his own. Lena starts running after him, shouting for him to wait. "This isn't the world you remember," she tells him. "I know this isn't the same world," he responds, still walking, "but I'm curious about how things work now, like how the doors open automatically." When he steps outside, he's shocked. Instead of familiar sights, he sees aliens walking the streets. What are they? He wonders, completely stunned. Lena, breathing heavily, puts her hand on his shoulder. "I warned you about this," she says. She then introduces him to the 26th century, explaining that this is now an era of space exploration. Confused, Majin Wool asks what she means. Lena explains that it means humanity has begun to interact with civilizations beyond Earth. "What's so special about interacting with these strange creatures?" he asks. "Why would it even be considered a new era?" Lena challenges him. "Where would you place humans if you were to rank all these creatures and civilizations? Where would humans truly stand?" Sometime later, Majin Wool is now wearing a shirt. He responds that he has no idea how many of these creatures there are, so how could he possibly know something like that? Lena tells him that there are about 20,000 civilizations in the universe, and humanity is at the very bottom of the food chain. Majin Wool asks if that includes the bald guy from earlier. He then adds jokingly that maybe humans are just really stupid. Lena admits that, sadly, he's right. She explains that in the universe, there's a 5-tier scale that categorizes civilizations. As she already told him, humans are at the lowest tier, classified as a Tier 1 civilization. However, even among Tier 1s, humans are at the very bottom. Majin Wool laughs, mocking Lena for caring so much about the useless rankings. He tells her that if he were in her place, he would focus on gaining strength. "I'm formally proposing this once again," Lena calls out to him. "What do you mean?" he asks. She explains that deep down, he just wants to meet and fight strong beings. He admits that's true. Lena then tells him that on this planet, a tournament is held every 100 years. In this tournament, powerful beings participate, beings far stronger than anything he could imagine. If he represents Earth, she says, he'll be able to meet the strong beings he desires. Majin Wool slaps her hand off him, annoyed. "Are you telling me to fight for you?" Lena confirms it's true but insists it's the only way he can meet those strong beings. "Shut up," he says, frustrated. "Do you really think you can use me just because we exchanged a few words? Do you think I'm foolish just because I come from a different time?" Holding back her anger, Lena apologizes if it sounded that way. She says she'll change her words and present it as a request. She adds that if they do well in the tournament, humanity could advance to the next tier. "Why are these empty rankings so important to you?" Majin Wool asks. Annoyed, she insists they are not empty. Majin Wool, unconvinced, asks if moving up will really change anything. "What will you do if it does?" Lena asks, calm despite his cynicism. She explains that civilizations are categorized into tiers based on their control over cosmos force, a life energy that quantifies existence. Majin Wool seems to understand now. He realizes that while Lena wants to use this mysterious power, it seems like it can only be harnessed after advancing to the next tier. He notes that they don't have anyone who can fight, so she wants him to win. Lena agrees, adding that this is a good summary. She then explains something more profound. When a civilization advances, it doesn't just gain superpowers, it gains enlightenment. Knowledge that cannot be acquired even after a lifetime of effort. The real knowledge is constantly being transmitted by the giant brain at the end of the universe. The beings who control this knowledge are known as the Sapiens, the only Tier 5 civilization, and they host the tournament. "This is boring," Majin Wool scoffs. "Just like I said, all you really want is to use me." Lena insists that he needs to listen because what he does will affect all of humanity. He dismisses her, telling her that instead of explaining, she should find someone else who believes in her cause. He waves her off, stating that no one would be foolish enough to risk their life for others. Suddenly, a bright hand appears in front of Majin Wool. When he turns to look, it's Verdis. Without hesitation, Verdis unleashes a beam of light that completely disintegrates Majin Wool's upper half. As his remains fall, Verdis calmly declares, "Judgment execution is now complete." He is surprised, however, to find that the person he judged came from such a low-tier civilization. "Because of your involvement in the Pixie resident murder case," Verdis says, turning to Lena, "I will now judge you." He extends his hand, preparing to do the same to her. However, just as it seems Lena is about to meet the same fate, Majin Wool, in a surprisingly undead-like state, calls out. His body is in tatters, resembling a zombie, but he is still alive. "Why did you leave me in such a bad condition?" he asks Verdis. Angrily, Majin Wool tells him not to move and warns, "I will make you look just like I do now." Earlier, in Street 3 of Sector C on Planet Keys, 3 members of the Piglo species are walking around, including the young girl from before, Mala. She tells the others, Grog and Kulch, about the Earthling sister who helped her. Grog remarks that Earthlings seem braver than the rumors suggest. Just then, they notice someone ahead, their representative fighter, Pannon. He greets them, and Mala, excited, runs and jumps into his arms. Grog asks if Pannon is okay, concerned after his fight. Pannon assures them he's in good shape. It is then revealed that their civilization's ranking has improved significantly after his victory over Agni. Their conversation is interrupted when loud gunshots echo from a distance. The aliens around them start to panic, shouting that Judge Verdis has appeared. They announce that everyone must evacuate because Verdis is chasing an Earthling who killed a Pixie resident. Grog and Kulch exchange glances, sensing the situation is strangely familiar. Meanwhile, the building collapses completely. Lena lies on the ground, staring at the debris. Majin Wool stands on top of it, explaining that this is the result of carelessly destroying someone's body. He is using the Pixie's power to keep Verdis down, but suddenly the ground beneath his feet begins to glow brightly. Majin Wool realizes Verdis is about to break free, and quickly leaps away. "You really absorbed the Pixie's cosmos force," Verdis says in disbelief. "This Earthling is far more dangerous than I thought. Do you regret touching me now?" Majin Wool teases. He raises his foot and stomps it down hard, using a technique called the earth-splitting explosion. The ground shakes, and massive explosions follow, causing panic among the civilians. Lena, still confused, watches the scene. Suddenly she feels a hand cover her mouth. She is surprised to see Pannon behind her. "Calm down," he says. "I'm here to save you." Grog runs up to them. Pannon scolds him, saying he had ordered him to take Mala and run. Lena, still lost in thought, recognizes Pannon as the fighter the little girl was cheering for. He picks her up, but Lena, frustrated, yells that no one is listening to her today. Grog reassures Pannon that Mala is with Kulch, so there's nothing to worry about. He tells Pannon to hurry. "What do you want with me?" Lena asks Pannon. "I'm here to repay the favor," he explains. "Our civilization always returns kindness." Grog tells Pannon they need to leave, but Lena asks him to wait. Pannon explains that saving her friend is impossible because the judges are monsters who have already reached the finals of the tournament. Meanwhile, Majin Wool is using a clone technique to attack Verdis. Verdis comments that the Pixie's cosmos force isn't the only trick he has. He raises his hand and creates a massive yellow orb, which fragments and sends beams of light in all directions, completely destroying the clones. "Overkill," Grog comments. "So, it was just a little trick," Verdis says. But unknown to him, Majin Wool was already right behind him. "I knew you would say that," Majin Wool says. With a finger pointed at Verdis's forehead, he prepares another move, but Verdis teleports and claims Majin Wool is just an insignificant being before blasting him away with a powerful force. Back with Lena, she's still yelling at Pannon to let go of her, calling him an alien bastard. She tells him that if he's going to save someone, it should be the person fighting Verdis, not her. Grog asks if she wasn't listening, reminding her that they have no way of fighting a monster like Verdis. Pannon, however, stands firm. "Enough," he says. "She is the one who saved Mala." Grog tries to convince him to stop, saying their beliefs are outdated. "Be quiet," Pannon tells him. "Our civilization's ideals have been protected for a lifetime." Just then, something flies in from behind them, landing directly in front. It's something on fire. Pannon looks down, confused, and realizes it's Majin Wool, badly burned, as if he's been left in an air fryer for too long. "This is the one I wanted help for," Lena says. Grog quickly realizes that if Majin Wool had been fighting Verdis, this can't be a good sign, as Verdis must be coming this way. Before they can react, Verdis suddenly teleports behind them. "I knew this would happen," Grog says, frustrated. "We need to leave quickly, even if it means abandoning the Earthlings." Lena nervously looks down at Majin Wool, wondering if he's still alive. He then starts to spit up blood, which makes her smile in relief. "Take a proper look at him," She tells Panin, trying to convince him that he's alive. Majin Wool continues to regenerate, even after being engulfed in Verdis's flames. Both Panin and Grog can't believe what they're seeing. Panin wonders if the Earthling's cosmos force could be regeneration, but he doubts that such a powerful ability could belong to such a lowly creature. Grog, seeing Verdis's cold demeanor, tries to convince him that they are not in the wrong, but Verdis cuts him off. This is enough, he says. He tells them that if they let go of the criminals, he will let them leave unharmed. Didn't you hear him? Grog asks Panin. This is our chance. Panin then turns to Lena, asking if she truly believes that Majin Wool can survive. Lena confidently replies that she has seen him recover from worse injuries. Considering this, Panin tells her that if Majin Wool can recover, they should take him to the GISP registration office immediately. If he becomes a representative fighter for Earth, even Verdis won't be able to touch him recklessly. Grog tries to convince Panin against this plan, but Panin is resolute. He removes his robe, and prepares to face Verdis, saying that he will hold him off while they head to the office. Grog, reluctant but understanding, grabs Majin Wool and starts running with Lena, telling Panin, make sure you don't die here. Panin reassures them, saying that with his victory, he will have a weapon to surprise Verdis. Verdis sees them running and, sensing their attempt to escape, points his finger at them, preparing a powerful attack. His face shows he is in full justice mode, determined not to let them get away. As the energy in his finger begins to charge, Panin recognizes the danger. He says he's heard about it before. Verdis became a judge because he represents the Helonian people, and their light-based power has a weakness, darkness. Just then, darkness starts to surround Panin. He smiles and reveals that today, the cosmos force of his civilization is the power of darkness. It turns out that the Piglo people's cosmos force changes every day. Panin believes this power must be the will of their ancestors, meant to help Mala's benefactor. Meanwhile, Lena, Grog, and Majin Wool arrive at the registration office. There, they meet Karenas, the staff member. She tells them, despite their insistence, that she can't process the registration. She points out that Majin Wool's condition doesn't seem good, since he's still on fire. Lena tries to reassure her, saying he's fine and that his power is ultra regeneration, so he'll recover. Outside, the noise draws the attention of other aliens. They overhear the conversation and realize that some Earthlings are trying to register for the tournament. One alien laughs and mocks the Earthlings, saying that their civilization is too weak to compete. Soon, everyone begins to laugh, predicting that if they face the Earthlings, it'll be an easy win. They argue that the Earthlings should be allowed to participate, and they all push Karenas to register them. Grog is confused, wondering why the others are helping, but the crowd chants for the registration. Karenas finally agrees and says she'll do it. Lena is relieved. However, Karenas then points to where Majin Wool was and asks where he went. Both Lena and Grog are shocked to see that he has just run off. Meanwhile, in Street C, Verdis holds Panin by the head. Confused by Panin's decision to risk his life for the Earthlings, he doesn't understand why someone from a low-tier civilization would behave this way. Just then, Majin Wool, now back in the game, calls out, warning Verdis that he won't be able to win. He appears above Verdis, preparing to strike. His aura begins to release powerful shock waves, and he declares, "You will die this time." Verdis stretches out his hand and responds, "It's no surprise low-tier civilizations make such foolish decisions. They are mentally unstable." Just then, a shadow emerges from the ground, wrapping around Verdis's arm and sealing his abilities. "Attack with all your strength while he can't use his powers," Panin yells out. Verdis is caught off guard. Whether mind martial arts are significant or not, you can judge that after taking this blow, Majin Wool claims, landing a powerful punch on Verdis's head and knocking off his helmet. The punch hits hard, showing that Majin Wool is not as weak as Verdis might have assumed. Meanwhile, at the Planetary Promotional Center, Mark is sitting anxiously, nervously biting his thumb. He blames Lena for everything. He keeps thinking that if she hadn't interfered, none of this trouble would have occurred. Suddenly, a loud explosion shakes the area. Across the street, he sees a massive explosion, and the civilians nearby start to panic. Mark, sensing the danger, immediately pulls out his name card, muttering to himself that he's getting a bad feeling about the situation. Back at the fight, Verdis is sitting on the ground, his helmet lying nearby as he covers his face. Panin is off to the side, seemingly unconscious. Verdis glares as Majin Wool stands nearby, laughing. "This is no joke," Majin Wool says, marveling at how Verdis managed to withstand such a powerful blow. He begins laughing, saying that this is the perfect opportunity to take Verdis's power since it seems incredibly useful. Verdis suddenly yells in rage, declaring that he will never forgive Majin Wool. He accuses him of scratching the mask bestowed upon him by the Divine and swears vengeance. His anger grows, and he prepares to attack. For the first time, his face is revealed as he continues shouting, vowing to tear Majin Wool apart. Verdis teleports directly above him, attempting to strike. Majin Wool, however, laughs confidently, saying he had predicted Verdis's plan from the start. He leaps forward, narrowly avoiding the attack. But Verdis doesn't falter and immediately follows up, appearing right behind him in an instant. Majin-Wool mutters to himself, acknowledging that Verdis's flickering movement technique is proving to be quite troublesome. Verdis grabs Majin-Wool by the head, treating it like a basketball, and slams him down with incredible force. The impact sends Majin-Wool flying, breaking the sound barrier before he crashes into a nearby building. Verdis doesn't stop there and begins charging another attack in his hand. This time, he releases multiple streams of energy, each one hitting with heavy, destructive force, bombarding Majin-Wool relentlessly. Mark arrives on the scene and immediately recognizes the chaotic battle. Lena expresses her relief that Majin-Wool is safe. Grog is shocked by how quickly he seems to have recovered. However, Mark tells her he doesn't think this is the time to be relieved. While Majin-Wool was there, the situation was far from safe. Verdis, walking slowly towards Majin-Wool, marvels at his ability to recover even after sustaining such devastating damage. Majin-Wool is barely recognizable, almost reduced to ash. Verdis admits his surprise, questioning how someone from a lower-tier civilization could possess such overwhelming power. It ends now, he declares, and begins to prepare a final, decisive attack, pulling his fist back with immense energy. Just as Verdis is about to strike, Karanos' voice interrupts. "Wait," she yells. Verdis halts his attack and responds through telepathy, asking what she wants. Karanos announces that the Earthling has been registered to represent Earth in the tournament. Verdis, visibly confused, questions her claim, stating that he has been present the entire time and finds the announcement nonsensical. Karanos smirks, pointing out that the Earthling has already been registered. She explains to Verdis what happened 30 minutes earlier. She recalls how all the aliens in the area caused an uproar, insisting that she register the Earthling. Annoyed by their persistence, Karanos told Lena and Grog that their stubbornness wouldn't make her give in. Frustrated, Grog called her a racist, and Lena began angrily arguing with her. Exasperated, Karanos told them to calm down, stating she couldn't do anything until their representative was present. Then, a man standing behind Lena interrupted, politely asking if there was a system for provisional registration. Karanos confirmed that it wasn't a widely known policy, especially for lower-tier civilizations, but acknowledged that it might be possible in their case. She slammed down a stack of paperwork, telling Lena that if she filled out the documents by hand, she would register the fighter. Grog looked at the papers and grew angry, pointing out that the forms were in an upper-tier civilization's language. He questioned how they were supposed to understand the illegible scribbles. Karanos smirked and sarcastically said it was unfortunate they couldn't read it, explaining that the system was created for the convenience of higher civilizations. However, at that moment, Lena surprised everyone by picking up the pen and starting to write. The other aliens watched in disbelief. Grog, equally shocked, asked how Lena could even read the language. Strangely, Lena filled in the form and presented it to Karanos. Stunned, Karanos snatched the paper, accusing Lena of bluffing. However, much to her shock, the writing was correct and precise. Karanos was left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how an Earthling could achieve this. After listening, Verdis remarks that this must mean someone from a high-tier civilization had been secretly helping the Earthlings. Karanos considers this possibility but remains amazed, explaining that understanding the language fully would require memorizing every possible sentence structure, something far beyond normal capacity. Yet, Lena had defied these expectations. She points out that even if someone is assisting her, it isn't illegal, so the registration cannot be cancelled. Verdis acknowledges this, but remains skeptical. Looking down at Majin-Wool, it seems as though the entire universe is conspiring to save this Earthling. He then resumes his mask and stretches out his hand, deciding to let this situation slide for now. However, he warns that he will need to restrain any further tricks. His hand glows, and he teleports Majin-Wool and Panon away with him. Mark reports back to Lena, saying that the judge took Majin-Wool and some scoundrel with him. Grog gets irritated, angrily reacting to Mark calling his friend a scoundrel. Karanos interrupts and explains that both were simply moved to the recovery room for competitors. Grog, still annoyed, asks why Karanos is suddenly using an informal tone but thanks her anyway. Karanos, clearly fed up, snaps at them to leave immediately. A week later, in the recovery room, Majin-Wool is in a pod with wires and masks. Mark, watching his condition, asks Lena if she truly believes he'll be able to compete in this state. Lena reassures him, confident that Majin-Wool will recover fully in no time. Just then, a man enters the room. "It has been a while since I've heard you make such a bold claim," he comments. This is Claris Ev, the team commander for Earth. He says that it seems he placed too much trust in Lena and has decided to proceed with the original competitor for the match in 2 days. Lena pleads with him for more time, but before Claris can respond, another figure bursts into the room. "Listen to Claris and place your trust in Earth's strongest man," he yells. He leaps forward, jumping straight over Claris, and lands with a dramatic superhero pose. This is Marcel Blade, known as Earth's strongest warrior. Lena, unimpressed, ignores Marcel entirely and begins banging on the glass of the recovery chamber, yelling for Majin Wool to wake up. Claris, trying to calm her down, places a hand on her shoulder. He tells her not to worry, because Marcel is Earth's current strongest fighter, personally chosen by him. He explains that the suit Marcel is wearing represents the pinnacle of all the knowledge humanity has accumulated. A new civilization is introduced, the Basarians, who rank 10,320. Their own planet is a harsh, unforgiving environment, which forced them to evolve their bodies to extreme physical limits just to survive. Lena explains that their next opponent is a Basarian named Crocs Jabber, notorious even among his own people for his extraordinary physical abilities. Lena begins detailing their strategy, but she is interrupted by a random man. The man confidently dismisses her concerns, mocking her and telling her to get out of the way. This is Marshall Steele, the combat team manager. He taunts Lena further, mentioning that the branch she represents was wrecked during a clash with aliens. Before Lena can respond, a drone enters, announcing that the contestant must proceed to the waiting area. Marshall stands up, and Lena tries to stop him, saying she has prepared a strategy. However, he dismisses her concerns. We don't need strategies, he tells her. Just enjoy the show. Lena grows frustrated, questioning his overconfidence. She reminds him that humans are at the bottom of the universal hierarchy, making tactics their only way to win. Before she can continue, Claris suddenly pulls out a gun and fires a shot past her, startling her. He coldly comments that her speech wasn't exactly inspiring. However, Marcel Blade steps in, blocking the bullet meant for Lena. Claris explains that for the past century, humanity has poured everything into winning this tournament. Without hesitation, Marcel suits up in his advanced combat armor and strikes a confident pose. Giving Lena a thumbs up, he tells her to have faith in him. He then rushes off to the arena, leaving Lena feeling far less optimistic. The announcer officially declares the start of the 8th bracket preliminaries. In the audience, Mark is snacking on some purple potato food. Lena arrives and grabs one, asking why he's eating alone. Mark explains he got them from some people who claim to know her. She looks over and spots Grog and Pannon sitting beside them. Feeling unsettled, Lena remarks that it's creepy they're following her. Grog denies it, insisting it's just a coincidence. The judge interrupts, announcing for the contestants to enter the arena. The crowd cheers as Marcel Blade steps out confidently. The judge gives him a shout out, reminding the audience that Earth ranks 12,700, firmly at the bottom. Grog, however, looks puzzled and asks who Marcel is. Pannon explains that the person Lena is thinking of is still in the recovery capsule. He raises his hand to reveal a bracelet on his wrist, a force suppressor. He explains that the representative in recovery should have won, too. Lena recalls noticing something strange on Majin Wool's neck. Mark asks what a force suppressor does. Lena explains that it suppresses cosmos force, as some abilities can drain life force. Pannon adds that contestant suppressors cannot be removed outside of the arena. Mark, still confused, asks what cosmos force has to do with a martial artist like Majin Wool. Lena hypothesizes that his rapid regeneration could be linked to it, but feels it's far too unique to be simply labeled as such. She begins to wonder what exactly has been sealed on him. The judge calls for the next contestant. On one side, a Basarian lies on the ground while another appears to be choked. A Pixie enters the gate. The crowd, excited for Crocs Jabber, chants his name loudly. However, when the door fully opens, it isn't Crocs who emerges. It's a Pixie. The crowd falls silent, confused. The judge, equally baffled, demands to know who would dare barge into someone else's match. The Pixie steps forward and introduces himself as Twinkies, the representative of the Pixie civilization, ranked 1300. The judge, irritated, declares that he doesn't care who Twinkies is and orders him to bring out the correct contestant. Twinkies calmly responds, "If you are referring to Crocs Jabber." He says the Basarian will not be participating in this match. Instead, Twinkies declares that he will take Crocs' place. The crowd erupts in outrage, shouting that this is nonsense and demanding that Twinkies leave the sacred arena. The Basarians present angrily question what Twinkies did to Crocs, calling him insane for disrupting the match. The judge silences the entire arena with a deafening yell, which causes everyone's ears to itch. Slamming his fist onto the desk, the judge warns Twinkies to choose his next words carefully. Twinkies, undeterred, says he wants to get straight to the point. He accuses the Earthling contestant of being a murderer who killed an innocent member of his civilization. The crowd is shocked and confused, murmuring that it would be impossible for an Earthling to kill a Pixie. Meanwhile, Marcel, still recovering from the judge's earlier yell, tries to gather his thoughts. Twinkies explains that every Pixie wears a suppressor, and this Earthling took advantage of their vulnerability to murder one of his kin. His voice rises with emotion as he begs the judge for a chance to avenge the innocent life lost. The crowd starts to wonder if Twinkies' accusations might be true. They recall the destruction of the promotional center the other day, and begin connecting the dots, further fueling their suspicions. The tension in the arena continues to rise as everyone awaits the judge's decision. Mark turns to Lena, saying that this entire situation is just a misunderstanding. Lena, trying to calm him, says there's no need to worry because no one would ever consider such a ridiculous proposal. However, almost immediately, the judge shocks everyone by granting Twinkie's permission to take Croc his spot in the match. The judge appears intrigued, commenting that a warrior willing to risk his life to replace another contestant and avenge his kin is far more entertaining than watching matches between weaklings. Lena protests, calling the decision absurd and urging the judge to reconsider. But Mark quickly tells her to stay quiet. Before Lena can respond, one of the Basarians in the crowd speaks up, questioning what will happen to them after such a decision. However, his words are cut short as his head suddenly explodes. Mark, horrified, yells at Lena to put her hand down, both of them unable to process what just happened. The judge dismisses the uproar, announcing that the match has been delayed long enough and must proceed. He formally introduces Twinkies as the substitute contestant. Meanwhile, Marcel finally regains full awareness, confused about what is happening. The judge then asks the crowd if they believe this Pixie will succeed in avenging his kin. The crowd uproars, and the judge announces the beginning of Group 8's third match of the preliminary round. The audience, whipped into a frenzy, begins chanting for Twinkies, cheering him on to kill the Earthling. This leaves Marcel even more baffled. Panicked, Lena rushes toward Commander Clarisiv, shouting at him for sitting around so leisurely. She insists that he needs to protest to the tournament committee immediately. Claris looks at her, strangely unfazed by her urgency. Why would a protest be necessary? He calmly asks. Lena, frustrated, points out that the contestant has been switched, a clear violation of the rules. However, Claris, still relaxed and smoking a cigar, dismisses her concerns. He reminds her that it doesn't matter because the person who ordered the match to continue is one of the 6 gods of the universe, Aenean Leviathan. He explains that no one can possibly challenge the decision of a god. Lena, seething with frustration, slams her hands on the table. She walks away, muttering that this means the rules never mattered in the first place, and that she will treat the situation with the same disregard moving forward. Meanwhile, in the arena, the crowd chants for the execution of the murderer. Marcel, standing in the center, looks around, confused, as objects are thrown at him. He wonders why the crowd's mood has shifted so drastically. He assumes something must have happened when his suit experienced issues earlier, but he decides it doesn't matter. His task is unchanged, he must fight for the sake of humanity. With determination, Marcel limbers up and immediately dashes forward, launching a punch with all his strength. His opponent, Twinkies, sidesteps the attack with ease. Nice reflexes, Marcel compliments, but I'm only getting started. Activating the thrusters on his back, Marcel propels himself forward at an even faster speed. His punches now come in rapid succession, each one carrying immense power as he hits Twinkies relentlessly. Mark, watching from the audience, remarks on how serious Marcel seems. Prague, impressed, comments that the Earthling is performing better than expected. However, Pannon seems less optimistic, silently observing the fight. Marcel suddenly raises his hand, and reddish electricity begins to surge around his arm. Time for my next move, he declares, charging forward using a skill called Buster. The attack leaves a fiery red trail as Marcel strikes Twinkies directly in the face, sending him crashing into the arena floor with devastating force. The impact creates a massive shock wave, shattering part of the floor. Leviathan, the judge, shoutcasts the match, wondering aloud if this might be the end for Twinkies. The crowd holds its breath. Proud of Marcel's performance, Claris breaks his cigar, lost in thought. He reflects on how Marcel has once again achieved the impossible, just as he did the day they first met. A flashback begins, showing General Claris and a young Marcel hiding as a soldier nearby is shot. Enemy men laugh as they search for him. The general tells Marcel to escape and inform headquarters of their location. However, instead of retreating, Marcel steps out, firing his weapon. Ignoring orders, Marcel charges into the fight as gunfire intensifies. Moments later, he returns, dragging one of the enemy soldiers. We can return to headquarters together now, he declares. The flashback ends as Claris, back in the present, continues to watch the fight. In the arena, Leviathan calls out to the crowd, asking if they can see the silhouette in the smoke. Everyone looks on in disbelief as the figure emerges. It's Twinkies, still standing and completely unfazed. Marcel acknowledges Twinkies' incredible endurance and prepares for another attack. However, before he can strike, a sudden blast rips through the air. Marcel's arm is severed and flies off, leaving him staring in disbelief at his missing limb. Leviathan, equally stunned, asks the crowd if they saw what just happened. Claris, watching from the stands, goes pale. Pain finally shoots through Marcel. He clutches at his shoulder, screaming in agony. Twinkies calmly approaches, asking if he has never fought his kind before. Before Marcel can get an answer, his suit suddenly warps and sends him flying backward. Twinkies wonders aloud if this is the same person who supposedly killed Mr. Piggy. He then calls out to a small pixie, asking for confirmation. The small pixie approaches, examines Marcel's face, and signals that this isn't the same person. I already knew the truth, Twinkie smirks. There's no way someone like Mr. Piggy would fall to an idiot like you. He stretches his hand out toward Marcel, demanding to know where the one he's looking for is. Leviathan, still narrating, announces that Twinkies has now torn off Marcel's leg. Marcel writhes on the ground in unbearable pain. The audience begins to murmur, realizing this is no longer a fair match, but an execution. Marshal Steele, from the audience, yells for Twinkies to stop, then pleads with Marcel to surrender. Marcel refuses. He declares that this mission involves the lives of billions of humans. Despite his injuries, he begins charging his fist with energy, and lunges forward. Twinkies, unimpressed, calmly points his finger downward. With a tremendous force, Marcel is slammed into the ground. Leviathan grimly concludes that this seems to be the end of Earth's journey. Just as the mood reaches its lowest point, Lena bursts back into view, out of breath but full of anger. Who gave you the right to end someone else's journey? She demands. Without hesitation, she hurls Majin Wool forward with incredible strength, surprising everyone. The journey of Earthlings is just beginning, Lena yells with determination. The aliens in the audience jeer, asking why she's throwing trash into the arena. Twinkies looks down at Majin Wool, confused. Lena, ignoring the insults, calls out to Marcel, praising him for holding on. Your mission is complete, she says. Leave the rest to Majin Wool. At that moment, the little pixie yells out to Twinkies, identifying Majin Wool as the one who killed Mr. Piggy. To everyone's shock, Majin Wool suddenly begins to stand up. Twinkies stares in disbelief, pointing out that there was no sign of life from him just moments ago. Majin Wool, now standing tall, mutters that the next time he sees Verdis, he'll rip his head off. As he moves, the suppression device on his neck falls off. Where the hell am I again? He wonders. A flashback begins. Marcel is crawling on the floor, barely holding on. Mark is distracted, scrolling on his phone, when he receives a call from Lena. She demands that he come to her immediately. He rushes through the hallway and spots Lena sprinting while being chased by a group of robots, carrying Majin Wool. Instead of intervening, Mark panics and starts running alongside her. Frustrated, Lena backhands him to the floor and continues on. The little pixie, bored in the arena, hears the commotion and instantly recognizes Lena as she appears with Majin Wool. Before he can process it, Lena throws Majin Wool into the arena. The robots quickly pin her down. Leviathan, irritated, asks what is going on. Lena, refusing to back down, shouts that Majin Wool is no trash. She insists he is a true warrior who single-handedly defeated 2 Pixies and fought on equal footing against Verdis. Her bold proclamation stirs mixed reactions. Hanan chuckles, pointing out that she's conveniently leaving out some important details. Lena presses on, arguing that if the substitution for the opposing player was allowed for revenge, then she has brought the real target. She demands that Majin Wool be approved as a substitute. Leviathan pauses, considering her argument. He admits her determination is impressive but says it's too late as the match is technically over. Just then, Marcel, bloodied and battered, yells out that the match isn't over. Surprised, Leviathan thinks for a moment, and then approves the substitution. The audience erupts in shock. Clarice, watching from the stands, remarks with pride that Marcel has done well. Lena laughs triumphantly, but her victory is cut short as a robot picks her up and carries her away. Meanwhile, Twinkies questions if this lifeless figure could really be the one who defeated his kin. Just then, life returns to Majin Wool's eyes, and he suddenly stands up. Leviathan, watching with interest, remarks on the unexpected development. Majin Wool complains about the noise, wondering where he is. Twinkie steps forward, announcing his intent to avenge his kin. Majin Wool dismisses him as just another weakling and turns to leave, but Twinkies grabs his arm. Majin Wool, irritated, reiterates that he has no time for weaklings. Before he can react, he feels himself being lifted into the air. He rears his hand back and warns Twinkies that he won't show mercy again. He swipes his hand forward, and a spray of blood flies through the air. Majin Wool looks down and notices his own hand is broken. He realizes something is wrong with his body. You not only killed my kin, but you also mock my civilization. Twinkies roars, slamming Majin Wool into the arena floor. Blood spurts from Majin Wool's mouth, but he immediately leaps away. He wonders what Verdis might have done to him, realizing he can't use his martial arts properly. He accepts that he has no other choice but to fight. Twinkies begins to grow larger, his body swelling with power. He charges forward, delivering a massive punch aimed directly at Majin Wool. Unable to dodge, Majin Wool takes the blow head on. The impact is catastrophic, obliterating his midsection and splitting him in two. The crowd gasps. Twinkies laughs triumphantly, mocking him. Before he can revel further, Majin Wool suddenly moves. With surprising precision, he shoves his fingers directly into Twinkie's eyes, causing him to scream in agony. He follows up by jamming his thumb into Twinkie's mouth, unhinging his jaw, then slams it shut, cutting off his own thumb in the process. "Go ahead and eat that," he taunts. Filled with contempt, Twinkies claps his hands together with incredible force, creating a devastating shock wave that disintegrates Majin Wool's upper body into a mist. Only his severed legs remain. Leviathan declares Twinkies' strength overwhelming. However, Twinkies' eyes are watery as he realizes what he had been forced to eat. He angrily vows to destroy Majin Wool again the moment he regenerates. Suddenly, Majin Wool's voice echoes, asking if he really thinks he can follow through. Twinkies freezes as he feels something strange. Majin Wool's hands emerge from inside his mouth, forcefully pushing outward. Twinkies' jaws snap apart with a sickening crack. Clutching his jaw in agony, Twinkies realizes too late what's happening. Majin Wool, fully regenerating, comes out of his mouth and lands on the ground, his body reforming as if nothing had happened. Moments before, Leviathan had announced that Majin Wool's upper body was crushed. Now, he excitedly commentates that Majin Wool is using the energy from his regeneration to launch an attack. He is truly a living bum. Twinkies has quickly dislocated his own jaw to avoid a fatal injury. Grog seems astonished. Who would have thought regeneration could be used for offense? He comments. Hanan agrees, saying if he can land one or two more attacks like that, the Earthlings' side might win. Just then, a mysterious alien woman approaches Panan and Grog. She looks at Panan. She comments that Panan's fighting skills are far better than his ability to judge a match. With a hint of regret, she adds that the Earthlings had their only chance to win, but now it's gone. She warns that Twinkies will not give them such an opening again, making the possibility of Majin Wool winning an impossible feat. Grog, unsettled by her presence, questions why she is casually sitting with them. The woman, unfazed, tells him there's no need to be so cold, and introduces herself as a Kryman, a space journalist. She explains that she became interested in their group after Panan defeated Agni, and even blocked an attack from the so-called invincible Verdis. Surprised, Panan asks how she knows about such a secretive event, as very few people were aware of his involvement. A Kryman chuckles, reminding him that she is a journalist and has her ways of uncovering hidden truths. Not entirely convinced, Panan changes the subject and asks why she believes Majin Wool has no chance of winning. A Kryman explains her reasoning. While Majin Wool did face Verdis, she points out that Verdis was using only a tiny fraction, 1/10,000th of his true strength. She acknowledges that surviving even that is an incredible feat, but she downplays Majin Wool's abilities, calling him a regenerator who barely survived. In her view, a creature desperately clinging to life cannot be compared to a proud warrior from a higher civilization. Hanan, not backing down, counters that surviving against a judge, even in those circumstances, proves Majin Wool has the abilities of at least a Tier 3 civilization. However, a Kryman remains skeptical, emphasizing the stark difference in experience and strength. Meanwhile, in the arena, Majin Wool continues his relentless attack on Twinkies, who defends himself while mocking Majin Wool for underestimating the power of upper civilizations. Filled with pride, Twinkies raises his hand and summons a massive metallic ball. With a burst of energy, he hurls the giant sphere toward Majin Wool, proclaiming the strength and centuries of experience of his rank 1300 civilization. The massive metallic ball crashes down onto Majin Wool, burying him beneath a mountain of metal debris. Stunned by the sheer force of the attack, Grog cannot believe what he just witnessed, and wonders aloud where such a gigantic object came from. A Kryman, remaining calm, explains that the ball had been there the entire time. Confused, Grog presses her, asking if she means the tiny metallic bead Twinkies had in his hand somehow turned into this enormous structure. A Kryman confirms this and explains further. She reveals that most aliens underestimate metal manipulation, thinking of it as simple telekinesis. However, Twinkies can manipulate metal at the molecular level. He compresses it into an ultra-dense metallic bead for portability, allowing him to summon massive weapons at will. She continues, noting that with the current amount of metal Twinkies possesses, it is as if Majin Wool is fighting the largest battleship in the entire universe. Meanwhile, from within the crushed debris, Majin Wool forces his way out. His body regenerates quickly, and without hesitation, he rushes toward Twinkies again. However, with effortless precision, Twinkies uses the same metal wreckage to smash into Majin Wool's face, sending him flying backward. Grog, watching the fight, yells in frustration. He cannot believe the extent of Twinkies' hidden power and accuses the Pixie of mocking them by holding back. A Kryman, calmly observing, remarks that from the perspective of a Tier 1 civilization, it might seem that way. Growing agitated, Grog demands to know what she means by this. A Kryman explains herself further. She reassures Grog that she isn't trying to insult him. Instead, she explains the true nature of the GISP tournament. The event, held once every 100 years, is watched by the entire universe and serves as a massive stage for civilizations to showcase their technology. For Twinkies to reveal all his cards against a mere earthling would be a strategic mistake. Even if he wins, it would be considered a loss for his civilization's reputation. She adds that the metal Twinkies is using is not just ordinary material, it is the lifeblood of Pixie technology. For him to use such a precious resource against a tier 1 civilization could be seen as humiliating. Twinkies stands over Majin-Wool, who lies with his face crushed beneath a metallic mass. Sparks of golden energy dance from Twinkies' hands as he begins to speak. He shares the history of his people and their unique connection to metal. Twinkies explains that every Pixie is born with a few hundred grams of iron in their body. By the 6th month of life, this iron solidifies and is expelled through a natural process known as iron ejection. The expelled iron, called soul steel, is considered sacred. For generations, this tradition symbolized peace. However, everything changed when the Galactic Alliance arrived. The Pixies, a peaceful civilization, were helplessly defeated in their first match. The loss was broadcast across the universe, turning their ways into a source of ridicule. Desperate, the Pixie King initiated a radical experiment, forcing newborn Pixies to consume metal. The hope was that the excess iron would produce stronger soul steel. Tragically, 70 of the children perished. Even among the survivors, most produced low-quality steel. Yet, from this tragedy emerged one extraordinary exception, Prince Twinkies. His body adapted in a way no other could. He endured the excruciating trial, forging an extraordinary metal called eternal steel. This metal, unmatched in strength, became the strongest in the known universe, and Twinkies mastered it, earning the title of the greatest iron craftsman in existence. A flashback reveals a younger Twinkies honing his abilities. However, behind his back, whispers of doubt grew among the Pixies. Some questioned whether he ever underwent the trial, spreading rumors that the king had gifted him the eternal steel. One day, Twinkies overhears these conversations and rushes to his room, troubled. He recalls that metal formed after growth is supposed to be identical to the metal from the trial. Yet, when he checks the eternal steel stored in his cupboard, he finds it to be of shockingly low quality. He begins to question whose steel he's been using. A few days later, Twinkies discovers a family photo belonging to his trusted aide. Something about it makes him investigate, and he eventually uncovers the truth. When the aide approaches him, Twinkies, overwhelmed by emotion, lashes out with the eternal steel, attacking him in a fit of confusion. The moment the attack lands, Twinkies freezes, horrified. The aide, gravely injured, reassures him that it was an accident. He stops Twinkies from calling for help, saying there's something important he must share. The aide reveals the truth. His grandson died from side effects shortly after the trial. Around the same time, the king approached him, and the aide handed over his grandson's eternal steel, knowing it might one day save their civilization. He tells Twinkies that no matter its origin, his ability to wield it is the result of his own hard work. Moments later, the aide succumbs to his injuries and passes away. Twinkies reflects on the promise he made that day. He vowed to use the eternal steel to raise his civilization to greater heights than any other. In the present, Leviathan announces something shocking. Majin-Wool was moving. The crowd gasps. Twinkies stares in disbelief. By his calculations, even as a tier 3 civilization, he is nearing the limits of his cosmos force reserves. Yet, this earthling from a tier 1 civilization still has energy left to fight. Majin-Wool rises slowly, his body fully regenerated, his wounds gone as if they were never there. Standing tall, he fixes his gaze on Twinkies and lets out an evil grin. Leviathan wonders aloud if there is truly no end to Majin-Wool's resilience. Twinkies, visibly frustrated, sighs before raising his hand for another attack. He crafts a sharp metal cone and launches it toward Majin-Wool, cursing him to meet his end. However, Majin-Wool rushes toward Twinkies with movements that seem entirely different from before. Twinkies immediately notices this change. Leviathan remarks on the incredible speed of his approach. Akreman admits it is impressive but doubts it will matter, reminding those around her that a Pixie's skin is tougher than most metals. Majin-Wool's attack connects with Twinkies' right cheek, and to everyone's shock, blood splashes from the impact. Stunned but quick to recover, Twinkies counters with a massive spear of metal that crushes Majin-Wool's left side. However, this time, Majin-Wool retaliates almost instantly, sending Twinkies flying with a powerful punch. While Twinkies is still in mid-air, he follows up with a brutal kick to his gut, forcing him to crash into the ground. Reeling from the sudden onslaught, Twinkies realizes that Majin-Wool has been hiding his true strength all along. Meanwhile, Majin-Wool acknowledges that something has shifted within him. He feels his flow has returned and decides it is time to end the fight. With determination, his fists begin to glow with a golden aura. He launches a flurry of powerful strikes at Twinkies, each blow creating massive explosions that shake the arena. Leviathan, watching in amazement, begins to wonder if this earthling has more than just regenerative powers, as his strength seems to be increasing exponentially. From an inside hall, Lena shouts in excitement, cheering for Majin-Wool with all her might. The robot accompanying her scolds her, ordering her to stay quiet. Even the small Pixie now looks on in shock and worry for his prince. A crewman observes with newfound curiosity, commenting that this hidden power changes everything. She explains that while Pixie's strength lies in brute power and defense, they lack the reflexes to block such swift and precise attacks. Twinkies, struggling under the onslaught, narrowly manages to construct a metal shield. Majin-Woo takes a step back, but his thoughts are interrupted when a sharp metal cone pierces through his body. No matter how many times you rise, Twinkies taunts, you will never pierce the eternal steel. Just then, Majin-Woo retaliates, grabbing Twinkies by the face and slamming it against the metal. The crowd gasps as cracks form on the precious eternal steel. In disbelief, Twinkies questions how a mere earthling could possibly damage the sacred metal. At that moment, the small Pixie in the audience shouts a warning, reminding Twinkies that Majin-Woo can manipulate metal, too. Twinkies freezes in shock, unable to comprehend how a tier 1 earthling could wield more than one type of cosmos force. His confusion grows as golden lines, similar to those of the Pixies, begin to appear on Majin-Woo's face and wrists. Using his newfound ability, Majin-Woo creates a metal rod and charges at Twinkies. Outraged, Twinkies curses him for daring to touch the eternal steel, promising vengeance. His anger drives him to the brink as he goes berserk, pulling metal from all around him. The metal forms an enormous suit of armor, wrapping around his body with a deafening roar. Majin-Woo, unfazed, laughs and comments on the armor. Despite his injuries, he charges with all his might, launching attack after attack, but the armor proves impenetrable. Panting and bleeding, he curses his inability to wrest control of the metal from Twinkies. Leviathan watches in astonishment as Majin-Woo, in a bold and unexpected move, rips off his own head and hurls it away. The crowd gasps. Leviathan remarks on the audacity of this escape attempt, noting how his extreme regenerative abilities allow him to survive such a drastic action. As Majin-Woo regenerates, a memory from 3,000 years ago surfaces. As a child, he had faced the legendary invincible Iron King. On that day, the Iron King had nearly ended his life, but a master had intervened, defeating him in a single, devastating strike. Majin-Woo recalls how he later learned that very technique. Now, facing Twinkies in his seemingly invincible armor, he realizes what he must do. With renewed determination, he focuses his energy. His eyes turn red as he channels his power and charges toward Twinkies, launching the legendary True Energy, Shattering Fist. The sheer force of the technique pierces through the metallic armor, shattering its defenses. The arena falls silent. Twinkies, stunned, tries to laugh off the attack, claiming it's impossible. But before he can finish, blood begins to drip from his mouth. Moments later, blood splashes from within the armor, and the Pixie Prince falls, defeated. Standing victorious, Majin-Woo reflects on the outcome. He acknowledges the extraordinary nature of eternal steel but reminds everyone of an important truth: no matter how extraordinary a weapon may be, it is not the weapon that decides the battle, but the one who wields it. A robot rolls into the arena, its mechanical eyes scanning Twinkies' lifeless form. It calmly confirms that Twinkies is dead. Leviathan steps forward, his voice booming across the silent crowd as he announces the verdict: Twinkies is officially unable to continue. The little Pixie remains frozen in disbelief. Hanan, on the other hand, is buzzing with excitement. He nudges Grog, practically screaming, "Did you see that? That's the power of a tier 1 nation." Grog, unimpressed as always, shrugs and fires back. If it were that other guy from earlier, he'd have died ages ago. Meanwhile, down a dimly lit hallway, a crewman walks with a thoughtful expression. She mutters to herself, pondering the spectacle. It has been roughly 15 billion years since the universe's birth, and she had thought all possible outcomes had been seen. Yet, here comes this earthling, throwing all her assumptions out the window. She wonders why there's no data on his strange abilities. Could it be a new power? Or has someone deliberately hidden the truth? A sly smile creeps onto her face as she chuckles. This earthling is proving far more interesting than she expected. Back in the arena, Leviathan raises his voice again, declaring the winner of preliminary round 8, Earth's representative, Majin-Woo. The crowd erupts. In the Earth team's corner, Claris quietly reflects, marveling at how someone so extraordinary could emerge from their ranks. He realizes they might be witnessing an event that will be remembered throughout history. Majin-Woo shows no sign of slowing down. He continues to channel the cosmos force of the Pixies as he pulls his sword out of Twinkies' lifeless body. For a moment, he appears lost in thought. Leviathan begins recapping the tournament, but before he can finish, Majin-Woo interrupts in the most dramatic way possible. Without warning, he charges straight at Leviathan, sword raised. His voice booms across the arena as he shouts, "That strange energy of yours has been bothering me since earlier." It seems Majin-Woo thinks Leviathan is the one who stands at the zenith of this world. With all his might, Majin-Woo unleashes a powerful attack. His blade arcs through the air, glowing with the same white energy that had torn through countless opponents before. But before the attack can land, Leviathan raises a single hand as if swatting away a minor inconvenience. A strange, ascetic mist surrounds Majin Wool, dissolving everything in its path. Within moments, he collapses behind Leviathan, reduced to nothing more than a skeleton. The entire audience sits in stunned silence. Claris watches in disbelief, his face frozen in shock. The seemingly invincible Majin Wool has been turned into a pile of bones in mere seconds. Leviathan, thoroughly entertained by his own power, laughs loudly and casually, announces that the match officially ends in a draw. He then turns to one of his assistants and tells them to deal with the mess. A robot approaches Leviathan and reports some surprising news. The match has just hit the #1 spot in viewership for its time slot. Over 800 billion people watched live, and it is ranked as the highest viewed broadcast in all 5 regions. Leviathan's laughter becomes manic. It has been 900 years since any match achieved such numbers, the robot adds. Completely full of himself, Leviathan raises his arms in triumph. He then notices one of his assistants dragging Majin Wool's barely alive skeleton into a trash bag. He immediately orders the assistant to stop. That thing is our star player, he sternly reminds him. If you have no respect for the star of the show, what does that say about me? The assistant freezes, probably rethinking every career choice that led him here. Leviathan, with his usual air of superiority, starts considering who should take care of Majin Wool. It makes sense to entrust him to someone from his own civilization. After all, who else would want to deal with this mess? Meanwhile, in another part of the building, Lena is busy with a robot who won't stop yelling at her. The robot scolds her for breaking an insanely expensive piece of glass, pointing out that even if her entire civilization pooled their resources, they couldn't pay for the damage. Lena, however, barely listens. She's too preoccupied with reflecting on the match. From what she saw earlier, it seemed like Jinwolma was dominating, which surprises her since she's heard Twinkies is one of the strongest powerhouses around. The robot grows more furious, snapping at Lena and demanding if she's even listening. She waves him off with a dismissive reply, acknowledging Twinkies' strength but is clearly not invested in the lecture. This only makes the robot angrier, accusing her of ignoring him completely. At that moment, another robot arrives and interrupts the argument. It tells Lena to follow, explaining that Leviathan has summoned her to pick up her representative. Lena looks confused for a moment but quickly pieces it together. Her expression changes, and she curses under her breath, realizing that Jinwolma must have done something outrageous again. She storms off toward the arena, her frustration evident. The first robot shouts after her, reminding her that she's still responsible for paying for the broken glass. Lena doesn't even turn around. She's too busy rushing to find out what kind of mess her primitive teammate has caused this time. The robot leads Lena to Leviathan, who stands there looking as smug as ever. Leviathan informs her there's nothing urgent, just that her representative seems incapable of returning on his own. With an air of exaggerated nonchalance, he points to a ball-like structure. Inside, what remains of Jinwolma has been crammed together, barely resembling anything human. Leviathan assures her that even though it looks bad, they perform some first aid. It's probably the bare minimum effort, but Leviathan says it like he's done her a favor. Lena reluctantly takes the ball containing her mangled teammate. Leviathan casually mentions that if she carries him to the recovery room, he'll eventually be fine. Clearly, Leviathan has washed his hands of the matter and expects her to deal with the mess. Later, Jinwolma wakes up in a room, lying on a bed. His body itches, but he's alive. He notices Lena sitting nearby, slumped in a chair. She stirs, opening her eyes slightly, and mutters something about how surprising it is that he actually survived. She marvels at his strange ability, even suggesting it made the effort to attach the suppressor worth it. Her tone is more amused than concerned. Jinwolma, still groggy, demands answers. He asks why Lena is here, and what all the strange devices on him are for. He's particularly annoyed by the handcuffs and the odd cuff he's wearing. Lena waves off his questions, telling him to calm down and explaining that these are recovery devices. She says it so nonchalantly, as if restraining someone like him is completely normal. Her response only fuels his anger. Jinwolma bristles at the implication that anyone dared to help him. Lena, unfazed, reminds him that as an earthling from the weakest civilization in the universe, he's not exactly in a position to complain. She points to the neck cuff and informs him it's called the suppressor. As long as he wears it, he's no different from any other powerless earthling. Her tone is almost mocking, as if to remind him where he stands in the grand cosmic hierarchy. Jinwolma tries to dismiss her words as nonsense. He starts to break free of the restraints, declaring his intention to prove her wrong. But no matter how hard he struggles, the devices hold firm. Lena watches with a smug grin, commenting on how he can't even escape on his own. Her tone carries just enough sarcasm to needle him further. Frustrated, Jinwolma sighs and stops struggling. Instead, he tries to sense his mana, hoping to figure out what's wrong. Just as he focuses, he realizes something strange. His blood flow feels normal, but there's no energy, nothing coursing through him. Confusion clouds his mind as he reflects on what could possibly be happening to him. Lena smirks as she asks Jin Wolma how it feels to experience the GIS tournament firsthand. Her tone carries a mix of curiosity and mischief. Jin Wolma opens one eye, visibly confused, and demands clarification. Lena calmly explains that he just participated as Earth's representative in the fighting tournament. Jin Wolma stiffens and mutters something under his breath, clearly dreading her next words. Lena confirms his worst fear, adding that the arena where he fought that metal guy is the tournament stage. She presses further, teasingly asking if the fight fired him up enough to want to challenge more opponents. She even offers to remove all the restraining devices right away if he agrees to participate again. Annoyed, Jin Wolma cuts her off and demands she stop talking and release him immediately. Lena, unimpressed by his outburst, internally notes that threats like this don't work on him at all. She sighs and concludes she has no choice but to use a more extreme method. She pulls out a remote and presses a button, releasing his restraints. She starts to explain the conditions, but before she can finish, Jin Wolma lunges at her. He grabs her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly, and growls that unless she wants to be torn apart, she better remove the suppressor around his neck, too. At that moment, Marcel appears, limping slightly and leaning on his stick, a reminder of his earlier battle with Twinkies. He is clearly in no rush to help Lena. Instead, he comments on the scene in front of him, casually wondering if this is some kind of lover's quarrel. His amused tone only makes the situation more absurd. Jin Wolma, irritated, drops Lena and demands an explanation for Marcel's presence. Lena, unfazed by nearly being strangled, informs Jin Wolma that the suppressor is not something he can remove by brute force. Her tone carries an edge of mockery as she proposes a simple bet. If Jin Wolma can defeat Marcel in a match, she promises to remove the suppressor immediately and leave him alone for good. However, if Jin Wolma loses, he will have to take Marcel's place and participate in the remaining preliminary matches. An hour later, Jin Wolma sits with Lena at an alien dining table, devouring alien food like a wild beast. His appetite is bottomless, and his table manners are non-existent. Between mouthfuls, he grumbles at Lena, asking when they're going to fight. He's desperate to get rid of the cursed restraint around his neck. Lena, unfazed by his impatience, reminds him that they're here because he wouldn't stop complaining about being hungry. Jin Wolma pauses for a moment, clutching his stomach. He admits that he feels like he's about to burst, and then asks if this kind of hunger is normal for them. Lena raises an eyebrow and remarks that he's acting as if it is his first time feeling hunger. Still stuffing food into his mouth at an alarming speed, Jin Wolma replies that it is not his first time, but it's been so long that he barely remembers the feeling. Lena, curious, asks if people in the past didn't need to eat. Jin Wolma shrugs and clarifies that not everyone was like that, but at least the people from his time were stronger than the weaklings of this future. Lena doesn't take kindly to his remark. She scoffs and challenges him, saying they'll see if he still calls them weak after he fights Marcel later. Jin Wolma, unimpressed, points toward Marcel, who is silently eating across the table, and sarcastically asks if she means that guy. Lena, growing irritated, yells at Marcel, demanding he say something instead of just quietly eating. Marcel finally responds, his tone calm but laced with sarcasm. He mentions that he holds over 40 black belts in martial arts, and has undergone rigorous military training in lethal techniques. Sure, he may have lost a limb or two, but his skills remain unmatched. Jin Wolma barely listens, waving a dismissive hand and stating that the outcome won't change, limbs or no limbs. This casual insult makes Marcel snap. He stands up, visibly furious, and hurls a string of curses at Jin Wolma. Jin Wolma leans back, calm as ever, and claims he's just stating facts. He suggests Marcel save everyone's time and admit defeat already. Marcel, clearly not over his earlier loss, starts to simmer. He mutters something about Jin Wolma being the reason he lost his limbs, throwing in vague mentions of revenge. Jin Wolma doesn't flinch. Instead, he accuses Marcel of blaming his own weakness on others, and casually calls him a coward. Marcel's face turns red as he demands an explanation, refusing to let the insult slide. He challenges Jin Wolma, daring him to repeat it. Before things escalate further, Lena steps in. She looks at both of them like they're squabbling kids and declares that since they're both full now, it's time to settle this once and for all. The trio heads to the basement of the 80th floor GIS practice arena. Once they arrive, Lena points out the empty space and announces that they can fight freely here without interruptions. Jin Wolma scoffs, grumbling that they could have handled this back at the restaurant instead of wasting time. Lena shuts him down, reminding him that the future isn't like the violent era he came from. Here, fights can't just break out anywhere. Jin Wolma rolls his eyes and mutters that the future seems to be full of cowards. His words are loud enough for everyone to hear, but Lena doesn't even bother responding. Walking slightly behind Lena, Marcel leans in close to her. He hesitates before quietly voicing his concerns. He reminds her that they're supposed to be cooperating for Earth's sake, but this setup feels off. He admits he got a little too emotional earlier, but he's starting to think this fight isn't a good idea. Jinwolma, after all, beat Twinkies, even with the suppressor around his neck. Marcel openly doubts he can handle someone like Jinwolma in his current state. Lena, unfazed by his worries, assures him that there's nothing to stress about. She coolly mentions that everything has already been prepared. Marcel looks at her, unconvinced, but doesn't argue further. Jinwolma stands impatiently in the middle of the arena, glancing back at Lena and Marcel. His expression is one of mild irritation. Lena waves at him, and tells him to hold on, explaining that they need to set up a few things. Jinwolma smirks and remarks that at least they didn't propose a fight without a plan. He then throws a taunt in Marcel's direction, pointing out that the guy next to her looks a bit scared and asking if he's going to be okay. Lena ignores the jab and pulls out a sleek futuristic case. She opens it, revealing something that catches Marcel's attention immediately. She hands him his new gear, and Marcel stares at it in disbelief. He asks what it is, and Lena casually explains that it is his new leg. She tells him to try it on, mentioning it might feel uncomfortable at first but will adjust to his body automatically. Marcel hesitates, but curiosity gets the better of him. He attaches the leg and takes a cautious step. His eyes widen as he realizes what he's using. He exclaims in shock, recognizing it as an artificial leg from the high-tech planet Artnos. Lena smiles, impressed by his knowledge, and confirms his guess. Marcel, still amazed, asks how she managed to get her hands on something so expensive. Lena shrugs and casually explains that she dipped into her savings and got a bit of help from the team. Elsewhere on the same planet, Mark stares at his dwindling account balance. Confused and frustrated, he wonders where all his money has disappeared. Back at the arena, Lena sighs, and mentions that buying an arm to match the leg was a bit out of budget. Marcel's face contorts into a mix of gratitude and disbelief as he thanks her, promising to do his best in the upcoming fight, even if it cost him his life. Lena, clearly unimpressed by the drama, tells him not to take it that far. Still waiting, Jinwolma shouts at them from the middle of the arena, demanding to know if they're done yet. His patience is wearing thin, and he's eager to get rid of the suppressor around his neck. Marcel calls back, telling him to wait, and then strides toward the center of the practice arena. The new leg works perfectly, and Marcel's confidence seems to grow with every step. Before he reaches Jinwolma, Lena calls out to him. She says there's something important she needs to tell him before the fight begins. Jinwolma interrupts with a smirk, scoffing at the so-called preparation. He sarcastically remarks that he expected something amazing, only to find they were hyping up a toy leg. Marcel glares at him and snaps back, defending the prosthetic as something far beyond Jinwolma's understanding. Lena chimes in, backing Marcel up and warning Jinwolma not to get too cocky. Jinwolma's grin widens and his demeanor shifts. His eyes glow red as he takes a fighting stance, exuding confidence. He dismisses their warnings, claiming arrogance doesn't lie with him. It's with you, he says. Without another word, he launches himself at Marcel, ready to strike. But something unexpected happens. Jinwolma's speed seems off. His movements, usually precise and deadly, are sluggish. Marcel sidesteps the attack with ease, barely breaking a sweat. Jinwolma, undeterred, tries again, but Marcel dodges effortlessly. This time, Marcel retaliates. Using the prosthetic leg, he delivers a powerful back kick straight to Jinwolma's face. The impact sends Jinwolma flying through the air before he crashes onto the ground. For a moment, the arena falls silent. Marcel chuckles, clearly satisfied. He reflects on how perfectly the leg worked, just as Lena had said it would. And as he watches Jinwolma struggling to recover, Marcel recalls the words Lena shared with him earlier, her confidence in the plan now making complete sense. Earlier, Marcel had expressed his doubts to Lena. He asked if she was really telling him not to be afraid of facing Jinwolma after seeing his last match. Lena reassured him with complete confidence, telling him that if he just fights like he normally would, winning will be a breeze. Marcel, still skeptical, promised to do his best but questioned her confidence. He started to point out how their opponent was clearly dangerous, but Lena cut him off before he could finish. She told him not to worry, and began explaining. Lena revealed that Jinwolma's physical abilities are currently worse than those of an average person. Marcel, clearly surprised, asked how that could be. Lena went on to explain that the suppressor Jinwolma is wearing wasn't designed for lower-tier civilizations like theirs. Most systems within the Galactic Federation, including the temporary registration system, are built with upper-tier civilizations in mind. To put it bluntly, she said, it's like giving an elephant tranquilizer to a mouse. She added that Jinwolma isn't aware of the suppressor's full effects because he hasn't been using martial arts yet. However, once the fight begins and he tries to exert more force, the suppressor will respond aggressively, keeping his abilities in check. Marcel listened carefully, but he still had reservations. He pointed out that suppressors are usually used for second-tier civilizations. He asked how Lena could know so much about their effects on someone from a first-tier civilization. Lena paused for a moment, her tone shifting. She remarked that it had been 20 years, a long time. She explained that in the past, the Galactic Federation turned a blind eye to the horrors of cosmic trafficking organizations. While she had been in hiding during those dark times, she managed to gather a wealth of information. With a sharp edge in her voice, she declared that knowledge itself is a powerful weapon. Now that someone like her who wields this weapon has emerged, she warned that the alien bastards better watch out. In the present, Marcel drives his knee into Jin Wolma again, sending him flying across the arena for a second time. Jin Wolma crashes to the ground, groaning in frustration. As he struggles to push himself up to his knees, he curses Marcel and mutters bitterly that things would be different if it weren't for the cursed necklace around his neck. Lena, standing at the edge of the arena, shouts at Marcel, telling him to wrap things up because she needs to leave soon. Marcel hesitates and asks her if this kind of training will really help in the next match. He points out that, like Jin Wolma just said, if it weren't for the suppressor, someone like him wouldn't stand a chance. Before Marcel can finish his thought, Lena interrupts him with a sharp question. She asks what he thinks is the fundamental difference between higher civilizations and lower tier ones like theirs. Marcel thinks for a moment and guesses that it's the ability to use Cosmoforce. Lena nods, acknowledging he's not wrong, but explains there's more to it. She goes on to say that when looking at the bigger picture, the real difference is the potential to grow by breaking through the limits of common sense and physical boundaries. For tier 1 humans, things like fire erupting from their bodies or creating weapons out of thin air are impossible feats, concepts that defy logic. But for higher civilizations, such abilities are as natural as breathing. If humanity ever advances to a higher level, what seems impossible now, like flying through the sky unaided or growing multiple limbs, might one day become possible. Lena emphasizes that this potential is tied to the amount of knowledge each civilization has access to, knowledge that corresponds to the rank in the Galactic Federation. Higher civilizations have an incomparably vast reservoir of information, and the true power of knowledge lies in how it's used. Without making the effort to learn, people won't even realize their own weaknesses, let alone address them. And in a situation like this, ignorance could mean losing everything. Lena continues her explanation, pointing out a critical issue with Jin Wolma's situation. Since his first match gained so much attention, it is highly likely that every detail of his fighting style has already been analyzed. Techniques like dodging or defending, which might seem natural to him, are now supplementary and predictable. She adds that his fighting style resembles that of aliens with regenerative abilities more than it does humans. This similarity could easily become a fatal weakness in the next match. Marcel listens intently but can't help feeling a bit thrown off. He jokes that the way Lena talks, it sounds like she considers Jin Wolma an alien rather than a human. Pointing at Jin Wolma, he asks if he's really human. Lena brushes off his concerns, saying there's no need to overthink it. She assures him that Jin Wolma is genetically 100 human. She even double-checked when she had the chance, just to be absolutely certain. Still skeptical, Marcel asks why there hasn't been any noticeable change in them as a civilization, even though they've made it past the first preliminary round. Lena calmly explains that such changes don't happen instantly. They occur gradually over time, so he doesn't need to worry. She then lays out the principles of civilization advancement, breaking it down step by step. The representative of a civilization ascends to the next level of being after winning a match. Other members of the species do not immediately advance alongside the representative. As long as the civilization's representative maintains the ranking, the civilization itself will gradually advance. She clarifies that the more Earth's representative wins, the closer humanity gets to understanding and interpreting laws beyond current Earth science. This could lead to breakthroughs such as the development of a miracle drug to save humanity or other advancements that seem impossible now. Finally, Lena emphasizes that the purpose of this training is to strengthen Jin Wolma's abilities under various constraints. By pushing him to adapt, they are not only ensuring his survival, but also maximizing the chances of Earth's progression through this tournament. Just then, a voice cuts through their conversation, commenting that something seems strange. Both Lena and Marcel turn their heads to see Lady Akreman standing nearby. She greets them with a casual smile, introducing herself as nothing more than an ordinary space journalist. Lena narrows her eyes, and immediately asks if Akreman is an Inforian. Marcel, confused, asks Lena what that means. Lena explains that Inforians are those unsettling beings who can peek into people's minds using a pen, like tool exactly like the one Akreman is holding in her hand. Akreman chuckles, clearly amused that Lena knows so much about her. Lena doesn't waste time and fires back with a question of her own, asking what Akreman meant by strange after showing up out of nowhere. Akreman responds calmly, pointing out that Lena's earlier explanation about Jin Wolma was strange. She elaborates, suggesting that Earth's limits are already beyond those of a Tier 1 civilization. In fact, Jin Wolma's abilities seem closer to those of a Tier 3 civilization. Akreman proposes a theory, explaining that if Lena's explanation were correct, there should have been a noticeable change in Earth's status the moment Jin Wolma was registered as their representative. Yet, there's been no sign of that. She hints that perhaps Jinwolma isn't entirely a part of their civilization at all. Maybe he's something separate. Without waiting for a response, Frieren steps forward, walking toward the unconscious Jinwolma. She pulls out a mysterious device, holding it over him, and suggests that with this, she can confirm his identity. She claims she could uncover a secret so profound that even science hasn't managed to explain it. Before she can proceed, Marcel steps between her and Jinwolma, shielding his teammate. He tells Frieren to step back, his voice firm. He makes it clear that they can't trust her. Frieren reflects silently, considering whether she should lure Jinwolma to a place where the suppressor could be removed and deal with him there. However, she quickly rebukes herself, deciding against causing an unnecessary commotion. There's no rush, she reasons. They have plenty of time. She changes her approach, saying she understands why they wouldn't trust an alien they just met. Still, she offers to reveal Jinwolma's true identity if they ever want her help. With that, she starts to walk away. And as she leaves, Frieren suddenly stops and turns her head back toward them. For the first time, she lifts her gaze and remarks that she's curious about Jinwolma, too. Her voice carries an odd tone, somewhere between intrigue and amusement. She walks away laughing, leaving behind an air of mystery. Marcel breaks the silence, asking Lena what she thinks about Frieren. Lena shrugs, dismissing Frieren's words as mere curiosity. She suggests that Frieren is likely just spouting nonsense because Jinwolma intrigues her. Lena reminds Marcel that regardless of what Frieren said, they don't have any other options. Their only task is to bet everything on their last remaining hope, and ensure Jinwolma wins the next match. That's all that matters now. 15 days later, the GISP tournament arena buzzes with excitement. Levian steps forward, his voice booming as he announces the start of the second preliminary round for Group 8. He introduces the first contestant, a representative of the tier 2 transfer civilization, Birkin. Levian elaborates on Birkin's impressive credentials, ranked 5,830th among civilizations, a player who passed the first round in record time, and a being with a rare ability to control their own cosmic energy. Birkin is described as a guardian deity who receives energy from 400,000 of their kind to protect their planet. The crowd watches in awe, their murmurs filling the arena. All eyes are on Birkin, whose enormous inhibitors barely contain the sheer power radiating from him. As the suppressors break apart with a deafening roar, Birkin lets out a feral cry that shakes the arena. The announcer declares with excitement that a beast with immense power has finally been unleashed into the arena. Meanwhile, Lena stands in the observation area with Mark by her side, both focused on Birkin. Mark comments that it's not every day they get to see something this intense. Lena, unbothered, tells him not to worry and cryptically adds that their side will be just as eye-catching. Mark, puzzled, asks her what she means, but Lena only smiles and tells him to wait and see. Levian's voice booms again, shifting the focus to Birkin's opponent. He announces the arrival of a representative from the lowest, ranked tier 1 civilization, a player who accomplished the impossible by defeating Twinkies, the universe's greatest metal controller. As the crowd holds its breath, Jinwolma steps into the arena, but his appearance leaves everyone stunned. He's carrying a stick, his other arm wrapped in layers of bandages. He looks like he just crawled out of a war zone. Levian, watching from his platform, exclaims in disbelief, questioning why Jinwolma is in such a state. Mark turns to Lena, horrified, and demands to know how she could let their representative appear like this. Lena, completely unfazed, calmly reminds Mark that she told him their side would draw attention too. Mark, still in disbelief, argues that this is beyond reckless. Lena waves him off, confidently stating that this level of injury is nothing for someone like Jinwolma. As if on cue, the suppressors around Jinwolma begin to break apart. The announcer, now even more animated, announces that Jinwolma's inhibitors are being released. The crowd erupts with mixed reactions, some in awe, others in confusion over his battered appearance. Marcel, standing beside Lena and Mark, cheers enthusiastically for Jinwolma, shouting words of encouragement. He reminds Jinwolma to show the results of his hard training. His optimism is almost infectious. But Jinwolma clearly doesn't share the sentiment. In the arena, Jinwolma clenches his fists, furious. He grabs his own head in frustration, and mutters curses aimed at his own teammates. He vows to kill those who dared to humiliate him like this. However, after a deep breath, he growls that a promise is a promise. First, he'll deal with the so-called monster in front of him. Then, he'll settle the score with the bastards responsible for his current state. Levian announces the start of the second round of the preliminaries, a group match. Jinwolma looks down at his hand, irritation flashing across his face. His energy has returned, but something is off. The flow is completely twisted, just like before. His martial arts are useless in this state. If things go the same way as last time, he'll just have to wait until his energy flow recovers. That, or figure something else out before this turns into an even bigger disaster. Suddenly, loud cheers break through his thoughts. His head lifts as the chanting grows stronger. The crowd isn't cheering for him. They roar Birkin's name, their voices full of admiration. The word guardian echoes across the stands over and over. Jin Woo-ma stares at them, confused. Their excitement only increases. They call Birkin their hero, the one who once protected them from monsters, their guardian, their savior. His expression twists, pure disbelief written all over his face. The chants grow louder, almost deafening now. Of all things, they're expecting Birkin to save their planet. Jin Woo-ma stands there watching this ridiculous display and wonders what kind of nonsense he just walked into. Li Vian comments on the overwhelming cheers from Birkin supporters. The entire stadium shakes with their excitement. But despite all the noise, Birkin hasn't actually done anything yet. Mark, sitting with the Earth team, glances at Lena. He brings up Birkin's titles, the warrior with the power of a billion, the planetary guardian, the so-called deity of protection. The names sound impressive, almost too much so. Lena barely reacts and brushes it off with a casual remark. It's no different from how people exaggerate when calling someone the strongest man on Earth, like Marcel. Mark takes a second to process that comparison, and then nods as if it all makes sense now. Lena, however, isn't as relaxed as she seems. She knows Birkin is far from weak. His title isn't just for show. Deep down, she hopes things don't take a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, one of Birkin's companions, Colin, decides that the best way to show support is to be as obnoxious as possible. He takes a deep breath, then blasts a deafening roar through a massive golden trumpet, calling for Birkin to deliver divine punishment. The entire stadium reacts instantly. The crowd covers their ears, wincing in pain. The sound is so ridiculously loud that even Lena jams her fingers into her ears, immediately realizing what it means. The fight is about to begin. Jin Woo-ma rubs one of his ears, already annoyed. The noise is so intense that he actually wonders if his eardrums are about to give up on him. His gaze shifts toward Birkin, and something feels off. Up until now, Birkin gave off no fighting spirit at all, almost like he wasn't even interested in this match. But in an instant, everything changes. The atmosphere around him shifts completely, and Jin Woo-ma senses something different, something dangerous. Birkin, the massive warrior, charges straight at Jin Woo-ma. Each step he takes shakes the ground, the sheer force of his movement making the entire arena tremble. In the blink of an eye, he closes the distance and stands right in front of his opponent. Without hesitation, he swings with a strike that holds the power of entire planets. The moment his attack lands, a whirlwind of raw energy surges through the arena, sending shockwaves in every direction. Li Vian's voice roars over the chaos, marveling at the sheer force of Birkin's strike. The entire arena shakes, proof of the devastating power contained within the so-called guardian. Mark and Lena stare in disbelief. The force alone is enough to overwhelm anyone who isn't prepared for it. A transparent barrier shimmers into existence, absorbing the violent energy before it can cause real destruction. Li Vian quickly explains that the arena's powerful energy shield managed to contain the impact. The cheers of Birkin's supporters grow even louder, their voices thundering through the stadium. They chant his title, filled with absolute confidence in his victory. Li Vian, feeding off the hype, reminds the audience that Birkin's previous opponent had regenerative abilities too, but that match ended in just 3 seconds. The same devastating attack ended it before it even started. He then poses the big question, can Jin Woo-ma survive this time? Lena bites down on her thumb, barely able to contain her anxiety. She hopes desperately that this fight doesn't end the same way. Li Vian suddenly gasps, his excitement spiking again. The truth is revealed. Jin Woo-ma dodged the attack at the last second. The devastating blow barely grazed his left hand instead of landing a direct hit. Li Vian shouts in amazement. Somehow, Jin Woo-ma avoided a fatal strike by adjusting his trajectory at the perfect moment. The attack was designed to target the weaknesses of regenerative fighters, but Jin Woo-ma countered it by using an entirely different combat approach. The audience watches in shock, realizing that he isn't just enduring, he's adapting. Jin Woo-ma grips his injured arm, his expression darkening. The damage is worse than expected. The places Birkin's power touched aren't healing at all. Marcel watches Jin Woo-ma and claps, clearly pleased with what just happened. Lena, grinning, congratulates him, saying their plan worked. Mark, still struggling to process everything, looks at them in disbelief. He doesn't understand how dodging one attack is worth celebrating. It seems like a stretch, or maybe they've just completely lost their minds. Lena smirks, barely holding back her amusement. It makes perfect sense that Mark doesn't get it. After all, even they weren't sure this crazy plan would actually work. A flashback reveals the real story behind their confidence. Lena once asked Marcel for his opinion on Jin Woo-ma's condition. She wanted to know if he noticed anything unusual. Marcel had no doubts. It wasn't just a small change. Jin Woo-ma was getting faster, even while being restrained by the suppressor. Despite being the one under restriction, he somehow made Marcel feel like his own life was at risk. As proof, he showed Lena a fresh wound, one that Jin Woo-ma had given him during training. That was all Lena needed to hear. She immediately made up her mind. 2 weeks would be enough. She told Marcel to keep pushing the training forward, while she reported the findings to. Marcel watched her walk away, confusion all over his face. He had no idea what was going through her head, but whatever it was, it probably wasn't anything normal. Turning to Jin Woo-ma, he decided to keep things simple. He didn't know what Lena was planning, but for now, all they had to do was keep training. Jin Woo-ma, never one to hold back his opinions, was far from impressed. He made it painfully clear that this entire thing was pointless. The idea that someone like Marcel could train him was beyond ridiculous. Marcel didn't argue. He knew exactly how pathetic he must look to Jin Woo-ma right now. Without the suppressor, his punches wouldn't even register as an inconvenience. His attacks were so slow that Jin Woo-ma never even needed to dodge them. But that was the trick. Even the softest drop of water can carve through stone if it drips long enough. Attacks, no matter how weak, would eventually land. And when that moment came, if Jin Woo-ma's regeneration wasn't working properly, one hit could change everything. Even someone as extraordinary as him wasn't invincible forever, though Marcel admitted luck the terrible didn't come around often. Back in the present, Jin Woo-ma grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. The realization stings. The last thing he ever wanted was to be helped like this. Marcel watches the battle unfold, a knowing look on his face. Someone as stubborn as Jin Woo-ma would never just sit down and listen to advice. There was no way he would accept traditional training like a normal person. That's why this whole setup was never about directly teaching him anything. Instead, it forced him to learn on his own. Marcel glances at Lena and asks if this is what she had planned all along. Lena confirms it without hesitation. After observing Jin Woo-ma for a while, she realized persuasion would never work on someone like him. His pride wouldn't allow it. Instead of trying to convince him, she put him in a situation where he had no choice but to figure it out himself. The key to surviving against Birkin was simple: avoid that devastating critical strike at all costs. Everything else came second. Meanwhile, sitting far from the Earth team, an alien news reporter analyzes the fight, muttering to himself, for a civilization ranked only at Tier 1, these Earthlings seem to understand regeneration weaknesses far better than expected. It suddenly makes sense why they trained in that old arena where the suppressor couldn't be removed. They were fixing the biggest flaw of fighters with regeneration, their dependence on it. Normally, people saw near immortality as a strength, but these Earthlings had the rare insight to see it as a weakness. The reporter shifts his focus to the bigger picture. Unlike the first round where luck played a major role, things change from the second match onward. Once the information on matches is made public, the abilities of the second in command start playing a much bigger role. Birkin's side, on the other hand, looks completely unprepared. Not surprising. For all their overwhelming power, they have remained stuck as a Tier 2 civilization for ages. He shakes his head, unimpressed. What a bunch of fools. Still, this outcome actually benefits him. If the Earthling wins, it works in his favor. But watching Jin Woo-ma take an easy victory wouldn't be any fun. He leans forward slightly, eyes narrowing. If this so-called strongest puppet in the universe wants to impress anyone, he better start pushing himself harder. Li Vian watches closely and comments on the fight. After exchanging their first attacks, the two fighters entered a long standoff, neither making the next move just yet. From the Earth team stands, Lena calls out to Jin Woo-ma, her voice filled with urgency. She warns him not to let his guard down and demands that he dodge the next attack as well. Mark, watching with less concern, raises an eyebrow. To him, Lena seems a little too worked up. He doesn't see the big deal. Jin Woo-ma will just recover anyway, right? Lena immediately challenges that assumption, throwing a question back at him. Do you really think regeneration comes without weaknesses? She directs his attention to Jin Woo-ma's left arm, pointing out that it still hasn't healed. Mark stares, suddenly unsure. That doesn't make any sense. Transferians are only supposed to be able to manipulate their own energy, right? Lena confirms that's true. Their ability revolves around controlling their energy and transferring it to others. It's a support-type ability, not something typically useful in direct combat. But then why is Jin Woo-ma's arm still injured? Lena explains further. Every living being has a limit to how much energy they can absorb. Birkin takes advantage of this by forcing energy into his opponents far beyond what their bodies can handle, effectively destroying them from the inside. For Jin Woo-ma, this attack is particularly dangerous. The impact isn't just physical, it damages the energy-related organs in the attacked area, completely shutting down his ability to regenerate. Mark processes this new information and finally understands. It's not just brute force. It's a brutal, calculated attack designed to take down even someone with near immortality. But he raises another question. Wouldn't an attack like that drain a huge amount of energy from Birkin as well? Lena nods, admitting that's true. But Birkin's energy reserves are so vast that it barely matters. Even so, she knows there's a limit to everything. A technique that powerful must put some strain on Birkin's body. Using it continuously would be difficult, if not impossible. The first strike was aimed directly at Jin Wolma's greatest weakness, and they planned it perfectly. But from this point on, Birkin won't have the luxury of setting up another clean, prepared attack like that. In the stands, Birkin's supporters start losing their patience. Their frustration spills over and all eyes turn to Colin, Birkin's assistant. They demand that he stop standing around and do something. Their guardian is in battle and he needs support. Anger flares in their voices as they accuse him of making Birkin's mighty power look weak. To them, this should have been an easy victory, not a drawn-out fight. Colin grits his teeth, feeling the pressure. Who do these fools think they are, ordering him around like that? That energy blast isn't some basic attack that can be thrown out endlessly. It's a carefully controlled skill that can only be used a few times per day. That's exactly why he spent so much time analyzing the opponent's combat style. He prepared for this exact moment, but none of that matters now. What matters is landing the next energy blast, no matter what. Determined, he takes a deep breath and fills his lungs with air. Once again, he lifts the massive golden trumpet, and shouts through it, his voice booming across the battlefield as he calls for Birkin to crush the enemy. Jin Wolma hears it, and glances in Colin's direction, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Birkin, fueled by the overwhelming energy, leaps into the air. The sheer force of his jump shakes the ground, sending cracks through the surface. He hurtles toward Jin Wolma and swings with monstrous force. But Jin Wolma reacts instantly. Just before the attack lands, he dodges again, the ground shattering where he once stood. A realization clicks in his mind. The real problem isn't Birkin, it's that annoying kid blowing the trumpet. Birkin lunges again, stretching out his massive hands in another attempt to crush Jin Wolma. Jin Wolma watches him, unimpressed. No wonder this fool moves so clumsily in battle. His raw power is undeniable, but his actual fighting skills are a complete mess. Birkin slashes at him, but Jin Wolma is too fast. Dodging effortlessly, he jumps into the air, flipping over his opponent. Without wasting a second, he delivers a sharp kick straight to Birkin's face. The impact is brutal. Birkin crashes into the ground with a loud thud, the force sending blood splattering across the arena. Colin watches in stunned silence, completely unable to believe what just happened. Levian highlights the unexpected turn of events. Jin Wolma has not only defended himself against Birkin's relentless attacks but has also managed to land a counterattack. Lena chuckles to herself, clearly enjoying the moment. With a playful smirk, she places a hand on Marcel's shoulder, teasing him that Jin Wolma must have been inspired after fighting him. Marcel, however, isn't buying it. The idea that someone like Jin Wolma took inspiration from him sounds like complete nonsense. He's faced him directly before, and if there's one thing he's sure about, it's that Jin Wolma isn't the type to learn from others so easily. Meanwhile, Colin is not handling the situation well. His expression twists in disbelief as he struggles to accept what he just witnessed. There's no way the Guardian could possibly lose to a rookie like this. His frustration boils over. His eyes burn red with anger as he grips the golden trumpet once more. This time, his voice is filled with raw desperation as he calls for Birkin to unleash divine punishment. Jin Wolma, watching Colin closely, scoffs. Does this guy really think that loudly announcing an attack is going to make it more effective? But before he can dwell on it further, Birkin releases another attack. The energy explodes forward, and Jin Wolma barely evades it in time. His mind races. Something feels off. That last attack. Something was different. His eyes narrow as he quickly scans the battlefield. Then it clicks. No way. Could it be that Colin actually noticed something? Even if he did, it's already too late. But Colin isn't done. Still fuming, he once again raises the trumpet and bellows another command, this time asking for total destruction. Jin Wolma's body tenses. His eyes widen as he realizes what's about to happen. Colin isn't just targeting him anymore. This attack is aimed at the entire arena. Birkin charges up, releasing another massive energy blast, one even larger than before. Levian roars over the chaos, announcing the terrifying reality. The entire battlefield is now covered by Birkin's attack. The question hangs heavy in the air, will Jin Wolma survive this one? The audience collectively holds its breath, completely stunned by what they are witnessing. Seconds pass and the dust settles. Jin Wolma lies motionless on the ground, the left half of his body completely destroyed. His breath is shallow, his voice barely audible as he admits, I never saw that coming. In the stands, Colin is overwhelmed with excitement. His face lights up, his voice filled with pure joy as he declares their victory. The supporters of Birkin erupt into celebration. Their cheers turn into full-blown dancing, their voices echoing across the arena. To them, this is undeniable proof, the Guardian is truly unbeatable. Meanwhile, Jin Wolma remains on the ground, completely still. He looks like he has nothing left. No strength, no fight, nothing. Birkin slowly walks toward him. Colin, unable to contain the excitement, shouts for Birkin to finish it. This is the perfect moment to end things once and for all. But then something strange happens. Colin's excitement fades as confusion takes over. Something doesn't feel right. His eyes lock onto Birkin, and a sense of unease creeps in. Birkin isn't attacking. Instead, he stands. There, his hands stretched toward Jin Wolma. A soft blue aura radiates from his palms, flowing toward his fallen opponent. Colin's heart pounds. This wasn't part of the plan. He never gave any orders for this. What is Birkin doing? And then Birkin's voice booms, shaking with something unexpected, desperation. He orders Jin Wolma to stand up. Again and again, he demands it. He doesn't want to win. He doesn't want this fight to end like this. He wants Jin Wolma to get up and finish him off. Levian watches closely, and announces that Jin Wolma still isn't moving. The tension in the arena grows with each passing second. Lena grits her teeth, frustration clear on her face. If this continues any longer, the match will be over. Without a second thought, she moves to jump over the barrier, ready to rush in. But before she can, Marcel and Mark grab her, holding her back. Meanwhile, Jin Wolma remains on the ground, breathing heavily. Suddenly, an image flashes in his mind. Birkin is showing him a memory. A group of Birkin's people stand around a massive glass chamber. Inside, a newborn Birkin floats, his small body glowing with a faint blue aura. His eyes are closed and an oxygen mask is strapped over his nose. The scientists surrounding the chamber burst into celebration. Their experiment has worked. After countless efforts, they have finally created a being of legend, the Guardian. Their excitement fills the room. They marvel at the impossible, realizing they have successfully fused the energy of hundreds of thousands of people into this single creature. At this moment, they believe their planet is finally safe. The Guardian has been born to protect them, and their suffering is over. Meanwhile, in a darkened room, Colin stands before a projector, giving a formal presentation about Birkin's origins. He explains that their civilization has specialized in controlling the flow of cosmic energy since ancient times. They have mastered the ability to manipulate individual energy, either to heal injuries or transfer power to others. A high-ranking leader sits alone in the room, listening from behind a grand table, the only piece of furniture in the space. Colin continues, revealing a critical piece of information. Lord Birkin currently holds the combined energy of 300,000 people. However, such an overwhelming amount of energy is dangerous, even for him. To prevent his body from breaking under the pressure, a special device is used to seal the power away. Releasing the seal isn't simple. It requires the use of the trumpet of liberation. Only then will Birkin awaken as a true guardian capable of wielding his full strength. Days pass, and Birkin finds himself in the middle of a battle against a massive green monster covered in multiple eyes. The creature towers over him, its grotesque form radiating danger. Colin, standing nearby, watches in disbelief. His voice rises in concern as he repeatedly calls out to Birkin, wondering if he has somehow fallen asleep in the middle of the fight. Birkin's eyes snap open just in time to see the monster lunging at him. The attack never lands. Moving at impossible speed, Birkin counters instantly, slashing through the creature with ease. The force of the strike sends the monster flying backward. It crashes into the ground, motionless, defeated in an instant. Colin steps forward, clearly thrilled. He reminds Birkin that this is the power of the Guardian, a warrior infused with the strength of 300,000 people. He seems to expect some kind of proud response, but Birkin remains silent. Instead, something strange happens. Though he doesn't speak, Colin hears something, telepathic words reaching his mind. Confusion flickers across Colin's face. Birkin is trying to say something unsettling. His body doesn't move the way he wants it to. Colin brushes it off with a smug response. Controlling such overwhelming power right away is impossible. That's why he's there to assist with the trumpet. There's nothing to worry about. Birkin's mind and personality are still intact, and the discomfort will pass eventually. He simply needs to get used to it. From now on, the Guardian will fight under his guidance. Before the conversation can continue, chaos erupts. More monsters invade the city, attacking the people of Birkin's planet. Panic spreads as civilians rush in every direction, desperate to escape. A frightened citizen suddenly spots a figure descending from the sky. The Guardian has arrived. Birkin drops from above, landing directly on a dinosaur-like monster. Without hesitation, he eliminates it instantly. The crowd explodes in cheers. Their voices merge into one overwhelming chant, praising their hero. Birkin lifts into the air, gripping the severed head of the fallen beast as he soars above the city. The people continue their deafening cheers, shouting his name over and over. He doesn't stay to bask in the celebration. His figure vanishes into the sky. Later, inside the fortress of the Transferian planet's Central Defense Force, a high-ranking official summons Birkin and Colin, delivering strict new orders. Colin reacts immediately, his frustration spilling over. He can't believe what he's hearing. They are expected to fight without causing any damage to the city at all. That is impossible. The official, completely unfazed by his complaints, explains the reasoning. Every time the Guardian is deployed, the destruction to civilian areas is enormous. Since Birkin's energy comes directly from the citizens, minimizing the damage should be their responsibility. Birkin, looking caught off guard, hesitates before giving a half-hearted response. He agrees to be more careful next time. Colin turns to him in disbelief and jabs him in the ribs. His voice lowers, filled with irritation. Agreeing to nonsense like this makes no sense. In another battle, Colin stands at the edge of the fight, shouting commands into the golden trumpet. His voice is sharp, trying to snap Birkin out of whatever hesitation is holding him back. Birkin follows the order exactly, shifting his focus to the monster in front of him. Colin wastes no time. He barks another command, telling Birkin to get rid of the creature as quickly as possible. Birkin's mind lingers on the words of the official. The Guardian's energy comes from the very people he is supposed to protect. Keeping them safe is supposed to be a priority. Colin grows impatient. His frustration builds as he yells again, demanding, "Birkin, hurry up and launch the monster away." Birkin grips the creature tightly but hesitates. Colin raises his voice even louder through the trumpet, calling him an idiot for standing there like a statue. Finally, Birkin obeys with a powerful throw. He hurls the monster far away. Before it can recover, he follows up with a devastating beam attack, completely obliterating it. Later, Colin stands before the official, desperation in his eyes. He pleads for one last chance, just one more opportunity to prove himself in battle. The official refuses without hesitation. He reminds Colin that he has already reached his limit. Forcing more energy into the Guardian at this point would be reckless. Colin refuses to back down. He argues that recklessness doesn't matter. The monster they just fought is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. If they advance to the next stage of civilization, everything will change. The battles will be different. They will finally have a fresh start. The official pauses, considering the request. After a brief moment of silence, he finally gives in. If Colin insists this much, then so be it. Back in the present, Jin Wolma finally moves, turning his face toward Birkin, who is still desperately pleading. Birkin insists that everything must end. His energy-infused hand moves closer, the glow intensifying. Jin Wolma pushes himself up, his expression filled with irritation. Without a moment of hesitation, he calls Birkin an idiot and smashes his fist straight into his face. Birkin barely has time to react before another attack comes. Jin Wolma, clearly not in the mood for any more nonsense, delivers a brutal kick, sending him flying across the arena. Instead of following up, Jin Wolma points toward the crowd, telling Birkin to direct his words over there instead. If he wants to talk about endings, he should say it to those people, not him. His attention shifts to Colin, who still stands there with his usual scowl, trying way too hard to act like he's in control. With a smirk, Jin Wolma, now fully healed, takes a step forward. He glances at Colin again, amused. The so-called commander of the Guardian. His weapon seems to have quite a bit to say for itself. From the stands of Team Earth, Lena's excitement explodes. She practically jumps out of her seat, shouting at Jin Wolma with all the energy of someone who just won the lottery. She always believed in him. Of course she did. Meanwhile, Colin seethes with frustration, his glare fixed on Birkin, his voice dripping with disbelief. If Birkin had just stayed down, their victory would have been certain. The Guardian has ruined everything. Birkin, still lying on the ground, barely reacts. His voice is quiet, but his words carry weight. He doesn't want to continue in this tournament anymore. Colin freezes. His face twists in complete disbelief before his anger boils over. He yells at Birkin, demanding that he stop acting like a child. A Guardian doesn't get to throw tantrums. Does Birkin even realize how much effort and resources went into creating him? He wasn't made to think, to hesitate. He was made to fight. He has a duty, and that duty is to get up and finish this battle for their future. The crowd of Birkin supporters, however, doesn't take kindly to this outburst. Their frustration turns to rage as they shout back at Colin. They refuse to stand by while he speaks that way to their Guardian. Colin turns to them, his patience gone. His voice is sharp, laced with irritation as he tells them to stay out of things they don't understand. Birkin, still on the ground, makes his decision. He isn't needed anymore. Not for their future. Colin stares at him, his anger giving way to confusion. He doesn't understand what Birkin is trying to say. Then, without warning, a memory flashes before him. In the past, Colin stands in a cold, sterile room with the official. Behind them, Birkin floats inside the glass chamber, still recovering from his injuries. Colin is furious, demanding answers. The official just told him to stop supplying energy to Birkin. That makes no sense. Even increasing the energy barely helps him heal. Cutting it off would be madness. The official, completely unbothered by Colin's reaction, confirms it. He already knows the consequences. That's exactly why it's time to proceed with the disposal process. Colin's voice wavers as he repeats the word, almost as if he misheard. Disposal. The official remains calm, as if discussing routine paperwork instead of a living being. He reminds Colin that the monster Sohn, which they defeated earlier, was the last of its kind. Publicly, it was classified as a mutant creature, but they both know the truth. Those creatures weren't just monsters. They were failed Guardian Project experiments from the past. With the final one gone, there is no longer any real threat to their civilization. Colin's stomach twists. He already knows where this is going. If they dispose of the Guardian now, the GISP tournament, their civilization's only chance at advancement, will be out of their reach. Before he can argue, the official cuts him off. The decision has already been made. The elders have chosen to withdraw from the GISP tournament, regardless of what consequences follow, even if it means accepting the humiliation of remaining a lower-ranked civilization. This is the best path forward for them. Colin clenches his fists, his frustration barely contained. The official keeps saying us, but what about Birkin? Didn't he fight for them? Doesn't that make him part of their civilization? The official barely blinks at the question. His tone stays cold, dismissive. Birkin is not a person. He is not one of us. He is a weapon. Nothing more, nothing less. To keep that weapon stable, your own life force is constantly drained. And we both know there is a limit to how much you can give. Colin stares at him, disbelief and anger mixing together. His voice lowers, filled with quiet desperation. Just one more chance. One more chance to fight. Back in the present, Birkin speaks with finality. My role was to protect the planet from monsters. That role has now ended. Colin's entire body tenses as he processes those words. His teeth clench, his fists tighten, and frustration boils inside him. He repeats the words back, unable to believe what he just heard. His mind drags him back to the past, to the times they walked side by side, fighting together. The thought of it ending like this is unbearable. His anger erupts. His voice shakes as he yells at Birkin, rejecting the weak, pitiful excuse he just gave. If anyone deserves peace, it's not the people in the stands. It's him. The fight isn't over. There is still a chance. If they advance to the finals and their civilization rises in rank, Birkin's incomplete body, his altered, twisted form can all be restored. Everything can be fixed. He just needs to get up. The words echo. Birkin repeats them under his breath, his mind processing them. Then slowly, he rises to his feet. Something changes. Colin, still holding the massive golden trumpet, raises it high and shouts into it with all his strength. This time, he doesn't demand Birkin fight for others. He demands he fight for himself. A surge of power bursts from Birkin's body. His muscles tense, his form stiffens, and a vibrant blue aura radiates from him, growing stronger by the second. Across the battlefield, Jim Ulma watches with newfound excitement. His eyes light up as he takes in the change. Now, this is what makes a fight worth it. Birkin's entire body grows, shifting into a monstrous form. His once contained energy now explodes outward, covering the arena in sheer power. Jim Ulma smirks, completely satisfied. This version of Birkin is incomparable to the dull puppet that was fighting for others just moments ago. Now he actually looks like someone worth beating. Colin gives Birkin the signal. This is now an all-out battle. No more holding back. Birkin responds immediately. His massive fist slams into the arena floor with such force that the ground beneath shatters like glass. Levian's voice booms across the stadium, barely able to contain his excitement. The sheer power of Birkin is beyond imagination. In this form, he is energy itself. A single direct hit would be enough to end the match instantly. But then another twist. Jin Woo-ma dodges at the last possible moment. His speed is unbelievable. This time, however, he doesn't follow up with an attack. The crowd watches in confusion. Levian quickly analyzes the situation. Birkin's current form might be the reason for this hesitation. If physical attacks are now useless, what can Jim Woo-ma do? Jin Woo-ma looks down at his own hand. A faint bruise marks his skin, a rare sign of damage. He mutters something under his breath, but then his expression changes. The irritation fades, replaced by a sharp grin. Without a second thought, both of his hands begin radiating pure energy. Levian immediately catches on. Jin Woo-ma is channeling energy into both hands, preparing for an attack. He seems to be using an energy shield, likely to prevent his body from taking further damage. Birkin doesn't wait. He launches another attack, relentless as ever. But it's no use. Jin Woo-ma moves too fast. His speed is almost unreal. His movements blur, making it nearly impossible to track him. Levian keeps up his commentary, pointing out the obvious. Birkin is trying everything to close the distance, but it simply isn't enough. Colin, now desperate, yells for Birkin to keep attacking, to not stop for even a second. But it's hopeless. No matter how hard Birkin tries, Jin Woo-ma remains untouchable. His attacks swing through empty space, missing every single time. It isn't even a fight anymore. It's target practice without a target. Colin grits his teeth, frustration turning into desperation. They just need one hit. One clean strike, and it's over. In the stands, a group of blue-skinned aliens notices something unusual. One of them points at Jinwoo-ma, confused. Something isn't right. His movement. It's suddenly different. Colin's eyes widen as he processes the same thing. Then realization dawns and his lips curl into a grin. There was never a need to rush this fight. The truth becomes painfully clear. Jinwoo-ma isn't just dodging. He's barely surviving. Both of his hands are gone. The attempt to counter Birkin's attacks cost him more than he expected. His body struggles to stay in one piece. Colin lets out a laugh, the kind only a sore winner would make. He taunts Jinwoo-ma, rubbing in the reality of the situation. Birkin is no longer just a fighter. His body has turned into a living furnace, overflowing with the energy of countless people. No flimsy barrier can withstand that kind of force. Birkin lunges again. Jinwoo-ma is in midair, completely vulnerable. Colin's excitement skyrockets. This is it, he can't dodge anymore. He shouts for Birkin to finish him, to end it now. But then something shifts. Still airborne, Jinwoo-ma suddenly smirks. His voice cuts through the tension, throwing Colin's own words right back at him. The real fool isn't me. It's you, Colin. Dodging was never part of the plan. In the next moment, Jinwoo-ma kicks off the air itself, propelling his body straight at Birkin like a missile. No hesitation, no fear. He closes the distance in an instant, heading directly for the so-called Guardian. The alien news reporter watches the scene unfold, shaking his head. He expected more. For Jinwoo-ma to throw his life away at the very end. It's disappointing. He had high hopes, but in the end, it's just another waste of potential. Then everything changes. A massive explosion erupts from the battlefield, unlike anything seen before. The sheer force of it isn't just contained to the arena. It spreads outward, its shockwaves traveling far beyond the planet. The impact is so immense that it is felt on other planets. Meanwhile, in a distant high-ranking assembly of powerful alien leaders, one figure remains calm, observing the event unfold. Mumender, the representative of the incipient civilization, a rank, one powerhouse, takes notice. He acknowledges the surge of energy, recognizing it as something unusual, something worth paying attention to. For this level of power to be unleashed in the preliminaries is unheard of. His mind quickly calculates the source. Tracing it back. His gaze sharpens as he pinpoints the location. If this energy is coming from that direction, then it must be Levian's district. After a brief moment of thought, he finally stands up. A rare decision. It's been a long time since I last visited my brother. The arena lies in complete ruin. The once grand battlefield is now nothing more than shattered ground and swirling dust. Nothing remains untouched by the blast. Marcel stares at the devastation, barely able to believe what just happened. The sheer force behind that attack. It was beyond comprehension. If that had landed directly, not even that guy would have survived. Levian, ever the professional, quickly addresses the audience. With the chaos unfolding, he reminds the spectators to remain calm. To prevent sudden energy explosions from reaching them, the arena's energy barrier is being reinforced in real time. The match is still ongoing, and they are free to continue enjoying the spectacle. But even Levian has to admit this is impressive. The energy barrier, built to withstand Tier 4 civilization-level attacks, is actively reacting to the fight. For a match between so-called lower civilizations, they are putting on a surprisingly decent show. Meanwhile, the people of Birkin's planet erupt into cheers. Their voices boom through the ruined arena, shouting Birkin's name over and over. To them, this outcome was expected. Of course their guardian would stand victorious. Colin watches everything unfold, breathless. Then laughter spills from him, uncontrolled. His voice shakes between disbelief and overwhelming joy. Birkin. You really are incredible. Birkin, still standing amidst the wreckage, continues to radiate an overwhelming aura. His body glows, his energy surging stronger than ever. Colin, still caught up in the moment, calls it. The fight is over. This is our victory. But then something unexpected happens. Birkin turns to face Colin, his expression unreadable. His voice comes out. Weak, almost apologetic. Then everything falls apart. His face cracks. Then the rest of his body shatters. Piece by piece, Birkin's form disintegrates, breaking apart like glass. His once mighty aura vanishes in an instant. What's left of him collapses, hitting the ground hard. The guardian of Birkin lies unconscious, his once unshakable body now motionless. On the other hand, Jinwoo-ma also lies on the ground, both arms missing. Yet a smirk stretches across his face. His breath is ragged, but the amusement in his eyes remains. Birkin, for all his overwhelming strength, hesitated until the very end. What a fool. His thoughts wander for a moment, piecing everything together. In the end, Birkin's true intention was never to kill. That moment of hesitation, that final moment, had been proof of it. The attack had thrown off his rhythm, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't really matter. His gaze shifts to Birkin's unconscious, broken form, and his voice comes out with a finality. That seals the moment. Our debt is settled. The death you wished for. I granted it. Then the voice of Levian thunders across the battlefield, cutting through the silence. The match is over. The winner has been decided. The representative of Earth, Jin Woo-ma, stands victorious. Jin Woo-ma slowly pushes himself up, rising to his feet despite his battered state. From the stands, Lena's voice explodes with excitement. She knew it. She knew he could do it. Mark, meanwhile, looks like he's trying to process the impossible. His hands grip his head as he mutters to himself. Somehow, against all odds, Jin Woo-ma actually won against that monster. Marcel, standing nearby, soaks in the moment. His gaze sweeps over the stunned alien spectators before him. This was the strength of Earth. This was the real representative of Earth. Colin rushes into the arena, his voice breaking as he calls out for Birkin. His feet pound against the shattered ground, but it's too late. Birkin is no more. Colin falls to his knees beside what remains of the Guardian, and his grief quickly twists into rage. His head snaps toward Jin Woo-ma, fury burning in his eyes. His voice cracks as he demands an answer, accusing him of using some kind of cowardly trick. Birkin should have been untouchable. Jin Woo-ma's attacks shouldn't have been able to damage him at all. Jin Woo-ma barely reacts. His expression remains calm, almost bored, as he throws the accusation back at Colin. A cowardly trick. If you're referring to me sharing my chi with Birkin, then sure, call it that. Colin freezes, his mind struggling to catch up. Pay. His voice shakes as he demands clarification. Then the realization creeps in, the pieces clicking into place. The attacks just now. It couldn't be. Jin Woo-ma, ever the patient teacher for idiots, explains. He wasn't attacking Birkin in the traditional sense. Instead, he had been injecting his own chi into Birkin's cosmoforce during the fight. Birkin had already gone far beyond his limit. His body was running on borrowed time. Jin Woo-ma simply helped that process along by inserting just a little more chi into him. Colin's breath catches. If Birkin hadn't pushed himself so recklessly, if he hadn't burned through everything so fast. The regret is instant, but it's too late. Before he can fully process the weight of it all, angry voices rise from the stands. One of the spectators shouts at Colin, mocking him for standing there like a clueless fool. If Birkin is down, then you should get in the fight instead of wasting time crying. Another voice cuts in, even more furious. We gave up everything, poured all our energy into this so-called strategy. And for what? To lose in the second round of the preliminaries against a mere earthling. The frustration boils over. Had we not wasted all our energy on that outdated relic, Colin insisted on calling a guardian. Maybe, just maybe, things would have been different. Colin snaps. His grief explodes into raw anger as he shouts back at the crowd. Birkin wasn't just a fighter, he was a true hero who never asked for anything in return. He sacrificed everything to protect you, yet now they have the audacity to turn on him. Did you really think you could just sit back and endure whatever came next? A complacent civilization will never find true peace. One day, beings far more ruthless than the monsters we fought will set their sights on our planet. And when that day comes, who will protect you then? His face twists, his expression distorting with each word, but he doesn't stop. His voice rises as he calls out their delusions, reminding them that the so-called alliance they trust would never protect them the way Birkin did. And then, mid-sentence, his head explodes. Just like that, the shouting ends. Silence grips the arena. It wasn't random. It wasn't an accident. Levian hovers above, calm and unbothered, the faintest trace of energy flickering from his fingertips. He simply states that Colin should not have insulted the gods. His attention shifts. He turns to Jin Woo-ma, uninterested in any further distractions. The match is over. You're in the way. Leave. Jin Woo-ma doesn't move. His eyes lock onto Levian, his gaze sharp, unreadable. There's something in his expression, something that suggests he isn't about to let this slide. From the stands, Mark watches, his voice uneasy as he wonders why Jin Woo-ma is reacting like that. Lena, sensing the tension, calls out, trying to stop him before things escalate. But before anything happens, another presence enters the arena. Muender arrives, his eyes scanning the battlefield. Am I too late? He wonders. Levian's expression darkens instantly. His mood shifts from arrogance to irritation. He does not like this. Why is that bastard here? The moment Muender steps forward, everyone bows. The energy in the arena shifts entirely, the air growing heavy under his presence. This wasn't just a visit. This was an unexpected welcome from a ruler among warriors. A fighter with immense energy had fallen, and now someone far beyond comprehension had arrived. Lena, still overwhelmed, tries to lift her head, curiosity getting the better of her. Before she can, Mark reacts quickly, pressing her head down, forcing her to kneel with the others. This wasn't the time to test limits. Jin Woo-ma feels it too. The pressure Muender releases isn't just strong, it's suffocating. His body locks up for a brief second, frozen under the sheer weight of the aura radiating from this being. Then Muender speaks, his voice carrying the authority of someone who never needs to repeat himself. His question is simple, but it shatters the moment. He asks, does that make Jin Woo-ma the winner of this match? Jin Woo-ma slowly lifts his head. His expression is unreadable at first, his body still adjusting to the overwhelming force pressing down on him. Then the corner of his mouth pulls into a smirk. This is it. For the first time, he is standing before the true peak of this world. The moment Muender arrives, everyone bows, unable to resist the weight of his presence. It presses down on them like an invisible force, suffocating and undeniable. Without speaking, he descends into the arena, making his way toward Jin Woo-ma. His aura is unlike anything else. It doesn't just radiate power, it twists the very fabric of reality. Every step he takes reshapes what strength even means, as if the universe itself acknowledges him as something beyond comprehension. Jin Woo-ma keeps his eyes on him, his expression impossible to read. His mind struggles to fully process what stands before him. This isn't just another warrior, another ruler, another so-called champion. This is the peak of existence itself. Not far away, Levian watches, his frustration barely contained. His jaw tightens, his fingers twitch, and irritation builds with every second. He mutters a curse under his breath, despising every moment of this. To him, Muender isn't just an inconvenience, he is unbearable. Why does he have to show up now? Of all times, at this exact moment. The sight of that smug face makes his thoughts turn sharp with resentment. That insufferable bastard. Why does he always have to be here? His glare darkens as he watches everything unfold, his fists clenching tighter. Now he has no choice but to stand there fuming, forced to witness this nonsense all over again. The most infuriating part is that Muender is probably enjoying every second of this. And not just by accident. He is doing it on purpose. Levian refuses to believe that anyone genuinely worships him. This reaction from the people, this ridiculous display of forced reverence, is nothing more than a lingering imprint burned into civilizations long ago, relic left behind from a war that shattered the universe itself nearly 100 million years ago. The universe faced its greatest disaster, a devastating shortage of resources that sent entire civilizations crumbling. Desperation grew, and that desperation sparked the flames of war. The Great Galactic War began. For 3,000 years, chaos spread like wildfire, consuming everything in its path. Entire civilizations, once thriving, were erased. More than half of all known species vanished, their names lost to time. The universe inched closer and closer to complete collapse, drowning in its own destruction. And then, in just 10 days, it all ended. One being changed everything, Muender in real. He did not just intervene, he crushed the war under his will, bringing an end to the slaughter that had raged for millennia. With nothing but his presence, entire civilization surrendered. The fighting that had lasted thousands of years was wiped away in mere days. From that moment on, civilizations did not just fear him, they treated him like something beyond mortal comprehension, him and the select few who stood beside him. This event did not just reshape the universe, it laid the foundation for something far greater. It was the birth of the Galactic Alliance. Levian grits his teeth, his frustration reaching a boiling point. If he had been around during the Great Galactic War, this entire spectacle would have been about him. The reverence, the bowing, the power, it should have belonged to him, not Muender. His thoughts are cut short when a robotic assistant approaches, delivering its usual monotone report. Thanks to the sudden appearance of Muender, the event has once again skyrocketed to the #1 spot in real-time ratings. Because of Muender. The very suggestion makes his blood boil. He refuses to accept it. The high ratings have nothing to do with that insufferable presence. The credit belongs to him alone, his flawless hosting, his unmatched charisma. If anything, Muender is ruining the experience. His patience snaps. He turns toward Muender, demanding he leave immediately. Entering the arena without permission is a direct violation of the rules. Muender doesn't seem the least bit bothered. Instead, he tilts his head slightly, clear amusement in his expression. Levian, lecturing someone about rules. Now that's unexpected. Still, Muender reassures him that he has no plans to stay. He simply wants to exchange a few words with the one who managed to defeat the warrior of immense energy. Levian has no interest in entertaining the request. His patience is gone. He leaps into the arena, his anger barely contained, demanding that Muender stop wasting time and leave at once. But his frustration only grows stronger. Every second Muender remains in his sight is an insult. Muender, completely unfazed, speaks in the same calm tone. Levian, you are mistaken. There are no grand schemes here. Just a brief conversation. Levian doesn't let him finish. His voice cuts through the arena, commanding respect. If you are ignoring the rules, then you are ignoring me. Without a second thought, Levian grabs Muender by the head, his grip tightening, his aura flaring with rage. Muender laughs. His tone remains relaxed even as Levian tightens his hold. I have heard some things about my so-called brother. Rumors, whispers. confirmations that you have been the real problem all along. It seems you are the one who has been disregarding the rules, making selfish decisions, and acting without permission. And because of that, your entire sector is suffering during the tournament. Levian kneels, his voice booming through the arena, his anger flaring as he declares that his word is the ultimate law in this place. He refuses to tolerate anyone questioning him. Muender, unfazed, points out that Levian hasn't changed at all. Still just as reckless as ever. Levian refuses to be looked down on. His fury builds, and suddenly a dark aura surrounds him. The air turns heavy as a black hole forms above the arena, sucking in everything around it. The crowd watches in shock, struggling to comprehend what's happening. Some assume it is pure energy, but one of them realizes the truth. This is not just energy, it behaves like an actual black hole. Destruction spreads quickly. Objects, structures, and even people get pulled toward the void. Panic erupts as the audience desperately tries to escape. One man, feeling his body losing control, stammers in terror as he gets dragged toward the abyss. Muender, still as sarcastic as ever, comments on Levian's warm welcome. The power before them is something beyond that of a god, the ability to break down and reshape matter at will. Anything living or non-living that touches the swirling sphere instantly dissolves into liquid. Levian turns his fury toward Muender, vowing to teach him what happens when someone dares to break his rules. Muender challenges him, questioning if he even cares that his so-called precious audience is about to be completely erased. Levian snaps, demanding silence. He refuses to take the blame and insists that Muender is the one who started this mess in the first place. Muender makes his decision and prepares to act. There is no other choice left. Through telepathic command, he reaches out to the judges of Sector 3, ordering them to protect all civilizations inside the arena from this moment onward. The response is immediate. Every judge acknowledges the command, declaring their duty to follow the will of the Supreme God. Judge Verdis, Judge Damo, and Judge Etherian move without hesitation, working together to rescue the people caught in the chaos. Muender turns his attention to the last remaining presence, his clumsy little brother still standing amidst the destruction. Then something catches his eye. Jinwolma remains unaffected by the barrier, a detail that immediately raises suspicion. A mere human should not be able to withstand Levian's gravity. Yet, not only does he endure it, but he also possesses enhanced regeneration. Defeating a warrior with immense energy could not have been pure luck. Muender acknowledges the struggle of Jinwolma, urging him to hold on a little longer. Levian's ability to reconstruct was never meant to function as an absorption technique, meaning there may still be a way to counter it. He then turns his attention back to Levian, questioning if he is satisfied yet. But Levian is far from done. His rage continues to burn, and with all four of his hands, he prepares to strike. He reminds Muender of an important fact. I was the one who personally created your restraints. In your current state, you have no chance of stopping me. Levian makes his declaration with absolute confidence. This will be the day I finally expose your true limitations to the entire universe. Muender, however, remains calm. He points out a small but crucial detail that his overexcited brother seems to have forgotten. Inside the arena, I am allowed to release at least one of my restraints. Muender removes one of the restraints on his arm, signaling that it is time to end this. He raises his fingers, and in an instant, a beam of energy cuts through the black hole above, slicing it apart. Levian immediately realizes he is in deep trouble. Reality hits him like a brick, and he snaps back to his senses. Accepting defeat, he admits his mistake and offers an apology for the chaos he caused. Muender leaves the rest of the matches in Levian's hands, making it clear that his part in this is over. Then, turning to Jinwolma, he acknowledges his strength once again, praising him for his victory. He hints that their conversation is not over yet, and instructs Jinwolma to ensure he reaches the main arena on time. Mark and Lena watch everything unfold, completely stunned. None of this seems real to them. Jinwolma exits the arena, looking lost in thought. Before he can process everything, Lena rushes toward him, calling his name. She reaches out, but before she can ask if he is okay, he takes her hand and interrupts with a question of his own. His focus is elsewhere. He wants to know about the man who was just there. Was he also a contestant in the tournament? Lena hesitates for a moment before realizing he is talking about Muender. She confirms that Muender is the incipient representative and not just any participant, but the final opponent in the tournament. Jinwolma reflects on what just happened. Even if it was only for a moment, he felt something when Muender used his power. It was familiar, an eerie, inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Lena explains that since the tournament began, no one has ever managed to defeat Muender. Jinwolma instinctively understands that if he wants to find the truth behind this strange feeling, there is only one way forward. If there is something waiting to be uncovered, he has no other choice. He must climb to the very top of this tournament. Later, a new commentator steps up. Her voice shakes like a broken speaker. She introduces herself as Belsinos and explains that Levian cannot continue because his condition looks worse than a smartphone after falling down a staircase. Belsinos, trying too hard to sound humble, keeps saying she is not anyone important. She quickly moves to the player introductions before her own awkwardness eats her alive. She loudly announces Braxton first. Braxton comes from the deck of Brusons and sits at rank 6,300 in the civilization rankings. He looks exactly like one of those micro-robots people see in discount sci-fi movies, the kind that transforms into a washing machine instead of a sports car. Next, Belsinos introduces Kalmar from the Sirenchims, who holds the 5,200th rank. Kalmar looks like a magician who lost a bet, got stuck with two masks, and decided to wear both instead of choosing one. Belsinos declares the match between these two walking fashion disasters officially open. In the audience, Marcel turns toward Mark with his usual confused face. He asks why all three of them need to sit here and watch this fight in person. Mark stares at him like he just asked if the sun rises in the west. Mark reminds him that the winner will fight their team next. Marcel nods but still looks lost. He asks why he personally got dragged into this. Mark throws a quick look at Lena, who stands a few steps away, and explains that handling her alone is like babysitting a tornado with mood swings. Marcel suggests that maybe their team leader should take care of it instead. Mark sighs like someone carrying the weight of the universe and explains the team leader is too busy working part-time. During the first round, Lena broke the recovery machine so badly that the repair bill destroyed their entire operations budget. Because of that, the whole team now takes turns working part-time shifts just to keep the team running. Marcel blinks, connecting the dots very slowly, then asks if that explains why the coach disappeared after the last match. Mark shrugs and reminds him that Marcel spent half the time unconscious, so it's no wonder he has no clue. Marcel, still not finished with his endless questions, asks how they even found work on such an advanced planet. His face shows the same energy. As a kid who just realized homework exists. Mark, looking like he has explained this 10 times already, breaks it down for him. He says that because the planet is so advanced, people from Earth actually fit well into service jobs. For the locals, it probably feels like watching aliens make coffee-free entertainment with every order. Mark adds that lower civilizations are not even allowed to stay on this planet normally because of its location. Only the fancy, high-level civilizations get to hang around here. He shares something the team leader once explained. Apparently, advanced civilizations see no point in working in a place like this. Most of them either gamble away fortunes or roam around acting like tourists with too much free time. Only people with very specific skills get officially sent here for work. Marcel's eyes light up at the word gambling. He asks if that means people bet on the tournament matches. Mark nods and says it doesn't matter if they are aliens or humans. Life in every corner of the galaxy works the same. Wherever living beings exist, someone always finds a way to make a quick buck off other people's bad decisions. He explains that only people from Tier 1 or Tier 2 civilizations really care about moving up the ranks. The rest just treat this planet like a giant casino or a luxury vacation spot. Most of the crowd probably came here just to waste time and money. Suddenly, Mark's eyes drift to Jinwolma, who is sitting quietly beside him. Jinwolma is staring at the match as if his life depended on it. Mark pauses for a second, confused. That guy always gave off the energy of someone who forgets why he walked into a room. But right now, he watches the match like a detective solving a crime. Just then, Belsinos announces the winner with so much force, it feels like she's trying to scare the audience into clapping. Braxton, the representative of the deck of Brusons, stands victorious. Palmer already lies on the ground, the sword of Braxton sticking right through his chest like a bad decoration. Mark stretches his arms and casually says the next opponent is now confirmed. More matches roll out one after the other. In Group 30 second round, Reikina from the Klaxions comes out on top. Later, the second round match for Group 55 ends, and Brunner from the Klaxions takes the win. Strangely enough, the Klaxions apparently sent 2 representatives to this tournament, or someone messed up the paperwork. Either way, nobody seems to care enough to fix it. Belsinos announces a short break before Group 54's match begins. Her voice sounds just as shaky as before, like she still can't believe someone trusted her with a microphone. Mark leans over and taps Jinwolma's shoulder like a guy reminding his friend they ordered food an hour ago. Jinwolma finally looks away from the match and stares at Mark, clearly annoyed. Mark tells him 6 hours have already passed and asks if Jinwolma plans to keep sitting there like a statue, watching every single match until his eyes fall out. Jinwolma squints at him and asks if Mark seriously stayed all this time just because of him. Mark throws his arms in the air and says, "Of course. What else would I be doing here, studying alien culture?" Jinwolma crosses his arms and says he doesn't need a babysitter. If they want to leave, they should just leave. Mark reminds him about the last time Jinwolma disappeared into thin air, leaving everyone running around like headless chickens. If that happens again, we're all doomed. Jinwolma shrugs and says there's no need to worry about that. He already has his own reasons for entering this tournament, so nobody needs to stress about what he might do next. Then, without a care in the world, he tells Mark to stop thinking useless thoughts and go away if he wants. Mark stands up, stretches his back like an old man, and casually mentions it's time for his work shift. He waves it off like it's no big deal and starts walking away. Before leaving, he suddenly remembers something and turns to Marcel. He tells Marcel that the team leader will come here after her shift ends. Marcel shrugs and says that means he only needs to stay until she arrives. With that, Mark leaves without any guilt, happy to dump responsibility onto someone else. As Mark walks out, he places his hand on his chest like some dramatic hero in a low-budget drama. His mind starts running in circles. Jinwolma didn't actually say anything deep or meaningful, yet for a split second, he gave off the exact vibe Lena once mentioned, the kind of person who might actually save their useless team someday. Meanwhile, Marcel sits there, sighing Jinwolma like a kid stuck next to a stranger at a family wedding. Jinwolma never acted like this during training. But now, with just the two of them here, the air feels so painfully awkward. Marcel starts questioning all his life choices. Out of nowhere, Jinwolma calls Marcel's name, making him jump a little. Like a student caught daydreaming in class. Jinwolma asks if Marcel has anything more to say about fighting styles, like he did before. Marcel awkwardly scratches his head and admits he's too weak to teach anyone anything. Jinwolma, never one to miss a chance for a roast, points out that Marcel's weakness is obvious without needing a confession. Then, Jinwolma starts thinking out loud. During his fight with Birkin, he realized something important. The talent to become strong and the talent to make others strong are not the same thing. He asks Marcel, or is this still too much for a weakling like you? Jinwolma continues and says there's something he has been curious about every time he watches Marcel fight. Meanwhile, Lena finally arrives at the scene. Sweat sticks to her face because she sprinted here like her life depended on it. But instead of chaos or trouble, she finds Jinwolma calmly talking with Marcel. She stands there confused, wondering why the air feels more awkward than intense. She risked her lungs for this. 1 month later, Belsinos is sitting proudly in the commentator's spot again. She announces the start of the third preliminary round for Group 8. Her voice shakes a little, but this time it sounds more like excitement than nerves. First, she introduces Braxton, leader of the deck of Brusons, rank 6043rd. She reminds the audience that this civilization believes strength solves everything, including, probably, ordering food. Then she introduces the opponent. No longer just a nobody from a lower-ranked civilization, Jinwolma steps into the arena. Earth, his home planet, sits at rank 8700. This introduction feels more like a formality, because nobody expects anything from Earth anyway. Belsinos wastes no time and announces the match's start. Suddenly, her eyes narrow behind her glasses because something looks off. She adjusts them like they are lying to her. Jinwolma stands there with his eyes closed the moment the match begins. Belsinos wonders out loud if this is some fancy new tactic to mess with his opponent's head. In the arena, Braxton glares at Jinwolma like someone insulted his whole family. He shouts about how Jinwolma got too cocky after defeating a weak civilization and calls him an arrogant fool. Without wasting another breath, Braxton charges at Jinwolma like a runaway truck. His speed makes the ground shake, and his sword flies straight at Jinwolma. But Jinwolma dodges without even trying, like he just stepped aside to avoid a puddle. A golden aura wraps around Jinwolma's body, and sparks of gold flicker in his eyes. His counterattack comes calm and collected, but his speed looks more like teleportation. Jinwolma activates his blood demon technique, and before anyone can process what happened, Braxton lies flat on the ground, completely wrecked. One single hit from Jinwolma ends the fight before it even starts. Belsinos nearly falls off her chair, screaming that Earth's representative just won in under 30 seconds. A quick flashback shows Marcel talking to Jinwolma a month earlier. Marcel had suggested that with his ability, there was a way Jinwolma could reduce the side effects of the suppressor. Back in the present, Jinwolma walks out of the arena with victory in his pocket. For a second, he thinks about Marcel, and realizes the redhead might not be completely useless after all. Belsinos announces the next fighter. Mantor, the representative of the Mantra civilization, enters the arena with his usual confidence. His people believe that raw instinct is the only power that matters. For them, strength is everything, and thinking is a waste of time. Mantor has crushed every opponent so far with nothing but brute force, completely ignoring logic, strategy, or any kind of skill. He's basically a muscle robot pretending to be a warrior. But this time, something shocking happens. Right at the very beginning of the match, Jinwolma makes his move. In just a few blinks, Mantor goes down hard. The crowd explodes with cheers. Excited fans start yelling over each other, shouting about how they placed all their bets on the Earthling. People are losing their minds, asking him to destroy the next opponent just like that. Some even look like they might cry from happiness. Back in the Earth Team hub, Lena stares at the arena. Her eyes are wide, and her heart races. A question grows in her mind. Maybe this is what Jin Wolma's true strength really looks like. A short while earlier, a conversation takes place between Jin Wolma, Marcel, and Lena. Marcel, ever the cautious one, tries to understand what's holding Jin Wolma back. The issue turns out to be the side effects of the suppressor. Ever since that strange necklace was taken off, Jin Wolma's energy flow has been all messed up. It's not a small issue, either. Lena tries to stay positive. She thinks maybe it's not too bad if only the energy flow is off. But Jin Wolma corrects her. He explains that when energy can't move properly through the body, most people wouldn't even be able to stand, let alone fight. There is a way to fix the flow though, but it's risky. If anyone attacks him during that correction process, the energy might backfire, making the condition worse. Lena looks thoughtful. She asks if Jin Wolma can normally control this flow. Jin Wolma nods with confidence. It's a technique meant for times when energy gets disrupted. Then comes Lena's idea. She wonders what would happen if Jin Wolma combined that energy flow control with the Guardian's Cosmoforce. Jin Wolma walks out of the arena, calm and collected. The match is over, and another enemy has been left in the dust. Belsinos announces the result with pride, her voice loud and clear. Jin Wolma has won match 19 of the 4th preliminary round in Group 8. In the distance, Lena watches him. Her thoughts drift back to the earlier rounds. The first two were filled with chaos and stress. Everything felt unfair back then, like Earth never stood a chance. But now, after seeing Jin Wolma fight with such power and control, it starts to feel like those hardships were preparing him. Maybe those challenges were actually a blessing hidden under all the pain and pressure. Later that day, inside the stadium cafeteria in Sector 3, things are more relaxed. Jin Wolma, Marcel, and Lena sit together for lunch. Jin Wolma is focused on eating, stuffing food into his mouth like he hasn't seen a meal in days. His hands grab everything without hesitation, and he looks like a man fighting hunger itself. Marcel, watching him with wide eyes, looks curious and slightly confused. He asks Jin Wolma why he eats with his hands. The reply is simple. He just finds it more comfortable. No fuss, no explanation. Typical Jin Wolma. Marcel shrugs and turns to Lena. Switching topics, he brings up something he heard. Apparently, the Earth team has been doing part-time jobs and shifts. He wants to know if that's true. Lena gives a casual nod. Of course he heard it from Mark, but she tells him not to worry. The Earth team has been handling everything just fine. No complaints, no breakdowns. Everyone is doing their best. Marcel seems relieved. Since getting his prosthetic leg, he's been feeling more useful and wants to help in any way he can. Lena reassures him again. Money isn't a problem anymore. She already paid back what they owed Mark, and it only took her 2 weeks. Marcel looks shocked. The money system here is strange. 1 unit of the local currency is worth 500 times what Earth uses. But even with a higher value, the cost of living is so high that saving money still takes effort. The Earth team learned fast, though. They've adjusted, worked hard, and now they even enjoy what they're doing. Despite being ranked low, and looked down on by arrogant civilizations full of overhyped blowhards like Braxton and Mantor, the Earth team stands strong. They fight. They earn. And most of all, they don't whine like spoiled brats when things get hard. Jin Wolma continues eating, still chewing like he's in a race against time. Between bites, he brings up something that's been on his mind. He wonders if the fighters they've seen so far are the only ones taking part in this tournament. Lena looks a little confused and asks what he means. Jin Wolma explains that he has gone through all the matches after the second round. Every single one has disappointed him. No skill stands out. No strategy impresses him. The fighters look like they're trying to win a talent show, not a serious battle. Most of them rely on flashy tricks or dumb strength, like Braxton swinging a sword or Mantor smashing walls. Jin Wolma adds that none of their abilities are even worth copying. And even if he did copy them, they wouldn't help him against that winged guy. But one opponent still feels dangerous. Lena asks who he's talking about. Before she gets an answer, a man walks up to their table, interrupting the moment with an annoying smirk. He carries himself with an air of importance, but he just looks like a stuck-up drama queen. It's Finkas, the representative of the Pixie civilization. His outfit sparkles as if he's trying to win a fashion contest, and his attitude is worse than his taste in clothes. He directs a classic insult at Jin Wolma, comparing him unfavorably to someone named Muender, trying to act superior to everyone at the table. Lena immediately recognizes him and looks annoyed. She demands to know what he's doing here. Finkas ignores her tone and tells them he has something important to share. He insists they follow him. Lena stands up, clearly not in the mood for his nonsense. Her voice rises. She wants him to speak right there if he really has something to say. Finkas waves it off as if he's talking to wild animals. He complains that there are too many eyes watching and keeps asking them to step outside. His arrogance fills the space like a bad smell. Marcel slams the table and rises to his feet. His voice is sharp and strong. He doesn't want anything to do with Finkes, and makes that clear. But Finkes brushes him off with a smug smile, calling him a loser. He says his business is not with weaklings like Marcel. He only wants to talk to Jinwolma. Jinwolma, calm as always, tells him there's no business to discuss. But Finkes keeps going. He asks Jinwolma if he desires power. Then he offers something strange, an instant way to become stronger. The offer sounds suspicious but is also hard to ignore. Jinwolma doesn't speak right away. Then slowly, he and the others begin following Finkes. Something about this feels off, but curiosity, and the chance to learn more lead them out of the cafeteria. The group walks through the busy stadium corridors, following Finkes. Marcel walks a few steps behind and leans toward Lena, his voice carrying concern. He asks if this whole thing is really okay. His eyes stay fixed on the Pixie ahead. Marcel remembers the last time they crossed paths with this glitter-covered group. The Pixie civilization didn't just talk big, they actually attacked them. That memory hasn't faded. Lena responds, her voice calm but serious. She doesn't deny what happened. Yes, the Pixies were the ones who caused trouble before, but this time the situation is different. Back then, they were ambushed in one of the city's most deserted areas, hidden away on the street, and inside a quiet hall that barely had visitors. Now, they're inside Sector 3's main stadium, surrounded by systems, people, and cameras. Pulling off any shady tricks would be almost impossible here. She also adds that if Finkes is telling the truth, and if there really is a way to make Jinwolma stronger, then it might be worth the risk. Her focus is on what's at stake. Marcel still doesn't feel comfortable. He mutters that this isn't just risky, it's way too dangerous. Eventually, they arrive at a gymnasium tucked away in the stadium. The moment they step inside, the air shifts. A group of massive pixies suddenly surrounds them from behind. These ones don't look like the tiny, fluttering type. They're giants built like brick walls with wings. Their eyes burn with anger and their faces twist in disgust. One of them glares at Jinwolma. His words are full of hate, as if he's just waiting for an excuse to start a fight. The pixie's name is Silver, and he looks like he was born angry and raised on bitterness. He spits out insults like candy, acting like Jinwolma's very existence is an offense. But Finkes shuts him down. He tells Silver to stand down. Right now, revenge can wait. There's something more important. Finkes walks over to a chair like he owns the place and sits down slowly, trying to look like a king. The guy clearly thinks he's the smartest one in the room. Then he speaks. He claims he brought Jinwolma here to make a serious offer, one that could push Jinwolma's power far beyond what lower-ranked civilizations can ever dream of. An associate of his steps forward, presenting an object. Finkes gestures toward it with pride, as if he's presenting a treasure. Jinwolma, Lena, and Marcel all lean slightly forward, their eyes locked on the item. Curiosity fills the air. No one speaks yet. Deep down, no one really trusts Finkes, not the brat in glitter, not his angry goons, and definitely not whatever trick they're about to pull. Inside the Gisp arena, in a waiting room, the pixie alien Finkes is sitting in front of Jinwolma's group. He acts like he's doing them a huge favor. His grin stretches too wide, and his tone feels fake from the start. On the table in front of them lies a small box. Inside is a ring, silver and shining. Lena picks it up carefully. Next to it is a contract, thick and full of fine print. Her eyes scan the top line. The first clause demands that Jinwolma wear the eternal steel ring in all his future matches, not once, not occasionally, every single match. That alone feels strange, but the second clause is even worse. Jinwolma is required to win at least one match in the main tournament or pay a massive fine. The amount listed is no joke, 50 million Zen. In Earth money, that's nearly 25 billion. Lena's voice grows sharp with disbelief. This isn't just a contract, it's a trap. Finkes, still wearing that smug look like he invented the universe, responds with the same nonsensical confidence. He repeats how the ring will help Jinwolma surpass the limits of his low-level background. The way he says it, you'd think he was talking to cave people who just discovered fire. He tries to make the ring sound like some priceless gift. He claims that even primitive life forms should be able to understand its value. Then he waffles on about how Galactic Federation law prohibits sharing technology directly between civilizations, so he's offering this ring as a donation. But of course, it's only available under simple conditions, like a hidden minefield under a smiling welcome mat. Finkes speaks like he's doing them a favor, like they should be grateful. His tone carries that fake politeness rich people use when they hand you poisoned candy. He calls it an honor. Marcel narrows his eyes. The name of the steel catches his attention, Eternal Steel. He's heard of it before. It's rare. It's strong. And in theory, it could boost someone's power. But none of that answers the big question, why is Finkes suddenly helping them? Lena finally asks what everyone is thinking. There's no reason for him to do this out of kindness. Not someone like him, not a clown in makeup who surrounds himself with bodyguards and carries an ego bigger than a planet. Finkes doesn't give a real answer. He just looks down on them like a king glancing at bugs. According to him, beings as insignificant as Jinwoo-ma and his team don't need to know why. Just then, another group shows up, loud, annoying, and full of themselves. Leading them is Bolter, the so-called prince of the Ironstone civilization. He enters with a smug grin, acting like he owns the place. His group follows close behind, each one trying way too hard to look important. Bolter immediately opens his mouth and greets Finkas with fake sweetness, calling him Little Prince in a voice dripping with sarcasm. Finkas clenches his jaw. The timing couldn't be worse. Bolter's arrival is like a bad smell right after someone just cleaned the room. Finkas tries to keep his cool, but it's clear that he doesn't want this walking embarrassment anywhere near him. He asks why Bolter is even here. Bolter throws his arms open and plays innocent. He acts hurt, as if he expected hugs and flowers. Then he proudly announces that he came to say thank you. The reason, apparently, is that Finkas has helped Ironstone's economy without even trying. Ever since the whole eternal steel nonsense began, a material called arsenium, related to that steel, has seen a huge rise in value. Their stock prices have gone through the roof. So, in a twisted way, Finkas is being thanked for making a bad product look valuable. Jinwoo-ma raises an eyebrow, still silent, but now clearly paying attention. Bolter then notices Jinwoo-ma, and the others standing nearby. His face twists with disgust. He barks at them to move, calling them primitives. Like many arrogant aliens before him, Bolter sees anyone ranked lower as trash. He doesn't recognize Jinwoo-ma right away, but when he does, something shifts. He pauses, then laughs. Suddenly, it all clicks for him. The earthling in front of him, the same one who embarrassed others in the tournament, must be the one Finkas is trying to boost. Bolter laughs louder, calling it a desperate move to recover from an earlier defeat. According to him, Finkas is only trying to regain his pride by helping the person who once beat him look stronger. The insults keep coming. Bolter mocks the eternal steel ring, calling it garbage that's already been exposed as worthless. He speaks like a bully who thinks he's untouchable, all talk and zero respect. Then, in a moment of false generosity, Bolter claims he only came to give a friendly warning. He says it's just courtesy between old allied civilizations. Of course, the tone makes it clear he's not doing this out of kindness. It's another power play. Finkas, now burning with frustration, suddenly flips the table figuratively and throws down a wild challenge. He demands a match between Bolter and Jinwoo-ma right there, right now. A clean one fight. Bolter freezes for a moment. His big mouth stops working. The idea clearly rattles him. Finkas raises the stakes. If Bolter wins, Finkas swears loyalty and promises to serve Bolter's civilization for the rest of his life. The room falls into complete silence. Even the buzzing lights seem to pause for a second. Bolter turns to Finkas with one last smirk. He wants confirmation that the deal will be honored. Then, with his overconfident crew trailing behind, he spins around and leaves the room, saying, "Then, I'll go ahead." Finkas stands frozen for a second, his lips twitching with fury. His face reddens like a boiling pot. He suddenly shouts, reminding the Earthlings that they all heard the deal. The desperation in his voice is hard to miss now. His perfect little plan is slipping through his fingers. Then comes the next trick. Finkas tries to add an extra condition to the deal, one more string to pull, but Jinwoo-ma cuts in fast. No thanks. He wants nothing to do with the so-called gift. Finkas is stunned. Even after everything, Jinwoo-ma still refuses the eternal steel ring. Jinwoo-ma calls it what it really is, trash. The reaction shakes the room again. Finkas' expression twitches, his pride clearly scratched. How could someone still look down on the ring even after agreeing to fight? Jinwoo-ma stays firm. He doesn't need shiny distractions. There are better ways to grow stronger, real ones that don't involve banging on a rock. He doesn't flinch or second guess. The silence after his words hits harder than any insult. Finkas loses patience and demands the contract be signed immediately, but Lena warns him to hold it right there. If he pushes any further, he might end up dealing with the arbitrator, a force not even a pompous pixie prince wants to face. Finkas curses again, hating how quickly control is slipping away. Jinwoo-ma tells them that they'll decide the terms of the duel. Finkas agrees. He has no other option. Jinwoo-ma accepts, agreeing to use the worthless ring and take on Bolter. Finkas remembers how he once underestimated Jinwoo-ma, thinking he was just another dumb fighter with no brain. But now, he starts to see the truth. Jinwoo-ma isn't just strong. He's clever, dangerous, and confident in a way most fighters never are. Inside the 300th floor practice arena, Bolter removes the collar that's been holding him back. His body surges with power. He looks at Jinwoo-ma with a twisted grin, and gives him a small amount of credit. At least Jinwoo-ma didn't run away, even knowing who he was up against. Bolter's ego flares again. He starts shouting about how humiliating it is to deal with a primitive. He acts like he's doing Jinwoo-ma a favor just by showing up. Then he brags about his civilization's special Cosmoforce. According to him, they can turn their entire bodies into living metal. Any material they touch becomes part of them, skin, bones, even organs. In his mind, this makes him invincible. Of course it does. It's exactly the kind of overpowered cheat someone like him would rely on. Bolter declares that nothing in the universe can beat him now. Jin Woo-ma stays quiet for a moment, then calmly begins to speak. He talks about an era long before any of these arrogant aliens were born. In that time, strength didn't come from what you had, it came from what you learned. Warriors trained endlessly, trying to break mountains with twigs. They didn't chase shortcuts, they chased mastery. Most of them failed. Most of them died. But Jin Woo-ma met one of the rare few who succeeded, and that moment shaped who he is now. Bolter doesn't believe a word. He laughs again, calling it all nonsense. He still refuses to believe that the Prince of Pixies was beaten by a fool like Jin Woo-ma. But the truth lands anyway. Jin Woo-ma uses the same twig technique and crushes the metallic body of Bolter in a single, clean strike. Everyone is stunned. Jin Woo-ma wins. It actually worked. He showed him not through words, but through action. Jin Woo-ma doesn't need shiny armor or hollow power. He is the weapon. Later, Lena meets with the commander of Team Earth to report everything. She explains the recent events, including the strange offer, and the deal involving the Eternal Steel Ring. The commander listens carefully, his face filled with disbelief. The idea that such a small ring could hold that much value is hard for him to accept. Lena confirms it all. She explains that she already accepted the offer, and came here to inform him. Directly. The commander thinks it over. From his point of view, if something can make their fighters stronger, then it's worth considering. Strength is what they need to survive this tournament. Still, giving such a rare and expensive item to Earth, a team they once fought against, feels suspicious. Lena doesn't hesitate. She tells him not to worry. The Pixie civilization only did it for their own benefit. Their actions weren't out of kindness, it was a strategy. And in the end, the contract actually turned in Earth's favor. They didn't lose money, they gained it. Jin Woo-ma suddenly speaks up. He asks Lena if their next opponent's match is happening soon. Lena fumbles a little, surprised, but nods and confirms it. The moment he hears that, Jin Woo-ma brushes everything else aside. He's not interested in long talks or politics. He just wants to watch the match. Lena turns to the commander, ready to excuse herself. The commander waves her off with a small smile. He says she can explain. The rest later. For now, she should just go. As Jin Woo-ma and Lena leave together, Marcel watches them walk away. A quiet thought escapes him. He admits that Jin Woo-ma really is something else. In just a few months, that guy managed to protect Earth and stand toe-to-toe with some of the most arrogant civilizations in the galaxy. That's no small feat. Then Marcel compares himself to Jin Woo-ma. Even with years of support from the entire planet, he never achieved anything close. He speaks low, almost as if he's ashamed. But the commander turns to him, serious and firm. He reminds Marcel of the past, of that difficult day when everything felt hopeless. Marcel didn't give up. He kept going even when the odds were against him. And because of that, Team Earth still stands. Their survival started with him. Marcel lowers his head, taking the words in. He nods. He understands now. Lena and Jin Woo-ma arrive at the arena and find the match already underway. The crowd is loud, and all eyes are fixed on the battlefield. Panon is struggling badly. Jin Woo-ma watches closely. It becomes clear to him that Panon isn't even getting a chance to fight back. Every move Panon tries ends before it begins. He's stuck on the defensive, and nothing is working. Two more participants walk toward the arena entrance. Jin Woo-ma takes a glance and points out that one of them might be his next opponent, but Lena checks the screen again and shakes her head. The current match hasn't ended yet. A question crosses her mind. She wonders whether Panon is even really competing. From how things look, he's being used as a training dummy. His opponent, Ragnar, comes from the Titan civilization, ranked 3,744. That civilization acts like it's high class, but all they seem to care about is brute power and showing off. Their special ability is using invisible arms to punch and crush without warning, basically fighting dirty but calling it a technique. Belsinos announces the action from the booth, her voice growing tense. Panon makes another move, charging again. But Ragnar shuts it down instantly, like he's swatting a fly. The attacks from Ragnar keep coming in waves. It looks like Panon can't even see them. He's just getting hit from every direction with no clue where the next blow is coming from. Lena watches closely, eyebrows drawn together. Panon keeps going in head first, repeating reckless attacks. It doesn't make sense. She starts to wonder if he even knows what Ragnar's ability is. Then she reminds herself that first-stage civilizations like Panon's don't always have the resources to research their opponents. Gathering information can be close to impossible when you're from the bottom. Suddenly, her attention shifts. In the stands, she spots a familiar face, someone watching the fight with a tight jaw and clenched fists. It's Panon's friend, the youngest of the three piglones. Lena recognizes him immediately. Something about his presence feels off. His expression doesn't match the moment. Her first thought is to leave it alone. It's not her problem. But then she remembers what the piglones once did for her. They stepped in when nobody else did. They earned that respect. That thought changes everything. Lena and Jin Wolma make their way to the young piglone. She speaks to him calmly, trying to understand what's happening. The boy doesn't hide his irritation. His words are sharp, and he sounds defensive, like he doesn't want to explain anything to an outsider. But Lena holds her ground. She reminds him of Panon's earlier fight, the one where he showed incredible power. The cosmoforce he unleashed back then was no joke. So why is he being beaten so easily now? She glances toward the arena again and scoffs under her breath. Compared to Edgy, the fiery menace from earlier rounds, Ragnar looks like a budget version, all flash, no real heat. And yet, Panon is being crushed. Something here doesn't feel right. The young piglone finally speaks, his frustration showing in every word. He admits he doesn't fully understand what's going on either. He explains that lately, his brother Panon has not been in good condition. Because of that, Panon struggles to bring out his power at the beginning of fights. His energy seems delayed, like a machine taking too long to start. Lena hears this and begins to piece things together. Panon not being able to use his power right away. It sounds familiar, almost exactly like what Jin Wolma went through before. That same side effect, the suppressor, the block in energy flow. It makes perfect sense now. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Belsinas continues to call the match, her voice carrying a sad edge. Panon looks completely helpless. His opponent, Ragnar, doesn't let up for a second. This isn't just a fight, it's a full-on humiliation. And Ragnar, smug and heartless, seems to be enjoying every second of it. Panon, now battered and bleeding, is under pressure. His vision starts to blur, but something begins to change. A shape forms in his eyes. Behind the short and proud figure of Ragnar, there's something else, something huge and hidden, a massive, muscular form, invisible to the normal eye. That's it. That's the true source of Ragnar's attacks. Panon realizes his senses are slowly sharpening. His power is returning. If he can just hold on a little longer, he can see everything clearly. And if he can see it, he can fight back. This battle might still be his to win. But hope doesn't last long. Ragnar suddenly lands a crushing punch into Panon's stomach. The hit is so hard it sends him flying like a ragdoll. He smashes into the arena's barrier with a loud thud, and blood sprays from his mouth. The crowd gasps. Panon's body slumps. Ragnar doesn't stop. With a leap, he tears up the ground beneath him and launches into the air. His hand grabs Panon by the head. Then, with full force and no mercy, he slams Panon's skull into the arena floor. The shock ripples across the stage. The young piglone in the stands freezes. His eyes stay wide open. He doesn't speak. He just stares, unable to believe what he's seeing. Lena watches quietly, her fists clenched at her sides. Belsinas tries to keep her tone professional, but even she sounds shaken. She says Panon held out longer than expected, but it looks like he's finally down. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. But then something strange happens. Ragnar suddenly stiffens. His eyes twitch with confusion. Something feels wrong. Mysterious dark purple tendrils, fleshy, alive, and creeping, begin to wrap around his body. Ragnar struggles as the purple flesh tightens around him. He tries to rip the tendrils off using brute strength, but nothing works. His body thrashes. His fists swing wildly, but the more he fights, the more the tendrils dig into his skin. The panic in his eyes grows. Belsinas stares in disbelief. The calm, confident commentator suddenly finds herself speechless. Her voice shakes as she realizes what's happening. Panon is not only getting back up, he's using his cosmoforce to recover completely. Jin Wolma stays seated in the stands, quiet and focused. His posture doesn't change, but his eyes narrow. The young piglone, now full of pride, whispers that his brother's power has returned. Jin Wolma keeps watching. Something about this power feels familiar. He begins to wonder if this Panon is the same one from Legends, someone from thousands of years ago. The energy, the style, the pressure. It's not normal. It belongs to someone who's been through more than one lifetime of battles. Down in the arena, Panon stands again. His body, once broken, now looks solid and full of life. In front of him, Ragnar chokes and gasps. The purple tendrils have wrapped around his limbs, his chest, even his throat. His pride and strength are useless now. Panon lifts his head. His voice is calm, his eyes burning with clarity. He says he can finally see it all. He now understands why. Ragnar earned the nickname Lower Civilization's Nightmare. To those who haven't awakened their cosmoforce, Ragnar's invisible arms are impossible to detect. But now, Panon sees everything. In a blur, Panon leaps into the air. The kick lands square on Ragnar's face. The impact is monstrous. The sound echoes through the arena like thunder. Ragnar's tiny, inflated ego isn't the only thing that gets crushed. His head actually flies off. The body drops beside it, lifeless and defeated. That's what happens when bullies meet someone who fights back with real power. Belsinus yells through the shock, announcing the result. Ragnar is out. Panon wins the fourth match of the Group 6 preliminaries. Back in the stands, Jin Wolma still hasn't moved. His gaze is already shifting to the next match. He watches with interest, quietly piecing things together. Lena, standing beside the young piglone, gently explains what really happened. She tells him why Panon couldn't use his powers in the beginning, why the fight looked so hopeless. The young piglone stands frozen for a moment, trying to process everything he just heard. He asks if the reason Panon couldn't fight properly at the start was because of the suppressor's side effects. Lena gives him a slow nod. She explains that the suppressor didn't just block Cosmoforce, it also weakened the body's physical strength. Everything from movement to energy flow is affected. That kind of restriction turns even the strongest warrior into an easy target, just like what happened to Panon. The young piglone looks down, his voice quieter now. He wonders why his brother never told him any of this. Maybe Panon was trying to protect him. Or maybe he simply kept it a secret. Lena shakes her head. Panon didn't hide anything. Chances are, he didn't even understand what was happening to his own body. This kind of information isn't shared freely, especially with first-stage civilizations like theirs. Without the right knowledge or contacts, most fighters wouldn't even know a suppressor existed, let alone how it works. The young piglone begins to understand now. He looks at Lena with new eyes, and asks if Earth is going through the same thing. Lena nods again but adds that they were lucky. Their team managed to find a way to weaken the effect, not a perfect fix, but something that helps, at least a little. She prepares to leave, taking a step away. Before walking off, she tells the young piglone that he should share this with Panon now. Knowing the truth might help him recover even faster. The boy grits his teeth. His pride takes a hit, but he doesn't argue. He admits he never expected help like this, especially not from outsiders. Then he calls out to Lena just before she's out of reach. He says he wants to give her something in return, information she probably won't be able to find anywhere else. Lena pauses, her eyes turning back, curious but cautious. The young piglone leans closer and speaks in a quieter voice. He says it's about the final preliminaries, something important, something most don't know, and it could change everything. In the background, the sound of another match begins. The arena suddenly gets loud again. Belsinus nearly jumps out of her seat, yelling like she's announcing the end of the world. She shouts that Serpent is already charging in like a bull with no brakes, even though the match has barely started. Lena keeps her focus on the young piglone. She asks about the important info he mentioned earlier. The boy nods, acting like he's been holding back national secrets. He reminds her that the fifth round is the final one in the preliminaries. But then he drops the real surprise. The format for that last round won't be the same anymore. Lena blinks, clearly confused. She says there hasn't been any announcement about that. And she's right. No one has heard anything official. The boy smirks like he knows something others don't. He says the news isn't meant to be shared yet. The plan is to reveal it only after the fourth round is completely finished. That way, no one gets a head start, typical shady tournament business. Lena narrows her eyes and asks how a random kid like him even knows about this. The boy shrugs like it's no big deal. He explains that some advanced civilizations, one's already in the third stage, apparently got this information early, and those guys reached out to him and his group first. Lena can't hide her surprise. She asks why anyone would approach them of all people. The boy sighs, clearly annoyed he has to explain the obvious. He says those teams are trying to build alliances right now. Desperate much. He turned them down though, so he didn't get the exact details. But from what he gathered, it probably won't be a simple one fight like the rest. Then he says he's done his part. He gave her enough and plans to leave now. No dramatic goodbye, just a casual mic drop. Lena stays back, watching him go. Her mind spins with this new information. If the rules are really changing, then the final preliminaries might turn into a whole new game. And nobody's ready for that. The match in the background comes to a close after a wild fight that looks like it could have broken bones, if bones even matter at this level. Belsinus yells again, way too excited for someone just sitting behind a mic. She announces that Serpent moves on to the final preliminaries from Group 22. The crowd loses it. Cheers explode like they've all been waiting to scream since breakfast. Lena returns to her seat among the audience. She's now sitting next to Jim Wolma. Her mind is clearly somewhere far away. Her eyes stay locked forward, but there's no focus in them. Jim Wolma tries to start a conversation and asks if the fighter they just saw is what counts as average now. Maybe he's hoping she'll say no, and boost his ego. But Lena isn't paying attention. Her brain is still stuck on the piglone kid's words. If what he said is true, then those aliens would come looking for us the day before, right? She keeps thinking about it like she's trying to solve a puzzle that refuses to fit. Jin Wolma tries again. He waves his hand, annoyed that she's ignoring his obvious need for attention. But Lena still doesn't respond right away. Instead, she quietly reflects on how their civilization might not have a high ranking, but Jin Wolma's performance shouldn't have been worse than the pigloons. That alone doesn't sit right with her. Eventually, Lena tells him to come with her. She needs to check something. Jin Wolma looks offended, like his pride just got stepped on. He even asks if she's straight up, pretending he doesn't exist. Later on, the two of them walk down street in Sector 3, surrounded by a noisy crowd. Neon signs flash above their heads, and the air smells like a mix of alien spices and fried who knows what. Jin Wolma munches on some strange snack that looks like it might bite back. He asks if Lena brought them out. Here just to bait some aliens. Lena gives a half answer, saying it's easier to make contact here than inside the arena. She admits she's not thrilled about teaming up with other species. The idea of trusting aliens doesn't exactly sound fun to her. But if those are the new rules, then it's better to join forces with the strongest ones around, even if they look like walking mushrooms. She adds that the ones who already know the rules are probably stronger than the rest. Jin Wolma connects the dots. He figures that means whoever reaches out to them must be among the strong ones. He grins like a kid about to see how big the monsters really are, saying it's perfect timing, because he was getting curious anyway. Typical Jin Wolma, more interested in flexing than planning. 3 days later, on the far end of street in Sector 3, Jin Wolma is sitting on an alien bench with Lena beside him. The place looks like it hasn't seen action in weeks, quiet, dusty, and filled with disappointment. Jin Wolma starts whining like a bored kid, asking when these so-called powerful aliens are finally going to show up. The guy has been hyping himself up like he's a magnet for elite fighters, but so far, not a single creature has bothered. Lena is clearly frustrated, too. She looks around at the empty street, and complains about dragging themselves all the way to this forgotten corner of the city. She can't believe they're getting completely ignored. Out of nowhere, a strange voice cuts through the silence. Frieren, the mysterious alien lady, appears right beside Lena like she just popped out of thin air. It's not even surprising anymore. This woman seems to think personal space is a myth. Lena jumps up like she's been hit with cold water and stumbles back, totally unprepared. Her brain takes a second to catch up. Frieren just laughs, clearly enjoying the chaos she caused. She reminds Lena that she already showed interest in Jin Wolma before. Then she points out something obvious that nobody wants to admit. If they're waiting for aliens to walk up and offer a team up, they're going to be sitting on that bench forever. No one's coming. Lena tries to argue back. She brings up the fact that the pigloons were approached just fine. But Frieren shuts that down fast. She says it has nothing to do with Jin Wolma's skills, even if the guy likes to act like he's unbeatable. The truth is, everyone in Sector 3 already knows about his weird ability to absorb others' powers. Who in their right mind would want to risk losing their best skills just by standing next to him? Then Frieren drops a final bomb. She says that maybe she would consider teaming up with them if Jin Wolma shares all the information he has. Not a free ride, of course. She also mentions that she's not just some random alien. She's the official representative of the inferior civilization in this tournament. So yeah, she's kind of a big deal. Lena doesn't respond right away. Her eyes narrow slightly. Frieren's reaction confirms it. There's no doubt now that the final match is going to be a team battle. But something about this alien woman still doesn't sit right. She's clever, no doubt about that, but way too calm for someone in a high-stakes fight. Lena can't help but wonder what Frieren is really after. Jin Wolma takes a step forward like he's the star of some superhero show and greets Frieren with a smug tone. He calls her the only one among the qualifiers who actually looks like she might be useful. Frieren laughs again, clearly enjoying the attention. She doesn't even try to act humble and admits that among the ones still standing, she probably ranks near the top. Her confidence fills the space like perfume, strong and perhaps a bit too much. Jin Wolma grins and pushes further, asking if she has some amazing hidden power tucked away. He's either trying to flirt or challenge her. It's hard to tell with this guy. Lena quickly warns him to slow down and not get too close. Her voice carries urgency, but Jin Wolma acts like he didn't hear it. Frieren, on the other hand, keeps her cool. She says she does have abilities that someone like him would definitely find tempting. That only makes it worse. Lena's face breaks into a nervous sweat. Her instincts scream that this situation is worse than it looks. Frieren isn't just another strong fighter, she's a walking red flag with glowing eyes. Then something shifts in Lena's mind. A thought about the word threat flashes in her head, and suddenly things start to make sense. She turns back to Frieren and asks if there's really no team willing to work with her. That question hits harder than expected. Frieren actually flinches. For someone who brags so much, she doesn't take it well. Her voice stumbles and she starts making excuses about her ranking and power, but Lena isn't buying it. Lena presses the point harder. She reminds Frieren that earlier she said no one would want them. That comment applies to Frieren just as much. Her civilization has a reputation not for fighting, but for something darker. They're known for stealing information through advanced tech. Basically, they're the shady dealers of the galaxy. No one wants to be around them unless they're desperate. Jinwolma jumps in, sounding completely clueless as usual. He says everyone already knows about his absorption ability, so what's the big deal? Lena sighs. The guy clearly doesn't get it. She tells him it's not just about what people know, it's about what they can take. Akreman's people can copy everything about him, not just his ability. They steal data, memories, even secrets. If that kind of sensitive information falls into their hands, it could be shared across the universe like a bad meme. Jinwolma stands there trying to process everything, but his face says his brain is still buffering. Lena looks at him, worried. She thinks to herself that his information might carry something even Earth doesn't fully understand yet, something important, something that might be a hidden key to their civilization's past. Letting that fall into the wrong hands isn't just dangerous, it's a disaster waiting to happen. Akreman speaks with her usual calm tone, trying to fix her reputation. She explains that the shady stuff people know about, like stealing information, is only part of their tech. She claims her real combat skills are different, as if that makes things better. Jinwolma listens with a spark in his eyes. He acts like he just found the main boss in a video game and now wants to challenge her for fun. He points at Akreman and announces that he's made his choice. He's sticking with her, not because it's smart, but because he's curious about what kind of crazy power she's hiding. Lena looks at him like she's watching someone willingly step into a bear trap. She takes a moment to reflect. Even in the darkest corners of the universe, no one messes with Akreman's civilization. That alone makes them dangerous. It's a risky move, but maybe one worth considering. Maybe. Still, the guy's jumping in way too fast for someone who barely understands the situation. Akreman moves closer to Jinwolma and grabs his hands like this is some twisted deal, a king ceremony. She proposes a condition. Once the preliminaries begin, neither of them can complain about stolen abilities or leaked information. Jinwolma agrees without hesitation, as if he had already planned to dive into this mess headfirst. Akreman laughs, clearly enjoying how easy he is to bait. Lena can only slap her forehead. This whole situation is spinning out of control, and she's just the audience now. She thinks to herself that in the end, the decision was always his. Still, it's hard not to feel like the adult in a room full of kids playing with fire. She then shifts the conversation to a practical problem. They still need a team. If no one wants to join them, how are they supposed to survive the final match? Akreman stops smiling. Her face changes. She seems genuinely surprised and even a little confused. Then she drops the bomb. There's no team battle. She says the final preliminaries are actually a solo death match. Not a friendly tournament, not a tactical showdown, just a straight-up fight to survive. Lena feels a chill run through her. The goal was never to win with teamwork. The point of forming a team was simply to live through it. Akreman yells at them like a furious teacher. She tells them to stop wasting time and go back to the arena immediately. But Lena senses there's something else. Something even more dangerous hidden under the label of deathmatch. She tries to speak, but Akreman cuts her off and confirms the worst. The match has already started. Meanwhile, in the shadows nearby, someone is watching them with a twisted smile. His face is half hidden, but the snakes wrapped around his head make him look like a walking nightmare. He mutters something to himself, confirming that the spider has caught on quickly, but he doesn't seem worried. There's still time, he says, and then he grins. Later on, inside the Earth team's waiting room, things feel tense. The whole team is gathered, and the commander is clearly not happy about being pulled in for some emergency announcement. He turns to Lena, waiting for an explanation. Lena keeps a serious face. She tells everyone not to leave the stadium building under any circumstances from now on. The way she says it, even Jinwolma stops chewing on whatever snack he's always carrying around. A couple of hours earlier, Lena had been walking toward the arena with Jinwolma and Akreman. That was when Akreman casually dropped a horror story on them. According to her, there's a psychopath running loose in the Group 3 preliminaries. Not just any fighter. This guy is targeting other qualifiers one by one, not inside the ring, but outside. No cameras, no rules. Lena looks shocked when she hears that. She asks if this maniac is really ambushing people outside the stadium. Akreman nods as if it's no big deal. Apparently, it gives him a better chance of winning since fewer people can interfere. Jinwolma narrows his eyes, clearly suspicious, probably wondering if this is just Akreman being dramatic again. But Lena catches onto something and starts thinking. She points out that both fighters are supposed to wear suppressors when they're outside, right? So why would anyone risk a fight there? Akreman explains it in the calmest, creepiest way possible. Suppressors don't completely cancel powers, they only reduce them. Civilized species can still use their unique biology to some extent. In this murderer's case, his species has hypnosis. That's his little trick. He uses it to lure other fighters into his territory like a space version of a spider's web, and then takes them out. Turns out this psycho has barely fought any real matches. He's advanced through almost every round because his opponents don't make it back. The only time he didn't get a default win was in the very first match. After that, it was all silent takedowns. The stadium, with all its security and strict rules, is still safer, but it's not perfect. If someone like that is on the hunt, anything can happen. A crimeman warned them to keep their teams close and stay alert. Once a player disappears, no one will find out until it's too late. Back in the present, after hearing all of this, the commander of the Earth team finally connects the dots. His face turns grim. He says what everyone is thinking: this means our people could end up as hostages. Lena confirms the danger without sugarcoating it. She tells the commander that the risk is very real. Every team member outside the stadium must return immediately. There's no time to play around with patrols or personal errands. Just then, Mark, who's been standing quietly beside her, suddenly speaks up. He's been glued to his phone the whole time like he's ordering snacks, but now he drops a bomb. He says they haven't been able to reach Director Marshall since the morning. That's not just a missed call, that's a full-on red flag. He adds that Marshall left for something outside the perimeter, but now they can't find him. Turns out the worst-case scenario is already here. Somewhere far from safety, Director Marshall is trapped. A creepy woman stands nearby, her vibe already screaming villain. A thick black snake wraps around her neck like it's her version of jewelry. And another massive snake has clamped down on Marshall's head with its jaws. It's not even a fight, it's a clear message. Back in the room, Lena urges the commander to alert the Federation right away. They need help, fast. But a crimeman, ever the mood killer, shoots that idea down before it even takes off. She explains that the people behind this aren't amateurs. They don't leave clues, fingerprints, or second chances. These are the galaxy's best in the business of disappearing people. Expecting the Federation to help is just wishful thinking. They're not some galactic rescue squad. They only move when the odds are in their favor. She tells them bluntly, no evidence, no rescue. That's how it works for civilizations labeled as a death lass. And according to her, Marshall is just another name added to a list of previous victims. The only smart move left is to let him go. Marcel clenches his fist, his face stiff with anger. He doesn't speak, but the fire in his eyes says everything. He's not okay with this. A crimeman, of course, keeps going. She says choosing between a valuable team representative and a nobody like Marshall shouldn't even be hard. From her cold logic, the best move is to stay put and prepare for the final preliminaries. Forget the guy and move on. Marcel looks like he's about to explode, maybe even punch a wall or a crimeman, whichever is closer. But before he can act, Jim Wolma speaks up. The guy steps forward with a grin on his face like this is some action movie moment. He says he'll go save the fool. Apparently, Jim Wolma wanted to meet the mysterious enemy anyway, and now he's got the perfect excuse. Of course, only he would treat a deadly hostage situation like a casual hangout invitation. Still, he volunteers without hesitation, probably because the idea of danger sounds more fun than smart to him. A crimeman looks at Jin Wolma like he's already written his own funeral speech. She reminds him that fighting his enemy means wearing the suppressor. No cosmoforce, no fancy tricks, just raw survival. Then she questions him, unless somehow you've figured out how to fight without the one thing that gives you an edge. Jin Wolma doesn't seem worried. He says that's exactly what he wants to find out. The guy talks like he's on a personal quest for answers, not walking into a literal death trap. A crimeman warns him again, making it clear that even if he can resist, the moment hypnosis kicks in, it's game over. If he gets dragged into the enemy's den, he's done for. Jin Wolma brushes Marcel's hair with a weirdly calm gesture, like he's trying to act cool in the middle of a crisis. He casually mentions that as long as he's not the one getting dragged, he'll be fine. It's confidence or complete stupidity. At this point, it's hard to tell. Later, in the dim and quiet entryway of the zone, Jin Wolma is no longer walking like himself. He looks like a lifeless puppet, marching forward as if on autopilot. His eyes are empty, and a thin snake slithers out from under his jacket collar as if it's leading the way. The whole scene is creepy. Like he's being pulled by an invisible leash. He finally arrives at a twisted location where the kidnapper stands waiting. The guy looks like he's been expecting this moment, probably even enjoying it. Beside him is a massive snake, its mouth wide open as if ready to swallow lunch. The kidnapper points toward the snake's gaping jaws, and without hesitation, Jin Wolma walks straight into it. Not a word, not a thought, thus blind obedience. Inside the snake's body, the space is dark and fleshy, but strangely walkable. Jin Wolma moves deeper until he reaches a section where another man sits wrapped in two smaller snakes. A second massive serpent looms nearby like a living prison wall. The man is motionless, completely bound. It's Director Marshall. The kidnapper watches all this unfold and shakes his head, his voice dripping with disappointment. He mocks Jin Wolma, saying he had higher hopes for this prey. But without Cosmoforce, Jin Wolma is nothing more than another weak, low-tier creature, just like the rest of the easy targets. Suddenly, the atmosphere inside the snake shifts. More snakes begin to appear, crawling out from every dark corner. Each one is more terrifying than the last, huge, thick, gale monsters slithering across the fleshy ground. Then the biggest of them all looms over Jin Woo-ma, and opens its mouth wide, ready to attack as if it's going to crush him in one bite. But before the beast can strike, Jin Woo-ma smirks. The lazy, clueless expression he usually wears is gone. He calls out the insult thrown at him, lower class, and then draws his sword in one clean motion. In a flash, his body blurs, and in the next instant, the massive snake is already sliced apart. His movement is so fast it sounds like the air itself just cracked open. Then the real twist hits. Now two Jin Woo-mas are standing there. The kidnapper stares at the scene with wide eyes, completely stunned. Two Earth fighters. His brain struggles to catch up. He begins to question what he's seeing. Could it really be what he thinks it is? Before he can figure it out, the real Jin Woo-ma steps forward, grabs the second one, and reveals the truth. The other Jin Woo-ma is a decoy, a perfect fake. It's a trap, and the kidnapper walked right into it like a clown. Jin Woo-ma says this kind of trick fooled him plenty of times in the past, so he knew exactly how it worked. He turned the tables using the same trick against the enemy. He explains that when someone tries to track down a target, they can only gather so much information. And if they leave behind even the tiniest trace, the real deal will notice and act. This time, the enemy had been extra careful, but not careful enough. The kidnapper, whose name is finally revealed as Berserk of the Serpent Nation, starts to boil with anger. He turns to his underling, practically spitting fire. The poor thug stammers, trying to defend himself. He says it wasn't just the look. It felt real. The aura was there. The energy felt exactly like Jin Woo-ma. Jin Woo-ma calmly explains that he had poured a massive amount of his own energy into the fake, just in case. That made it believable enough to fool even an experienced hunter like Berserk. Berserk grits his teeth. He realizes now that Jin Woo-ma had shown off just enough power at the stadium to set the trap. The kid had been planning this play from the beginning. Turns out the clown act was just a cover. But Berserk isn't done yet. He snarls and says that even if Jin Woo-ma fooled them, he shouldn't have been able to break into this place. Jin Woo-ma shrugs as if it's no big deal and says he just picked the lock and walked in. Like he snuck into a candy store, not a deadly trap layer. The sheer disrespect drips from every word. Berserk's fury explodes. He says Jin Woo-ma might have come ready to rescue someone, but did he bother to plan his escape? Then his body begins to shift. His human form melts away, replaced by something massive and horrifying. Berserk transforms into a monstrous serpent with 7 glaring eyes. Each one radiates menace, and his scales shimmer with power. The entire space feels colder now, as if danger itself just stepped into the room. But Jin Woo-ma doesn't flinch. Instead, he raises his hand with calm confidence. With that smug grin back on his face, he tells Berserk that it's not him who should be worried anymore. Sitting on his palm is a spider, slowly crawling across his skin. Mark, somewhat bewildered, protests that he has already eaten. But Lena is firm, telling him there's no time for excuses, he's coming whether he likes it or not. Jin Woo-ma, still puzzled by the sudden group dynamic, asks why everyone is tagging along. Lena calmly explains that she has some things to discuss with him, but Jin Woo isn't entirely convinced. He only mutters, explain, uncertain of what to expect. They finally arrive at the mess hall, and as usual, Jin Woo starts eating with both hands, completely engrossed in his food. Sarah, sitting nearby, can't seem to take her eyes off him. She gazes at him with adoration, as though he were a lost love she had just found. Lena, sitting across from them, decides it's time to address some important matters. She begins by thanking Jin Woo-ma on behalf of the entire Team Earth, acknowledging the effort and help he provided during their mission. She also mentions that after reviewing the situation, it has been decided that not everyone needs to remain on site. The majority of the team will return to Earth, with only a minimal group staying behind to support Jin Woo. Sarah continues to look at him with sparkling eyes of admiration. Lena continues her explanation, talking about the original mission, infectious disease research. Thanks to Jin Woo's contribution, there may now be a potential solution. She explains that the team members who will remain on the planet to support him will be herself, Mark, and Sarah, the team leader. Meanwhile, Jin Woo seems indifferent to all of this, too busy eating to show any interest in the conversation. Finally, Lena, growing frustrated with his lack of attention, asks if he's even listening. Jin Woo-ma, looking up from his food, answers dismissively, simplifying the situation by saying, basically, all the useless people are going back to Earth, right? Lena, slightly irritated by his bluntness, sighs and says, while that's true, you could have phrased it more kindly. But Sarah, still starstruck, immediately agrees with him. She passionately adds that people like that would just get in his way, praising him in a way that makes Lena raise an eyebrow. Lena gives Sarah a sharp look, and Sarah, realizing she might have said too much, quickly hides her face with her hands and mumbles a shy apology. Still focused on his meal, Jin Woo looks up at Lena and asks why Sarah is staying behind. Lena explains that Sarah will be there to assist him if his powers ever get sealed again. Excited at the thought of helping, Sarah immediately declares that she will fully devote herself to assisting Jin Woo-ma. She speaks with great passion, mentioning that for the sake of humanity and his noble sacrifice, she will do everything she can, even though she feels she falls short of his incredible spirit. A slightly confused Jinwoo thinks to himself, sacrifice. He doesn't understand why she keeps mentioning it. Sarah continues, undeterred, explaining how humanity has lost countless lives. To the plate. Even on this planet where they hoped to find a cure, they ended up with nothing. But then, as if he were a savior, Jin Woo-ma appeared. To her, he looks like a divine figure in a human shell, sent down from the heavens. Her excitement grows, and in her enthusiasm, she accidentally pricks her arm with her fork. The wound heals instantly, and she marvels at the power in her hands, declaring it a miracle. Unmoved by her excitement, Jinwoo turns to Mark and asks what will happen to another member of their team. If only the three of you are staying behind, what about the other person? Mark, confused, asks who he is talking about. Jinwoo mentions the red one, pointing out that out of all of them, that person was the most useful. Lena replies that if he means Marcel, he is currently missing. Later, the members of Team Earth are busy packing and preparing to leave the gas planet. Mark and Sarah are helping with the logistics as the team gets ready for departure. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is in his room, focused on his exercise routine, balancing on the tip of his finger. He notices Lena approaching with the director and deputy director of Team Earth. Still balancing effortlessly, Jin Woo-ma asks what they are doing there. Lena explains that everyone is set to return to Earth, and they've come to say goodbye. The director steps forward and thanks Jin Woo-ma on behalf of Team Earth, bowing their heads in respect. Unimpressed, Jin Woo mutters that it's unnecessary and annoying. Lena, visibly annoyed by his attitude, tells him he doesn't have to be so snarky. Just then, the deputy director nervously raises a shaking hand and asks Jin Woo-ma for a favor. With a voice filled with emotion, he pleads with Jinwoo to find Marcel. He explains that Marcel has been unstable since before the kidnapping, possibly since the incident with the serpents, and believes Marcel feels like he's lost himself. The deputy director begs Jinwoo to help find him. As Jinwoo listens, his mind drifts back to a memory from thousands of years ago when he had killed a samurai warrior. He recalls seeing two children and their father walking through the rain, singing and dancing peacefully. The scene had frozen him, and for a brief moment, he hesitated and decided not to kill them. Back in the present, the deputy director, overwhelmed with emotion, admits his powerlessness to protect Marcel and once more asks Jin Woo-ma to look after him. Later, as the spaceships from Earth take off, only team leader Lena stands on the ground, watching them ascend. Jinwoo approaches and asks if the preliminary finals are starting. Lena nods and replies that today is the final match for the fourth preliminary round, after which the format for the preliminary finals will be revealed. They arrive at a crowded arena where the final match of the fourth preliminary round is taking place between two alien fighters. The commentator, Lady Belias, enthusiastically calls the match. Jinwoo and Lena watch. From the gallery, Lena reflects on the past 3 months, thinking how humanity now stands on the same level as these powerful beings, all thanks to a casually yawning Jinwoo. Just then, some pigloons approach and greet her cheerfully, teasing her about their leader going solo in the final round. Lena admits their own plans are tricky but they have someone to team up with. At that moment, a crimeman appears, playfully reminding Lena of the help she provided to save humanity. Jinwoo eyes a crimeman, noticing she's no longer wearing her creepy mask. She explains that everyone who has made it this far probably already knows who she is. One of the young pigloons recognizes her as the annoying mushroom head from a previous encounter where she had completely flopped and then vanished. A crimeman calmly excuses her disappearance by saying she wasn't feeling well. The final match concludes, and Lady Belias announces that the last qualifying ticket goes to Token of the Belmanis Star. With that, she declares the fourth preliminaries closed and directs all participants to the nearest monitor for the announcement of the final qualifying round rules. Lady Belias reveals that the final round will be a race to a hidden entrance to the main tournament grounds, located anywhere on the planet outside the cities. All suppression devices will be deactivated, and during the race, anything goes. Participants must even source their own food and water. The preliminary finals will end the moment someone enters the main grounds. As the announcement unfolds, some high-class aliens observe a crimeman with the Earthlings and Pigloons, skeptically commenting on her choice of primitive teammates and plotting to take her out. However, a crimeman overhears them through her robots, and warns them to stick to the plan. All participants gather at the starting point in District 6. Lady Belinas' voice booms, announcing the preliminary finals are about to begin. In the crowd, a fighter named Daria, from the Estraganian civilization, casually eats cherries while boasting to alien beauties. Mark spots Jinwoo, and Sarah frantically waves a placard in support, but he pointedly ignores her. Jinwoo comments to a crimeman about the intensity of the competition, but she confidently reassures him. A nearby Pigloon warrior scoffs, stating he has already rejected her offer and doesn't trust top-tier civilizations. Falconeau's voice echoes again, announcing that the finals will last a week, and only the first 100 participants to reach the finish line will advance. She adds a chilling reminder, in the last tournament, only 2 managed to finish. As the countdown hits 0, one of the fastest aliens, Spurk of the darkest species, shoots forward, covering half a mile in an instant. Suddenly, a bug-like machine on his shoulder activates, and a massive explosion engulfs him, leaving nothing but ash. The arena is stunned into silence. At the starting line, a genius alien mocks the fallen participant's rookie mistake but is promptly decapitated by a massive golem, like Alien. The starting line erupts into a chaotic brawl. In the spectator area, Mark watches in disbelief, but Lena reassures him that brawls like this are an advantage for regeneration types like Jinwolma. Amidst the chaos, Jinwol stands unfazed, gathering his cosmoforce. Akryman recognizes the energy as that of the Transferians, and deduces he is using it to bypass the energy field. The Piglone warrior walks away, determined to go it alone, despite Akryman's warning about his energy disruption. Suddenly, an alien named Bonger, from the Krinaxian civilization, smashes the Piglone into the ground with a massive hammer, enraged that the primitive bastard rejected their offer. As Bonger threatens the downed Piglone, Akryman, amused by his predicament, decides to intervene to buy Jinwol more time. She removes a glove and, after a brief countdown, lightly touches Bonger's arm. To his shock, mushrooms sprout from the point of contact, rapidly covering his entire body and killing him instantly. Another alien who approaches meets the same fate after a casual touch to the forehead. The remaining aliens retreat in terror from the Mushroom Queen. Jinwol, having finished his preparations, looks over at Akryman, now casually sitting on a pile of mushrooms, and comments, "You're better than I thought." Just then, a robotic announcer declares that the legendary beast Primor will awaken in roughly 3 hours, causing widespread panic. Akryman grabs Jinwol and the injured Piglone, urging them to run as fast as they can, warning that if they don't escape the area within the next 3 hours, they'll be dead meat. Without hesitation, Jinwol runs alongside her, the tension building as the clock ticks down. Bark, one of Berserk's minions, spots the spider on Jinwolma's hand and immediately panics. He shouts to his boss, pointing at the strange spy robot. Berserk, clearly unimpressed, snaps back, asking if it's some kind of spy bot from the Inferians. He sneers, frustrated at how an Earthling managed to capture the attention of the Inferians. It's clear he never imagined this would be the outcome. Bark, getting more anxious by the second, warns that things aren't looking good. If the planetary guards storm in, they could be in serious trouble. But Jinwolma, with a calm and almost bored expression, interrupts. He assures them that there's no need to worry about anything so trivial. With a simple gesture pointing to himself, he claims he'll finish everything on his own. That's all the confidence he needs to show. Bark, growing furious at Jinwolma's cocky attitude, raises his finger in anger. He shouts at him to shut up, claiming Jinwolma isn't even worth his time. Then, in a commanding voice, he orders his army of snake basilisks to crush both Jinwolma and the so-called spy robot. The basilisks spring into action, attacking in a blur of movement. But Jinwolma doesn't even flinch. He draws his sword with a speed that seems almost supernatural. A laugh escapes his lips, mocking the basilisks as he slices through them with lightning precision. In the blink of an eye, each of the giant snakes is reduced to nothing but a pile of dismembered pieces. Hundreds of them fall, chopped into bits like worthless meat. Bark, frozen in shock, stutters as he watches the destruction. He can't believe his eyes. His precious basilisks are nothing more than a mess of body parts. Beside him, a serpentine lady named Isis watches the carnage unfold. She comments, observing the weapon in Jinwolma's hands, noting that it's no ordinary blade. Jinwolma, still in motion, continues cutting down the basilisks like a butcher at work. His strikes are efficient and relentless. Isis, turning to Bark with a concerned look, asks if he's sure about continuing the fight. With every basilisk falling, it's clear they're losing this battle. Bark curses Jinwolma under his breath. Enraged, he calls upon his mightiest basilisk, Belmer, to take Jinwolma down once and for all. Berserk, sitting quietly on his basilisk, watches his minions fail one after the other. His frustration grows as their forces are decimated, and he finally speaks up. He warns Bark that if he keeps recklessly sacrificing his basilisks, there will be consequences. Even Belmer, his strongest and most massive beast, won't survive the power of that weapon. Meanwhile, Isis, observing the chaos, can't help but mock Bark. She tells him he should be treating his basilisks with more care, making a point of showing some respect for them. But Bark, already feeling the heat of the situation, snaps back angrily. He insists that he is treating them well, and that he doesn't need advice from anyone. In his frustration, he shifts the blame to Isis, demanding to know why she is just standing there when every second counts. Unfazed by his outburst, Isis simply grins. She tells him that she has already finished preparing for the hunt. She then turns her attention to Jinwolma, telling him that his resistance is pointless. She holds up the hostage they've taken, the deputy director of the Earthlings, wrapped tightly by the snakes. She suggests that if Jin Wolma doesn't stop, his fellow humans might face the same fate. But Jin Wolma doesn't flinch. In a flash, he moves toward the hostage, and his sword cuts through the snakes in a single strike. The deputy director is freed, but Jin Wolma doesn't stop there. He shifts his focus immediately to Berserk, who is still sitting on his basilisk, looking smug and in control. Jin Wolma moves with such lightning speed that Berserk can't react in time. In the blink of an eye, Jin Wolma reaches him, grabbing one of the snakes with one hand and raising his sword with the other. The tip of the blade presses dangerously close to Berserk's face, so close that it could end everything in an instant. Berserk, who was once so confident, now faces the sharp edge of defeat, his smug expression quickly fading into disbelief. Berserk stammers, asking how Jin Wolma can move like this while wearing a suppressor. He can't understand how it's possible. Jin Wolma, with a smirk, casually replies, mentioning how strange it is and how disgustingly great he feels. Berserk can hardly process what's happening when, to his shock, a splash of blood lands on his face. Jin Wolma has stabbed the sword into his own neck, forcefully piercing it. With blood dripping, Jin Wolma tells Berserk to stop the fake act, revealing that he's already figured everything out. Berserk's face starts to melt, revealing the truth. Jin Wolma had been trapped in an illusion. But Jin Wolma shakes off the confusion, and comes back to his senses just in time to see a snake lunging at him. In a flash, he grabs it by the head, and in his usual mocking tone, he explains that if the suppressor isn't working, everything must be part of an illusion. He recalls the annoying chatter of the mushroom head and how it led him to this conclusion. Tendrils of basilisks charge at Jin Wolma, but he doesn't even flinch. With a swift motion, he slices through them, cutting each one into pieces. He stands there, calm and composed, with his sword resting on his shoulder. He mutters how disappointing it all is, frustrated that he can't even properly test his weapon's full capabilities. Just then, something unexpected happens. His own clone doll, which he had brought with him, suddenly grabs him from behind. The clone, it turns out, is now under a spell, and Jin Wolma realizes that things are taking a turn he didn't anticipate. Asis scoffs and reminds Jin Wolma that a good hunter never lets his guard down. She threatens that it's time for him to meet his end. And with a smug grin, she prepares to finish him off. But before she can even finish speaking, Jin Wolma is already a step ahead. He dislocates his own arm with a painful twist, and somehow manages to move it backward, landing a powerful punch on his clone's face. The impact is so strong that the clone crumples to the ground immediately. Asis watches in disbelief. Jin Wolma, adjusting his dislocated arm, curses under his breath. Frustrated at the pain, he mutters how much of a hassle it all is, but he's far from done. The clone slowly regains consciousness, and it's revealed that this clone is actually Marcel, the companion Jin Wolma had brought along for the mission. He had been altered by a Kremen to look exactly like Jin Wolma. Marcel, dazed and confused, sits up, his memory blurry. He recalls being the bait during the arena fight and wonders if he was hypnotized by those aliens. Jin Wolma, still seething with anger, looks down at Marcel with a dark, intense aura surrounding him. With a straight face, he admits that he made a mistake by keeping this dead weight around for so long. "I'll fix that now," he says. Marcel, terrified, stammers and tries to plead for his life, assuring Jin Wolma that he's no longer hypnotized. But Jin Wolma's fury doesn't seem to soften. Bark, watching all this unfold, can't help but laugh at his sister, Asis. He mocks her, pointing out that her hunt is clearly over. Asis can't believe it. Her confidence is shattered as she realizes that another of her illusions has been dispelled. She bites her lip nervously, cursing Jin Wolma for ruining her plans. With no more tricks left to play, she pulls the hostage back into view. The deputy director is still tightly wrapped in snakes, and Asis uses him as her last bargaining chip. She tells Jin Wolma to remember that the person he came to rescue is still in her grasp. Jin Wolma glances at the hostage, his face unbothered. He says the man doesn't matter to him at all, and if they want to kill him, they can go ahead. Asis, filled with anger, can't understand why Jin Wolma would even bother to show up if he doesn't care about the hostage. She yells at him, calling him a son of a bai. Jin Wolma, completely uninterested in her anger, raises his sword and points it at them. He coldly replies that they were the perfect test subjects for his new weapon. But in truth, he adds, "You're not even worth testing on." His words sting, but he shows no sign of emotion. In a split second, Berserk teleports, closing the distance between them and Jin Wolma. In a blink, he closely inspects Jin Wolma's sword, muttering the words eternal steel under his breath. Jin Wolma, taken off guard, tries to process what just happened. He quickly realizes he's been caught off guard. Reflecting on when Berserk even had the chance to get this close, Jin Wolma, still reeling from the surprise, doesn't waste any time. He swings his sword with all his force, aiming for Berserk, but Berserk easily dodges the strike. Jin Wolma swings again, and Berserk dodges with ease. Undeterred, Jin Wolma continues his relentless attacks. Now more determined than ever, He grins, recognizing that Berserk is worth the fight. But just as Jin Wolma starts to feel like he has the upper hand, Berserk delivers a swift kick to his face. Jin Wolma rolls back from the impact, momentarily stunned. Berserk doesn't stop. He delivers another kick, aiming directly at Jin Wolma's chest. But Jin Wolma, still lying on the ground, uses the flat side of his sword to block the kick just in time. Standing over him, Berserk looks down with a cold smile. He admits he was planning to crush Jin Wolma's head along with his sword, but then he stops as if something about Jin Wolma intrigues him. He smirks, saying, "I now understand why they're so interested in you." Berserk is fully aware of the spider on Jin Wolma, the one that belongs to a crewman. He knows that a crewman is watching and listening to everything unfolding. With a knowing smirk, Berserk addresses her, directly calling her out. He tells her that he doesn't know what she's planning, but he's certain she's not going to report what's happening. Not yet, anyway. If she were, he points out, the enforcers would have stormed in by now. The little spider, which has been quietly observing, moves slightly, and from it, a crewman's voice can be heard. She asks what Berserk is trying to say. Still standing over Jin Wolma with his foot firmly placed on his sword, Berserk explains that their hideout has been compromised. The hunt is effectively over for them. However, he makes sure to remind a crewman that she's now on his hunting list. No one gets away unscathed. A crewman gives him a cool and measured reply. She tells him that it feels strange that she has become his target, but she calmly states that she's looking forward to it. Jin Wolma, still furious and frustrated, can't hold back his anger. He curses them both, enraged that they're acting as if he's already been defeated. His voice is filled with venom as he rages against their arrogance. Berserk, completely unfazed by Jin Wolma's outburst, gives him a cold response, telling him the same goes for him. He's already looking forward to their next encounter in the final preliminaries, where he'll get the chance to finish what's been started. Just then, a massive basilisk with multiple eyes suddenly descends from above. Its huge mouth opens wide, and in a flash, it teleports them away. Thousands of years ago, back on Earth, young disciples of a Shaolin temple are busy playing and laughing under the watchful eye of their masters. One of the Shaolin masters, stern and serious, tells them to behave and focus on their training. Beneath the statue of Buddha, Jing Jiang, one of the 4 diamond guardians of the Shaolin temple, sits in perfect concentration, meditating in the traditional Shaolin position. Days pass, turning into nights, and Jing Jiang remains in his trance, fully immersed in his inner world. But, when he finally opens his eyes, the peaceful serenity is shattered. What he sees is nothing like he expected. The once thriving temple, filled with life and discipline, now stands as a slaughterhouse. All his fellow disciples and masters lie dead, scattered around the temple grounds. The massacre is brutal and horrifying. Standing over the body of one of the slain Shaolin masters, Jin Wolma looks down with cold disdain. He remarks that he's heard of a martial art that can harden the body like diamond, but all he sees are weaklings no stronger than brass. His words are a mockery of the martial discipline he just obliterated. The lifeless bodies of the Shaolin disciples and masters are scattered across the temple, a testament to their helplessness against him. Jin Wolma's gaze shifts and lands on Jing Jiang, who stands tall with fury radiating from his every pore. His aura is deadly, as if the air around him is charged with an unstoppable force. Jing Jiang, filled with rage and sorrow, vows to send Jin Wolma to hell for his crimes. He rushes at Jin Wolma, his movement swift and powerful. With a single palm strike, he aims to crush Jin Wolma's head, expecting it to be an easy victory. But to his shock, Jin Wolma, even without his head, doesn't fall. Instead, Jin Wolma drives his sword straight into Jing Jiang's chest. Jing Jiang freezes, unable to comprehend what's happening. The moment is surreal. But before he can process it, Jin Wolma's severed head begins to regenerate before his very eyes. It grows back as if the injury never happened. Jin Jiang, struggling to maintain his composure, grits his teeth in disbelief. The truth hits him like a thunderclap. Jin Wolma is the mad demon he's heard of, the one who was supposed to be a myth. Jin Wolma, with a mocking chuckle, hears Jing Jiang's question about being called the mad demon. He finds the title amusing, and asks if that's what they're calling him now. Jing Jiang, struggling to understand, demands to know why Jin Wolma is spilling so much blood in this time of peace. He can't grasp how someone could commit such atrocities. Jin Wolma's response is simple and chilling. Power is his reason, and that's all that matters to him. Jing Jiang, furious and disgusted, roars in disbelief. He can't comprehend how someone could take so many lives for something so petty. He calls Jin Wolma's actions heinous. Jing Jiang, filled with righteous anger, charges at Jin Wolma with all his might. But in an instant, Jin Wolma slashes him with his sword, cutting his body clean in two. Blood splatters across Jin Wolma's face as he watches the Grandmaster of Shaolin fall. As Jing Jiang's life slips away, Jin Wolma clicks his tongue in frustration, muttering that he should have taken Jing Jiang's martial arts skills before finishing him off. With his last breath, Jing Jiang, struggling to speak, tells Jin Wolma that the lives he's taken are meaningless. His words barely reach Jin Wolma, who's already walking away, his sword resting on his shoulder. He declares that he only moves forward, always aiming for the top. Back in the present on the alien Gis planet, the Earth team headquarters suddenly erupts in confusion. Everyone is startled by the yelling coming from Jinwolma, who has just woken up from sleep. He's lying on a bed, still disoriented, and grabs a girl's hand, demanding to know who she is and what she did to his body. His voice is full of rage and confusion as he accuses her of something he doesn't yet understand. Team leader Lena steps in quickly, trying to calm the situation. She explains that the girl is one of their own, part of Team Earth. Jinwolma releases her hand, still confused. He mutters Team Earth as if trying to piece together what's going on. His mind races as he recalls being inside the den of the serpents just moments before. He wonders if that snake-like creature transferred him across space. The thought makes him curse them. Just then, the girl, still shy and nervous, speaks up, addressing Jinwolma with great respect. She introduces herself as Sierra Len, the medical leader of Team Earth, and nervously expresses how honored she is to meet him up close. Her excitement is evident as she grabs her own face in embarrassment, and says she looks forward to working with him. Jinwolma, clearly caught off guard by her enthusiasm, grabs his sword, still lying beside him, and asks what this is all about. Lena steps in quickly to explain. She introduces Sierra Len formally, saying she is the leader of the medical team for Earth. Jinwolma, still not quite understanding, asks if she's one of their comrades and questions whether the woman used her ability on him. Lena confirms that Sierra did indeed use her power, healing him with something called Cosmoforce. She adds that Sierra is the first human ever to manifest this ability, making her a living example of humanity's evolution. Sierra, hearing this, blushes deeply, almost as if she were the subject of a marriage proposal, clearly overwhelmed by the praise. Jinwolma, standing up and slinging his sword over his shoulder, seems uninterested in the details and casually tells Lena to hurry up and take him to the mess hall. He's more focused on satisfying his hunger than on further conversation. Lena, a little surprised by his bluntness, agrees to take him there and places a hand on Sierra's shoulder, suggesting they continue their introductions later. Before they can move on, however, Sierra, still shy and hesitant, asks if she can join them in the mess hall. Lena, always patient, agrees with a friendly smile, and Sierra expresses her gratitude with a quick thank you. Lena then turns to Mark, instructing him to come along as well. A memory from the past appears. The sky is dark and heavy rain pours down on a large gathering of pigloons. The ground is muddy, and a few pigloons are beating drums in the background. Not far away, some pigloon children are trapped inside a cage, forced to witness something terrible. In front of everyone, the pigloon chief stands with a metal bat in his hand. A young pigloon boy is kneeling before him, his body already bruised and weak. The chief begins to strike the boy with the bat. Each blow lands hard, and the boy screams in pain. The children in the cage shut their eyes, unable to watch. Tears stream down the young boy's face as the hits keep coming. The chief shows no mercy, continuing until the boy finally loses consciousness and collapses. Back in the present, the pigloon warrior, Hanan, slowly opens his eyes. His body feels heavy, and his mind is still foggy. A crewman stands over him, speaking with a mix of annoyance and concern. She is clearly irritated by how long he has remained unconscious. Hanan blinks and slowly returns to his senses. His eyes dart around, confused, and he tries to make sense of his surroundings. He turns to a crewman and asks where he is, and what just happened. A crewman remains firm and tells him that she was the one who dragged him out of the chaos. Hanan takes a moment, then realizes what she is saying. He stares at her, surprised by the fact that she saved him. A crewman gives him a strange smile. It is not a kind one, it holds something else. She reminds him that he now owes her. The debt must be paid. From a short distance away, Jinwolma watches the two of them. He finally speaks. He looks at the empty land around them, which stretches endlessly in every direction, and asks, what now? What can we even find in this endless wasteland? A crewman turns to him. She tells him not to worry, explaining that there is no fear in her face. She tells him she has not been wandering without purpose. Each step she took was part of a plan, shaped by careful thought. Far across the wasteland, another group of aliens wanders without direction. The dry wind blows across their faces. One of them speaks, throwing his arms in the air and complaining about the never-ending landscape. Nothing looks different, no matter how far they go. Another alien points toward the one leading the group, blaming the so-called navigator for their confusion. The one being accused turns around with a sneer and shifts the blame back. Their argument grows louder. The group looks more lost than ever. On them, tiny spider-shaped robots crawl silently. Each one watches. Hidden in their bodies are tiny lenses, sending back everything they see. Far away, a crewman is watching all of this. Each scene plays out in front of her. Every word from the wandering aliens reaches her ears. She listens carefully, then shakes her head. She clicks her tongue and speaks with clear disappointment. The others have found nothing useful. Jinwolma asks her if she is talking about the small, spider-like toys. Akriman nods, and tells him she placed one on every contestant in Sector 3. These machines crawl silently, capturing everything they see and hear. She adds that a few of the contestants may have noticed the devices. Still, it doesn't matter much now, because even with all this information, they still cannot figure out the right direction. Time is running out. Jinwolma turns to her with concern. He mentions something he heard earlier about a powerful force called Primer something and asks why everyone seems afraid of it. Akriman explains. She says its real name is Primer Doom. Stories say it has been around since the birth of the universe. Many civilizations called it a living disaster. Before then, sapiens appeared, no one ever managed to stop it. People believed it had been destroyed during the Great Interstellar War, but now it seems that was not true. Just then, one of the Primer Doom appears near them. It looks like a creature from a nightmare. This one has only one large eye, and hundreds of hands reaching out in all directions. Its body moves in a slow, strange way, and the ground seems to react under its steps. Jinwolma stares at the creature and turns to Akriman. He wants to confirm if this is one of the real Primer Dooms. Akriman shakes her head, and explains that this one is not exactly the same. It looks like a trick or a surprise placed by the race organizers, something made to test them. Without waiting any longer, Jinwolma draws his sword. His eyes are focused, and his body moves fast. He says it doesn't matter if the creature is real or not. In one strong motion, he swings his weapon and uses his powerful moonlight slash. A glowing wave of energy rushes out from his blade, and hits the creature. The creature quickly covers its single eye with many of its hands. The power of the attack is immense. The ground below splits open, and a wide crack spreads across the land, stretching far into the distance. The energy feels wild, and full of light. Akriman watches this from behind. She takes a deep breath and thinks about how incredible that power is. No matter how many times she sees it, it still surprises her. There is something very different about that earthling, something more than just skill. Near her, Panon stands frozen. His whole body trembles. His voice shakes when he speaks. He wants to understand why a monster like that has shown up here. Akriman turns toward him and asks if he knows what that thing is. Then she looks at Jinwolma again. He is now down on the ground. It looks like the creature is getting ready to fight back. Panon stares at the creature with wide eyes. He curses under his breath. The look on his face shows both fear and anger. He says that this monster is not a rare being. Then he answers Akriman's earlier question. He says yes, he knows exactly what that creature is, and then he adds something surprising. He joined this tournament for only one reason, and that is to fight them. Panon's hands begin to melt like soft clay, stretching out like long ropes of red rubber. Those rubbery limbs move fast, wrapping themselves around the body of the monstrous Primer. Panon's whole body now looks like a giant ball of stretched meat. Without wasting a second, he throws himself through the air. He rushes straight at the Primer, trying to smother it completely with his own flesh. But right in the middle of his jump, his eyes widen in shock. The Primer Doom's single large eye stares right at him. At the same time, its many arms rip away the rubbery binds from around its eye, tearing through them like paper. In just a few seconds, the Primer breaks free from all restraints. Its body moves with a strange force, and then it throws a punch so powerful that Panon flies through the air like a broken doll. Blood sprays from his mouth as he crashes into the ground, leaving behind a deep impact. Lady Akriman watches from behind, her eyes locked on the scene. The moment she sees Panon using those dark powers, a realization hits her. The dark matter isn't working. The same ability that once managed to hold back a powerful foe, even for a few seconds, now looks useless against this creature. Her eyes stay focused on the Primer Doom. A memory flashes in her mind. Something about the way its body looked right after Jinwolma's attack. The shape of the part he struck didn't stay the same, it shifted a little. That small detail catches her attention. Her thoughts race. Maybe that spot means something. Maybe it's a weak point. She removes one of her gloves without hesitation and rushes toward the beast without any sign of fear. She lifts into the air and jumps onto the Primer Doom, climbing up with speed and precision. She heads straight for the area that was hit earlier and presses her hand against it, releasing her fungal spores onto that strange flesh. The spores quickly take hold, spreading into the wound. She jumps away the moment the infection begins, landing safely at a distance, keeping her eyes on the reaction. Back on the ground, Lady Akriman pulls her glove back onto her hand. A strange silence follows as she stares at the spot where her spores had made contact. Nothing changes. No signs of decay, no reaction at all. The realization settles in. Her spores have no effect either. Behind her, Panon is back on his feet once again. His body looks battered, but he seems okay. He asks Akriman if she has figured out the creature's identity. There's something in his tone, something that suggests he knows more than he has let on. Not far from them, Jinwolma moves into action once again. He releases another powerful move, his ultimate technique, the Fist of the Violet Gale. A blazing beam of energy shoots past Akramen and Panin, tearing through the air like a storm. The force hits the primer Doom directly, crashing into its strange body with a thunderous impact. Jin Wolma lands with one knee pressed to the ground. He has regenerated completely. His expression is sharp, deadly serious. Every part of him looks ready to tear this monster into pieces, no matter how many times it changes form. Akramen begins to put the pieces together. That creature doesn't just block attacks or absorb them. It shifts its body and changes right after getting hit. It evolves almost instantly, adjusting itself to survive whatever is thrown at it. Panin hears her thoughts, and doesn't wait. He confirms her suspicion without hesitation. According to him, these are not just monsters, they are exact copies, replicas of the original primer, beings so dangerous that they earned a nickname, the end of the universe. Akramen turns to him, confused and slightly irritated. She wonders how he knows something that even she, with all her knowledge and experience, has never heard before. He answers without blinking. For him, it isn't a mystery. His people, the Piglones, were not made to rule or conquer. They were designed to be the food of these things. A flashback begins, showing a wide training ground filled with Piglone warriors. Their bodies move fast and rough, each one giving their all. Punches fly, sweat pours, and grunts echo across the field. In the middle of this chaos stands Panin, looking like a storm wrapped in flesh. No matter how many warriors charge at him, he knocks each one down as if he's swatting flies. His fists strike with the weight of mountains, and the others bounce off him like weak practice bags. Nearby, one of the bruised warriors sits down, wiping dirt and blood from his face with a tired hand. In a mix of disbelief and respect, he says that even with their combined strength, not a single one of them could hold their ground against Panin. Among the group, another Piglone is standing quietly, wearing a dark robe that covers most of his face. Watching the fight, he says that the time spent training Panin might not have been a waste after all. It sounds like he's been watching for it. While the others turn to look at the robed figure, confused expressions on their faces. This person is unfamiliar, and none of them seem to recognize him. One of them asks him who he is. Later, the battlefield is quiet. Panin stands in the middle, surrounded by knocked-out trainees scattered across the ground. A voice reaches him, coming from one of the warriors who runs up with the news. Someone important has arrived from the village. The robed Piglone steps forward, this time with several subordinates behind him. He reaches Panin and, without saying much, he pulls off the robe. A smile rests on his face. He calls out to Panin in a relaxed tone, and asks him if he's playing King of the Hill again. This is Dorman, the leader of the Piglone civilization and Panin's older brother. Panin responds with curiosity, wondering what brings the chieftain all the way out here. Dorman becomes serious. He signals for them to talk somewhere away from the crowd. There's something he needs to share, and it's not meant for everyone's ears. Sometime later, the conversation moves to the private hut of the chieftain. Inside, the air feels still and heavy. Both brothers, Panin and Dorman, sit across from each other on simple mats laid over the ground. There are no guards, no distractions, only quiet tension between two leaders of the same blood. Dorman doesn't waste any time. His words come out firm, without any softness. He speaks like a man carrying the weight of a nation. His warning to Panin is clear. He wants him to stop chasing dreams that might bring ruin to their people. Panin doesn't sit silently. His eyes flash with frustration. He believes it's not him, but the elders, including Dorman, who are throwing away lives for no reason. He can't understand why they still bow down to that monster, sacrificing their own kind like sheep being fed to a beast. Dorman listens calmly, then responds with the same cold logic the council has always followed. In his mind, the only way to keep the terrifying creature under control is by feeding it living sacrifices. Without those offerings, there would be nothing stopping it from tearing through their lands. Unless Panin has a better plan, this cycle must continue. Panin grits his teeth hard. His fists tighten until his knuckles turn pale, and his body leans forward as if he's ready to jump up. His voice is low but burns with fire. To him, that monster has never been a god. It's just a hungry beast hiding in darkness. Dorman doesn't deny it. He calmly admits that even he knows the truth. That creature isn't divine. It's not holy. It never was. Panin blinks, confused for a second. The confession catches him off guard. He wasn't expecting it. But Dorman keeps going. For him, changing the name or the label doesn't change the danger. The beast in the cave doesn't care what anyone calls it. Without constant sacrifices, it will break free. Once that happens, their entire civilization will be wiped out without a trace. That outcome, he says, is certain. Panin, however, refuses to accept that future. His voice grows louder with conviction. Instead of feeding the monster, he believes they should be preparing to fight it. He wants to build power, to create warriors strong enough to take it down for good. Dorman recalls how Panin has always been an angry young man. Earlier, he thought Panin was being naive. To him, he was just a reckless little brother, repeating the same wild dreams again. Inside the quiet hut, Dorman finally decides to speak the truth that has been hidden for generations. He leans forward slightly, his voice steady but heavy. The words carry the weight of history, and what he says changes everything. Long ago, across the vast universe, there was once a civilization far beyond anything that exists today. They were known as the Niobium species, a level 4 civilization that mastered biotechnology like it was child's play. These beings didn't stop at machines or science, they created living monsters, hidden and dangerous, unlike anything seen before. During this secret project, the Pigloons were born, not as a proud race, but as an artificial species. They were designed, not evolved. The Niobium needed a special kind of food to keep their monsters in check, and the Pigloon bodies were made with exactly the right chemical makeup. Substances inside them calmed the beasts, making them ideal offerings. In the end, another powerful species, the Nen sapiens, rose up and destroyed most of those monsters, but not all were erased. At least one escaped, and that one found its way to this world. Hanan can no longer hold back his fury. His eyes widen, his chest tightens, and his voice turns into a shout. To know that their people were created only to be food crushes him from the inside. He stands abruptly, his steps firm as he storms past Dorman with fire in his heart. Dorman doesn't move. He remains seated, his shoulders calm, his voice unchanged. He tells Panan this is the truth. Their people were never told because their minds wouldn't be able to carry the burden. The truth is too cruel for most to survive. Panan reaches the curtain at the edge of the hut. Just before stepping outside, he turns his head back. His eyes burn with disbelief. Dorman's calm words don't reach him anymore. He no longer sees a brother, he sees someone chained to a lie, defending something that should never have existed. His voice is cold with resolve. He promises that on the next offering day, the monster they all bow to will be no more. Dorman tries to warn him. He believes trying to go against destiny is not only foolish but dangerous. Panan clenches his jaw, his fists trembling slightly. In his mind, there is only one answer left. If fate is this cruel, then fate itself must fall. Some time passes, and finally the dreaded day arrives. The sky feels heavier than usual, and silence spreads across the land like a storm waiting to break. Today is the day of sacrifice. Panan stands at the entrance of the cave with firm steps and burning resolve. This is the moment he's been waiting for. He comes to challenge the nightmare that rules over their kind, the creature they all call a god. But the second the primer doom reveals itself from the shadows, everything changes. His feet stop. His body refuses to move. That giant, otherworldly being stares straight at him. And suddenly, all courage disappears. Fear crashes into his chest like a hammer. His legs grow stiff. His breathing turns shallow. His heart races faster than he can control. The pressure of the creature's presence feels like the sky itself is falling on him. He stands frozen, unable to lift a single finger. The others with him are not much different. Panic spreads like wildfire. One screams in pure terror, their voice breaking into a shriek. Another runs away without looking back, yelling that the god is furious. Another shouts that this was a mistake, that they were fools to ever rise against it. Panan continues staring, locked in place while chaos unfolds around him. The primer doom begins its rampage. Screams echo. Dust and blood fill the air, but Panan doesn't move. He watches everything, frozen like a statue made of fear. One of his comrades rushes up beside him, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. The touch is full of desperation. He urges Panan to come back to his senses, but there's no response. Panan remains still, completely shaken. The comrade quickly turns to the others. He shouts a command, telling one of them, Grog, to gather the survivors and get as far away from the cave as possible. He promises to protect their chief. Without wasting time, he pulls Panan along and starts moving away, but Panan walks slowly, as if his legs are tied by invisible chains. Every step feels heavier than the last. Behind them, the primer doom spots the slow movement and begins to follow. Its massive form towers above everything, and each step it takes crushes the ground like thunder. The comrade looks back with gritted teeth, his eyes wide with both rage and fear. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes across the field. Dorman has arrived. He stands tall, dressed in strange ceremonial robes. His staff glows faintly, marked with the eerie image of the primer doom's eye. A group of pigloons follows behind him. Their heads are lowered, their hands bound together. They walk in silence, their fates already sealed. Dorman steps forward and addresses the creature directly. His voice carries both command and bitterness. He brings the sacrifice, more than enough to satisfy the monster's hunger. His message is clear, take them and return to the shadows where it belongs. The comrade doesn't stop. He keeps dragging Panan further away, not wasting the chance Dorman has created. Behind them, the primer doom begins to devour the offered pigloons one by one. No hesitation, no mercy. Dorman stands tall, calling out to Panan one last time. His voice is calm now, almost gentle. He reminds his younger brother of the truth. They were born for this, made to be nothing more than food for this abomination. Escape was never meant to be part of their story. The monster then turns its attention to Dorman. It grabs him with one massive hand and lifts him high into the air. In those final moments, Dorman smiles faintly. He knows what is coming. He accepts it, but he still manages to say one last thing. He tells Panin that the try was worth it. Even he once dreamed of crushing this cursed fate. Even he wanted to break it. The creature devours him, and with it, a small piece of rebellion disappears into darkness. In the present, Panin clenches his fists and tells Akryman that he needs power to fight those monsters. Akryman reflects on all the information that Panin has provided her. Somewhere in history, there was a powerful civilization once so advanced it became a threat. Then Sapiens wiped it from existence. That information is more than just interesting, it's rare. It's the kind of knowledge that shouldn't exist in fragments. Yet, here it is, slowly surfacing during a strange tournament. This realization sparks something inside her. She begins to wonder if all of this, Panin's past, the primer's presence, even the secret of the Niobium species has gathered in this one place purely by chance. The timing feels too perfect. Something larger might be at work here. Suddenly, her eyes catch sight of something in the distance. A structure rises up ahead, a long wall with a grand gate standing tall against the landscape. Her face lights up with excitement. That place marks the entrance to the final qualifying stage. Her voice sharpens with urgency as she points toward it, and tells Panin that the Piglone warrior should move that way. In the background, the storm continues. Jin Wulma is still fighting alone, caught in a deadly dance with the primer. Every hit from the beast tears through him, ripping away flesh and bone. But he doesn't fall. His body heals again and again, forcing him back onto his feet every time. Their fight looks like a clash between two monsters, one built from nightmares, and the other from unshakable resolve. Akryman glances back at them, her expression turning serious. She knows what needs to happen next. Their own beast, Jin Wulma, needs to be brought along. Without him, their chances ahead will only drop lower. Panin, however, shakes his head. His voice is steady but grim. He knows the truth about the primer doom's nature. The only moment anyone can escape from it safely is when it's fully distracted, when it's completely locked onto its prey. Right now, Jin Wulma is that prey. And that means pulling him out is not just dangerous, it's nearly impossible. Jin Wulma lies on the ground again, his body broken and bleeding. Limbs are gone, skin torn apart. Yet, his pride burns hotter than ever. Even in this condition, he continues cursing the primer. He blazes with that same stubborn fire, refusing to back down, even if his bones no longer listen. But then, something strange catches his attention. A blur of motion speeds past him. Akryman rushes directly toward the primer doom. She is fast and reckless, and Jin Wulma is shocked. His confusion grows when he notices what she's carrying, a severed arm. Not just any arm, one of his. He asks her what she thinks she is doing. But before he can speak another word, she cuts him off with a shout. There's no time to argue, no time to explain. She tells him that she is borrowing his arm, and she is already moving ahead with her plan. She then infects the arm with her fungal spores, and that limb begins to change. Her spores creep into it like vines growing over a dead tree. Within seconds, the arm starts transforming. Mushrooms explode out of it like fireworks. It swells rapidly into a massive ball of fungal matter. She throws it hard, and it smacks the primer doom right in the face. That brainless beast doesn't even question it. Thinking, it's another piece of food, the creature grabs it eagerly and starts chewing like a greedy child with candy. The plan works. Akryman explains that the fungal mass begins multiplying on its own. More mushrooms will bloom out of the first like a growing infection, and it will take a while for the primer doom to eat it. The distraction is perfect. With the creature occupied, Akryman turns and shouts to her team. This is their chance. With no hesitation, she grabs Jin Wulma and Panin, and all three begin sprinting toward the massive gate in the distance. Their goal is clear now, get as far away as possible. Akryman warns them without slowing down. That wasn't the real threat. The actual one, the real primer doom, is going to arrive soon. And when that happens, running may no longer be an option.